morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the LAFCO June 5th, the 2023 meeting. I'd like to call it the meeting to order. If we could have, please call roll, please. Tammy or Erica, who's calling the roll?
Commissioner Desmond.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Becker.
Here.
Commissioner White.
Present.
Commissioner McKenzie. Commissioner Willis.
Here.
Commissioner Vanderlyn.
Present.
Commissioner Whitburn.
Here.
There's a quorum with 8 members present.
All right, well, thank you very much. If you could all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, ready? Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning, everyone. We got a very exciting day looking forward and a lot of business to do, so I appreciate people being here early for our early start time, and hopefully we'll get through today's agenda in one day. So we're looking forward to that. We're going to do our business items first. We've got our consent calendar and items 6A and 6, I'm sorry, our consent calendar in 6B and 7B that we're going to do first very quickly, and then it will allow, the public can't really come in until 8 o'clock, and so we'll make sure people are able to come in. So we're going to do our business items first, and then we'll get to 6A. Hopefully we'll get those done fairly quickly. So does any of the commissioners have any updates or changes they want to make to the agenda? Seeing none. Don't have any? Okay. Do we have any public comments about anything that's not on today's agenda, or anyone calling in? Either. All right. Good. Moving on. Moving on to our consent calendars, 5A through 5J. Does any of our commissioners have any items they wish to pull for discussion? No? Is there a motion? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Whitburn, and I heard a second over here from Mr. Willis. So, if there's no other discussion, we have a motion and a second. Are we roll calling, or is that what we're doing? Okay. Please call the roll for the vote for the consent. Thanks.
Commissioner Becker.
Yes.
Commissioner Willis.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie. Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitburn.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderlyn. Commissioner Desmond.
Yes.
It's 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 absent. The motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move into the public hearing. We're going to go into 6B first. Do we have any commissioners have any ex parte communications they wish to disclose on 6B? Hearing none? Seeing none? On 6B? No, this is 6B. That's okay. All right, well, if not, then Keen, do we have a staff presentation on 6B?
We do have a staff presentation. I'm going to ask Carol Aroline to come up to the podium.
Good morning, commissioners. So before you today is a proposal that we received by landowner petition, which seeks LAFCO's approval today to annex approximately 0.16 acres of unincorporated territory to the San Diego County Sanitation District. Specifically, this proposal necessitates the following actions by the commission. The first being the annexation into county sanitation district, and then second, the conforming sphere amendment to the district to include the entire affected territory. As for the purpose, the proposal seeks to make available public wastewater in order to facilitate the planned development of a 2,500 square foot single family residence. Now, to best acquaint you all with the affected territory, on the screen here is a map showing the affected territory, which is presently undeveloped and left mostly to its natural state. The parcel is within the unincorporated community of La Presa, which is immediately north to the Sweetwater Reservoir and adjoining Sweetwater Regional Park. On the following slide is a map of the affected territory in relation to the County Sanitation District's jurisdictional boundary, which, as you can see, it lies just outside of the sphere. Now, as detailed in the agenda report, the landowner has secured access to the County Sanitation District's collection system, which is located west of the property on Maria Avenue through a recorded easement with the neighbor at 337 Maria Avenue. This recorded easement is provided to you within attachment 3. Excuse me. The district's most recent municipal service review for County Sanitation District was completed by staff back in 2019. And using this as a guiding tool, staff drilled down to assess the district's abilities and resources to provide wastewater to the affected territory. Now, as documented in both that 2019 municipal service review as well as the agenda report before you today, staff found that the district has both the adequate capacity and financial standing to accommodate the change of organization without any material deficiencies. These findings are based on the district, the proposed change of organization accounting for less than 0.003% of the district's treatment capacity, as well as the district having favorable liquidity and capital levels. Now, this conclusion highlights and underscores staff's recommendation for the commission to proceed with approval of the proposal today as submitted, along with a conforming sphere amendment to the district to include the entire affected territory. It is further recommended that the commission waive protest proceedings as well as make the necessary exemption findings to comply with CEQA. And one last note before I conclude my presentation with you today, I would like to remind the commission that this proposal will not trigger the need for a new municipal service review for County Sanitation District, given the most recent review was completed within the last 5 years. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions from commissioners? No questions. Please, but do we have any comments or public comments on this one, Tammy?
No public comments received.
Or emailed comments? Electronic comments? No comments at all. All right. Well, it looks fairly simple and plain and easy. So, is there a motion? Mr. Willis, do you have a question? Motion. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, a motion by Willis, second by McKenzie. All right, no other discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Desmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Aye.
Commissioner Whitmer?
Aye.
Commissioner White?
Aye.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Willis?
Aye.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
I have 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 absent. The motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. Items 7A and 7C were pulled from the agenda. They may or may not be heard at a later date, but those following along. So we're going to right into 7B. This is a LAFCO brochure, the Diamond Anniversary Edition. So with information on that.
Well, thank you. So before I hand this over to Michaela for the staff presentation, I just wanted to offer up some context. So for those commissioners who have been with us for a while, you know that every so often we prepare an update to this informational brochure that we hand out to the public, make available to the public. It outlines our core duties, activities, and then some topical items that we're up to at the given time. So as everyone can tell, since the last update to the brochure pre-pandemic, just about the majority of the commission is overturned, whole new staff. So we thought it'd be good as part of our work plan to prepare an update to that informational brochure. But because we are approaching a rather significant milestone next month, we wanted to offer up somewhat of a celebratory tone. So Michaela, our newest employee, has had the fun and challenge of going through our records of creating a bit of a historical document. So I'm going to turn this over to Michaela and have her go over what she's prepared for you.
All right. Yeah, so good morning, everyone. My name is Michaela. So over the past year, we've put together something to recognize all staff and activities throughout the past 60 years. Our 60-year anniversary is coming up September. So we did this by talking to all past staff and alumni. We got about 7 people to give us some statements over the times that they've been at LAFCO. We also gathered a really great timeline to recognize our key events throughout the past 60 years. We got some really great photos and went through about 1,000 documents to find hundreds of names to add to a staff roster and alumni roster. And we hope to have something tangible to give you by September.
So on that point, and I know Commissioner McKenzie, we incorrectly identified her as being a fire protection district member. So if you go through the item, commissioners, and you see anything that warrants updating, please let Michaela know. And we do hope to create a bounded version for publication ahead of our September celebration, and probably a party planning, which I'm sure Chair Desmond will enjoy participating in. So with that, I do want to thank Commissioner. There may be. I want to extend appreciation, Michaela, for putting this together.
And thank you to all the commissioners for all of your time sacrificed.
All right, Michaela, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this an actionable item or no? This is just an information.
Just to respond.
Oh, okay. So that is all the business, if I'm looking at the agenda correctly. Is that right, Gene?
Correct.
That we have. I'm just curious, did we put out a time certain on 6A? I'm just wondering as far as so we have seeing heads nodding up and down in the audience. So, I guess, is it okay with the commission that we wait till 8:30 if that was the notice that was given out as a time certain before we continue with 6A? So why don't we take a short break? We'll start promptly at 8:30. Hopefully 6A will go as quickly as our other items, right? And we'll be out of here before lunch. So all right, we're going to take a short little recess here and then come back at 8:30. Okay, apparently the commissioners found donuts. So, yeah. All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here again today. We're going to get into the business. Item 6A. This is going to be we want to make this as a fair process as possible. I know it's a lot of anticipation, emotion, and lots of information to be getting out today. Just to kind of give you a run of show. First of all, we're going to have the staff report. So the staff's going to give a report. And then we're going to have the applicants, Rainbow and Fallbrook, give a report. They're going to have 30 minutes total between the two of them, Rainbow and Fallbrook. They're going to give a presentation. And the Water Authority also has 30 minutes for a presentation. And after those presentations, I'm going to ask the commissioners for technical questions, not deliberations, not positions, but if you have technical questions for either of the presenters, we'll go into technical questions. And then we'll do public comment, and then after public comment, commissioner deliberation. Somewhere in there, we may get a half hour, 45 minutes for lunch, depending on where we land and where we're going here. And if necessary, hopefully not, but if necessary, we reserve July 10th as a continuation date, just in case we have to go through that process. And if you want to speak, please put in a speaker slip. And get that in early. We're going to have a cutoff 10:30-ish, something like that, for the speaker slips that come in. So we're getting quite a few. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. So why don't we just call it 10:30? Get your speaker slips in before 10:30, and I'll give a heads up on that. And just, I don't know why, but this room sometimes gets pretty raucous. And so we ask no clapping or booing or stomping your feet. We just want to be respectful of each other's side petition and positions in the meeting today. So, with that, let's go into, I've got to get my other notes here. Here we go. So we'll move straight into 6A. Is there any ex parte or communications that people need to disclose? We'll start, Andy, you started off earlier, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, over the long process of 3 years, had a lot of people contact me. I responded to everyone that wanted to speak to me. Of note would be Tom Kennedy, Jack Beebe. We spoke on several occasions, but nothing substantive was about the overall concept and nothing about the details.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Chair. I have had communications with a number of interested parties in this matter, including a consultant for the Fallbrook and Rainbow districts, staff and board members at the County Water Authority, mayoral staff at the City of San Diego, and a board member at the Helix Water District. In addition, I am a board member at the County Water Authority and a city council member for the City of San Diego. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Somehow my mic isn't working. Oh, there we go. I had many over the last 3 years got to partake in communications with both sides with the applicants and also with the Water Authority. I sit on the Water Authority Board and the Board of Supervisors. Never did we, discuss voting for positions or things like that. It's just gathering information from both sides. And up until even last week, I had meetings. Actually, I was with the Water Authority then, and maybe the week before was with FPUD and Rainbow. So I've had multiple meetings of discussion and information gathering.
Jim? Oh, you want to go on now?
Thank you. I have had some information gathering meetings with Nick Serrano with Melcast and with Jack Beebe. I also had a phone conversation with a member of the Santa Fe Irrigation Board.
I've met and spoken with almost everybody in this room, several board members at some point or another over the last year.
Yeah, I think I'm on. I've had a number of meetings and conversations with Tom Kennedy and Jack Beebe, and with one of the Rainbow ratepayers and one of their board members, along with Chris Kate and Chris Brown, and I'm sure there's someone else I'm leaving out. So I've had communications over the last, actually probably 4 years, with just about everybody.
Mr. White.
I've had communications with people on both sides, including consultants and staff for Rainbow and Fallbrook, several board members for the County Water Authority, as well as other mayoral staff throughout North County.
And Barry.
During my re-election process, I talked to well over 50 board members. I've lost track. From Sandy Curl, Gary Croucher, Tim Smith, Gary Arant, on and on and on. And so I've passion on both sides, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess for our alternates, just in case one of us just can't take it anymore, you need to step in. Have you had any ex parte communications? Harry? No? Nobody's talked to you? Fine. Okay. Dave?
I spoke with Jack Beebe, Tom Kennedy, and Chris Brown.
Can you turn your mic on?
I spoke with Jack Beebe and Tom Kennedy, Chris Brown, and Melcast.
Mayor?
Yes, I had meetings with Tom Kennedy and several members of the Otay Water District.
All right, thank you. All right, Keen, so why don't we move right into the, do you have a staff report, and we'll get into the discussion.
Thank you, Chair Desmond and Commissioner. So I'm going to ask Priscilla Mumpower to provide the bulk of the staff presentation along with her team of consultants and other staff members that she will introduce shortly. I did just want to offer up a couple of additional housekeeping items. So this is a joint hearing, if you will. You have two separate proposals, Commission, that we've administratively combined into this one hearing today. And just before I forget, if you are parked in the garage through the chair's office, we have waived the 3-hour parking limit, so you are good to stay with us as long as you can. And then there are a couple of supplemental pieces of correspondence that I wanted to flag for the Commission that came in either at the close or even after Friday end of business. So before the Commission, and it's posted online, you should have a memorandum from Commission Council regarding a possible hybrid approach to what we refer to in the report as option 3. And Commission Council certainly will be available to go into detail on that. And then also in red line form, Commission Council has also prepared some slight revisions to the 2 resolutions that we have brought with you today that speak to option 2, which, as Priscilla will mention, is our staff recommendation. We can discuss those as well. And then last but not least, we received a letter yesterday from the California Avocado Commission that letter was placed on the dais and is part of the record too. Again, all of these items are posted on the website. So with that, Chair, I'm going to ask Priscilla to lead us off.
Thank you so much, Keene. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Priscilla Mumpower, Staff Analyst with San Diego LAFCO and Project Manager on these two reorganization proposals. Today, the Commission has a complete and final report with respect to these two reorganization proposals filed by Fall Brook Public Utility District and Rainbow Municipal Water District, and done so at the unanimous direction of their respective governing boards. Today's public hearing has been noticed for the Commission to consider the two proposals. They have been administratively bundled by the Executive Officer and with the consent of two applicants, given their parallel interest in requesting Commission approval to transfer wholesale water services from the San Diego County Water Authority to Eastern Municipal Water District. The two proposals have been submitted for the explicit purpose of attaining cost savings to the applicants and their retail rate payers, and based on differences in charges between the two wholesale agencies. Now, 3 related approvals are needed from the Commission should you want to proceed with approving these proposals. The first is to annex all of the affected territory to the Eastern Municipal Water District. Second, the Commission is being asked to detach all of the affected territory from the San Diego County Water Authority. And third, and as an internal prerequisite to the first two, the Commission must also consider sphere of influence amendments. And this would involve A, establishing a sphere of influence for Eastern Municipal Water District to include the affected territory and specific to the wholesale function. And B, to concurrently remove the lands from the San Diego County Water Authority. Now, for the benefit of being clear, the Commission is not being asked to expand the affected territory. That is not being proposed today. So what is the affected territory? So the affected territory includes lands within the existing jurisdictional boundaries for Fall Brook Public Utility District and Rainbow Municipal Water District. These lands total 79,000 acres. 99% of these lands are unincorporated, 1% lying within the city of Oceanside, and it represents 3.4% of San Diego County as a whole. Within these lands, there are a combined and estimated 56,000 residents and 33,000 registered voters. Now, with the proceeding in mind, it is important, Commission, to note that over the administrative review period, now extending over 3 years, staff has reviewed hundreds of pages worth of comments, including letters from proponents as well as opponents. Notably, proponents of the proposals agree with the applicant's intent on achieving cost savings for their respective agencies, their retail payers, and in support of their agricultural communities. Those in opposition believe that the impacts of detachment on the San Diego County Water Authority, their member agencies, and their retail ratepayers, as shown up on the screen, are simply too burdensome to allow these proposals to proceed forward. Now, as you will learn in the next hour, staff, with the aid of the Commission's 3 committees, several consultants, including the learned, experienced, and water expert, Dr. Michael Hanneman, have proceeded to prepare this final report that's before you today with 5 distinct alternatives with 1 staff recommendation. And these are now shown on this next slide. So of the 5, staff believes 3 of them are merited or reasonable. And these include options 2, 3, and 4. Among these 3, staff recommends option 2, which is in bold and blue. And this involves approving the proposals with additional conditions, past standard conditions, which includes requiring the applicants to pay the County Water Authority a total exit fee and combined exit fee of $24.3 million over a period of 5 years. Option 3 involves deferring the consideration of these proposals until the completion of a scheduled municipal service review on the County Water Authority. Option 4 involves disapproving the proposals without prejudice. Now, the resolutions before you today involve and cover option 2, should you favor this option. However, if you favor another alternative, staff would need to come back with a conforming resolution. With all of this in mind, I would like to provide important context as you take in the final report before finally handing it off to our consultants. The first is on this next slide. The County Water Authority Act explicitly allows for the detachment of a member agency and specifically the exclusion of territory with no reference to exit fees. A memorandum of understanding was established in October of 2019. This memorandum was established between San Diego County LAFCO and Riverside LAFCO, and it delegated the responsibilities of processing the formal submittals of these proposals as well as the related analysis to San Diego County LAFCO. Now, subsequent to the formal submittals of the applications, the County Water Authority submitted requests to the Commission, and in May 2020, the Commission approved these requests to apply alternative conducting authority proceedings, meaning that should the reorganizations receive approval from you today, they will bypass standard protest proceedings, which are outlined in LAFCO statute, and instead directly proceed to a confirmation election of registered voters, which is consistent with the County Water Authority Act. A month later, in June of 2020, the Commission also approved the establishment of an advisory committee. The advisory committee was established to directly assist the executive officer in the administrative review process. It was comprised of 10 members with an overall task of addressing the disputes among the agencies and consistent with the provisions of Commission's policy L107. So a little bit more information on the exact topics of policy L107 will come shortly, but before we do, I'd like to provide a quick refresher on policy L107. So this policy was adopted in May of 2010, and it requires applicants to disclose jurisdictional disputes associated with their proposals, to then consult with the opponents on any known issues, and through this consultation process, if an agreement is reached, the policy states that the Commission shall then consider the provisions as part of the application. If an agreement is not reached, and the executive officer concurrently determines that good faith efforts have been satisfied, which is the case today, the Commission shall then proceed to consider the application as submitted. Now, I'd like to just briefly remind the Commission of two related MSRs for these proposals. The first being the MSR prepared by San Diego LAFCO in the Fallbrook region, and then the second is an MSR on Eastern Municipal Water District with an associated addendum that was prepared by San Diego LAFCO. So with that, the first is the MSR on the Fallbrook region. It was prepared with 4 agencies in mind, 2 of which are Fallbrook and Rainbow. The MSR made findings that the 2 agencies have experienced clear and measurable financial distress and marked by substantive declines in their capital, margin, and liquidity levels. Importantly, Commission, the MSR also affirmed your previous action to reject proposed consolidation of 2 agencies in September of 2015 by also concluding that the timing of consolidation is not imminent, nor does it merit initiation by San Diego LAFCO. The following is the addendum to the MSR on Eastern Municipal Water District. So this addendum concluded that Eastern maintains adequate infrastructure to meet current and anticipated demands with respect to its potable water functions. And it also concludes that the district is in good financial standing, also noting that their finances are trending upwards. So with this context aside, and I believe Keen mentioned this, we do have a notable lineup prepared for you today as we dive deeper into the bulk of the analysis. So this includes hearing from Adam Wilson, LAFCO consultant, who's going to walk us through the advisory committee process. We will then hear from Dr. Michael Hanneman, who will walk us through his final report and key findings. Lastly, myself, Chris Cates, and Adam Wilson will walk you through the written staff report itself with a focus on the jurisdictional disputes as part of policy L107. At the end of today's presentation, we will all be available for questions. This includes Carol Aaron-Neiman, who was project manager for the addendum prepared on Eastern Municipal Water District, as well as Commission Counsel Ollie Watley. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Adam Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good morning, Commissioners. I want to briefly reintroduce myself to all of you. My name is Adam Wilson, and I have been serving as a consultant to the executive officer and staff for nearly the entirety of this process. My previous experience is 17 years working for County Supervisor Diane Jacob, which became the impetus of your executive officer bringing me on and tasking me to help pilot the process, help resolve multiple disputes, provide political experience, navigate a host of hurdles, and to moderate the ad hoc committee. Based on my familiarity with LAFCO and complex projects like this in nature, it was an easy and natural progression to bring me on and to serve in my capacity for this proposal. Moving forward, I'd like to highlight the formation and work of the ad hoc committee, which was the bulk of our efforts throughout this process. In June 2020, your commission, at the recommendation of the executive officer, established an ad hoc committee with the overall task to advise the executive officer through the administrative review. The ad hoc committee was composed of 10 members, which consisted of the 2 applicants, Rainbow and Fallbrook, 2 subject agencies, the County Water Authority and Eastern Municipal Water District, 2 additional appointees by the Water Authority, and 1 representative each from LAFCO's 2 advisory committees, both city and special districts, and 2 at-large members, the County of San Diego and SANDAG. I'd like to also note again that I moderated the ad hoc committee 10 of the overall 13 times this group met. At the formation, the ad hoc committee's focused task was to seek an outside professional consultant from an independent water specialist that would analyze 3 main topics related to water reliability, water rate impacts, and a potential exit or departure fee should the proposals be approved. It's important to emphasize that based on a pool of qualified experts, all parties agreed that Dr. Hanneman was unequivocally the best choice to perform the analysis. By way of background, Dr. Michael Hanneman is an environmental economist out of Arizona State University with expertise in water economics and policy. His subsequent analysis resulted in the issuance of a draft report on all 3 topics to the ad hoc committee in September 2021, followed by a formal public review and comment period. This final report was presented to the ad hoc committee in February 2022. At this time, it would be appropriate to introduce Dr. Hanneman and provide him an ample opportunity to present his report to the Commission, which has played a vital role towards the development of staff's final report and conditional recommendations. Dr. Hanneman, thank you for being here today. It's with great appreciation that I lend you this podium to present your findings.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's an honor for me to be here to address you. I was a professor for 35 years at Berkeley, also known as Berkeley, and I still have an office. I don't teach, I do research at Berkeley, and I've been at ASU for 12 years. I was engaged to deal with 3 topics: to investigate the potential impact on supply reliability, the rate impact, both for Fallbrook and Rainbow, but also for the other members of the County Water Authority, and then to look at the issue of departure fee. So one issue that's being raised is that regardless of whether Fallbrook and Rainbow stay or leave, they're getting water delivered through Matt's supply system, and that's true. However, the molecules of water have different legal status, and I distinguish between Met water, which is water from sources to which Met has a water right, that is Northern California and the Sacramento River, the State Water Project, excuse me, and the Colorado River, and QSA water, which is water to which the Water Authority has the water right. So legally, it's not the same water, even though physically these are the same molecules of water. Now, the context is water has become extremely expensive and oppressively expensive for farmers, avocado growers, and others in the county. Water has become, over the last 10 years, more expensive everywhere in California and for that matter, around the country. There are certain specific factors at play in this case, and water has become more expensive for the county water authority than for Met over the last 10 years. And so one question is what explains the higher cost increase for the county water authority? There are three factors. The first factor is the county is delivering less water than, say, in 2010. It's delivering 40% less water than in 2010. Met is delivering 20% less water. If you deliver less water for any water agency, your water becomes more expensive. A second factor is water is very capital intensive, and the investment, the infrastructure occurs periodically. I mean, there's some annual maintenance, but the big changes occur, they're lumpy. Met made its last big round of investments in the 1990s. The county water authority made its big round of investments between about 2005 and 2015. Met is now going to face major investments with the State Water Project, but there's a difference in the phase of the investment cycle between the two authorities. The third factor is desal water from Carlsbad, which is more expensive than the other sources of water. The higher cost of the desal water is accounts for just over half the cost difference between Met's wholesale rate and the county's rate. The next slide is an impossible to read table, but there's a number fit in the first column. There are two numbers, 15%. The first column is the Water Authority, the second is Met. The takeaway is the cost structure and the revenue structure are not really different between the two columns. So the underlying financial structure of Met and the Water Authority are the same. The key number is 15%. If the authority delivers a gallon less water, its costs go down by 15%. 85% of the cost stays the same. That's what economists call a fixed cost. What that means is if you're a water agency and you deliver less water, your costs go up and your finances trend down. If you're a water agency and you deliver more water, your costs barely increase and your finances go up. And that's the crucial difference between Easton, which is in an area whose population is growing, and the county in an area whose population isn't growing that much, and that is experiencing conservation and recycling. And that's what's driving the cost, the rising cost of the county authority. Thank you. There's a lot of words here. Let me summarize. Too many words. In terms of supply reliability, really, the situation changed as this was getting underway. The summer of 2021 was when the global warming, climate warming, hit home, both for northern California rivers and the Colorado rivers. Supply of natural stream flow has decreased. The forecasting models that use for California, use for the Colorado, broke down in June of 2021. And there was an awareness that this is the result of 20 years of low stream flow. The major reduction in stream flow started around 2000. And it's different from what happened in the previous 100 years. Now, the stream flow goes down, but then water rights matter. The QSA water from Imperial has a higher water right than most of the water the Metropolitan gets from the Colorado River. And so the so Fallbrook and Rainbow, through the county, rely for Metropolitan's water on 20%, and for QSA water, which has a higher water right, to 80%. If they switch to Eastern, they will rely 100% on Met's water. And so there is a difference in reliability. Now, let me say this. I don't believe if if Fallbrook and Rainbow make this change, the faucets will run dry. In this modern era, urban water agencies will secure a water supply. The risk is not running out of water. The risk to Fallbrook and Rainbow is finding that they end up paying much more for water in a dry year than they had expected. So, with regard to rate impacts, the normal procedure would be to select forecasts for a span of years, 5 years, 10 years, and do the analysis over that span of years. I decided not to do that. I did a 1-year analysis based on data for calendar 2022. I was doing the analysis in the fall of 2021. I did this because I was highly concerned about the uncertainty. The supply situation had become uncertain in a way which nobody appreciated up to 2020. The likelihood of drought would mean more conservation enforced on water users. The conservation means less water delivered. It would mean higher rates that have to be charged. The result is, when doing this report, I really felt unable to predict future supply, future demand, future rates. It really was too uncertain. So I focused on the 1 year for which I had the most data, what was going to happen in calendar 2022. I analyzed the impact for Fallbrook and Rainbow. The bottom line is that together they have an annual savings. This is for calendar 2022 with the rates that existed for Met, for Eastern, and for the Water Authority. They have a savings of 7.7 million. There's a spreadsheet which is unreadable at this distance, and those numbers are the very bottom row. As for the Water Authority, I estimated that the Water Authority would receive $12.6 million less revenue. And that's based on a detailed breakdown of the cost items, the revenue items for the Water Authority. And that therefore raised the issue of an exit fee or a departure fee. Now, the context for this is the Water Authority has outstanding obligations of $19 billion in round terms. $3 billion for the desal for Carlsbad, and $16 billion for the QSA water, for the water from Imperial and for the lining of the canal. This is the discounted present value of obligations which run for 50 years or for or whatever, 80, 90 years, depending upon the source. And this is the ultimate challenge. Water is very infrastructure dependent. Having massive debt is of the essence of supplying water. So the Water Authority argued, basically, that Fallbrook and Rainbow get, in round terms, 5% of the water. And they should be on the hook for 5% of the $19 billion payment obligation, which is just under $1 billion. Fallbrook and Rainbow have argued they should be free to leave without making any payment. And this is your decision. And obviously it's a difficult one and not one that will be made easily. But the question for you, as I see it, is whether two agencies with distinctive problems, with a distinctive customer base, in a distinctive, right at the edge of the service area, should be able to walk away scot-free, unencumbered, from a large financial obligation the authority has built up on behalf of all its member agencies. That is the decision, and the difficult decision for you to make. The notion of an exit fee is to provide temporary financial assistance to the wholesaler that's losing the customers for a period of adjustment, for a period of transition. It's not payment for water delivered, because water would not be delivered. It's payment for water that was received in the past and for financial obligations that were taken on in the past to deliver this water. So it's meant to be a transitionary payment. And there are, in my report, there are 3 numbers on the table. So what I did is I looked at the $16 billion of outstanding commitment for QSA water. And that comes out to $285 million a year, or at least in 2022. So the question is, what share of that commitment, of the QSA commitment, might you attribute on an annual basis to Fallbrook and Rainbow? And it depends how you look at it. If you look at the share of all water delivered by the authority, it's about 6.5%. If you look at the share of M&I water, that is urban use water as opposed to agricultural use water, it's 4.6%. If you apply 6.5% to the annual payment for QSA water, that gives you $18 million. If you apply 4.6%, it's $13 million. The third number is the loss of revenue, which is 12.6 million. And LAFCO staff went with the lowest of those 3 numbers, 12.6 million, as the amount of an annual exit fee. Then the other question is, so how many years of transition payment? I said at least 3 and not more than 10. And the staff went with 5. I think that's a very reasonable choice. The other thing the staff did was to make an adjustment to discount for investments that the authority won't need to make after they leave. I didn't investigate that issue, but I think the adjustment is entirely reasonable. So I delivered this report in January of 2022. It's now, whatever, 15 months, 14 months later. Would I do things differently? And the answer is no. Not because I'm a professor being obstinate, but because really the uncertainties haven't gone away. In fact, they've increased. So of course, 2 weeks ago, there was the settlement on the Colorado River, and that's a terrific and really unexpected breakthrough, but it really only takes us till the end of 2026, and that will be, and then there's nothing agreed to yet before then. Let me just, so here's the context. The Colorado River Compact in 1922 allocated 18 million acre-feet. We have actually been using, over the last century, 14.5 million acre-feet. The upper basin, which received 7.5, has really only used about 4 million acre-feet. So we've actually been using 14.5 million acre-feet. That was the average stream flow from 1900 in the 20th century. In the last 20 years, the stream flow has been 12.1. For the last 20 years, we've been taking 2.5 million acre-feet a year more than the stream flow, and that's why this crisis is built up. And if we look to the future, the stream flow is going to fall only lower with warming. And so it's very good that we reached a 3-year agreement. But looking to the future, the available supply to MET, to IID, to the Water Authority is going down, not up. And therefore, I wouldn't change my conclusion if I were doing it now than compared to 18 months ago. The last thing I want to say is none of my analysis should be taken as a criticism of the management of Walbrook or Rainbow or Eastern or the Water Authority. I have great admiration for your agency, for your professionalism, for your devotion, and likewise for the county. The economics of water are a wicked problem. This is not easy, and as I say, I have the highest respect and admiration for all of the parties involved. I want to end up by saying I agree with the staff analysis, and I'm available to answer your questions or questions from anybody else at your convenience. Thank you.
Dr. Hanneman, thank you again for being here today and presenting your work. In conclusion, for the ad hoc process, Dr. Hanneman's final report was evaluated and deliberated by the ad hoc committee, and they concluded that while there may be difference in opinion between parties to the information contained in the report, Dr. Hanneman met his obligation and performance to the analysis on the 3 topics, and it was packaged fair, independently, and appropriately to allow your commission to make an informed decision. I'd like to now take this time to invite Priscilla back up so that she can tee up our efforts post the Dr. Hanneman report and staff's administrative review.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Dr. Hanneman. Wonderful presentation. So as Adam mentioned, I'm going to be taking you through, or beginning to take you through the administrative review process after we received the final report by Dr. Hanneman. So this process necessitated an analysis of the sphere amendments that are being proposed, as well as 3 other factors. So the first factor ties to statute and involves addressing multiple topics, most directed towards Eastern Municipal Water District's availability in providing wholesale water services to the affected territory. This is what I will cover. The second factor involves addressing consistencies with local policies, and this includes policy L107, as well as addressing other local considerations identified by staff throughout the administrative review process. These last 2 will be covered by Chris and Adam. So with respect to first addressing how staff has evaluated the timing with respect to the mechanics of the proposal and including service needs, service availability, and capacity, which includes access and source, and the finances, I'll begin by addressing service needs. So the provision of imported wholesale water supplies within the affected territory has proven necessary. And this is due to the overall limitation of local resources, especially for Rainbow Municipal Water District, given their absolute dependency on imported supplies. These needs underlie their previous actions to pursue annexations through the San Diego County Water Authority to establish imported water supplies through the Colorado River first, and then through the Sacramento Bay Delta. However, the applicants assert that increasing costs are beginning to adversely affect the quality of life within the affected territory, and most notably for their agricultural users, which is why I'm here today. Now, with respect to service availability and capacity, as mentioned, approval of the reorganizations would lead to approving a transfer of wholesale water supplies from County Water Authority to Eastern Municipal Water District. The mechanics of this transfer are addressed within the plans of service of the applicants, and these plans of service draw on a three-party memorandum of understanding between the two applicants as well as Eastern Municipal Water District. So a couple items to note. Fallbrook and Rainbow would continue to receive imported water supplies through both the Colorado River and Sacramento Bay Delta. These supplies have proven reliable, whether through the County Water Authority or Eastern Municipal Water District, given neither wholesaler has curtailed their availability and supplies over the last 5 years due to any shortfalls. Nonetheless, Colorado River supplies would be materially lessened to the applicants, given they would no longer include access to the grandfathered rights which are currently held by San Diego County Water Authority through an agreement with Imperial Irrigation District. With respect to service delivery, the applicants attest that no new infrastructure will be needed to access wholesale water supplies from Eastern, and due to existing infrastructure, met infrastructure within San Diego County, which provides unique and direct connectivity to these two agencies. This said, there is a short-term issue that will need to be addressed by one of the applicants, and I can go into further detail on that if the commission wishes and should be interested at the end of the presentation. With respect to financial considerations, presently Fallbrook and Rainbow, their wholesale water supply costs account for 65% to 79% of their respective retail rates. Post-reorganization, the agencies would experience an approximate 24% to 22% annual savings in wholesale water supply costs. This trickled down to the retail ratepayers, means that their ratepayers would experience an average monthly cost savings of $23.50 per household. Now, with respect to evaluating the conforming sphere actions, the analysis is threefold and includes the first two factors tied to statute and involves consideration of Eastern's overall standing via the recent municipal service review, as well as addressing the notional relationship between Eastern and the affected territory. The third factor ties to local policy and LAFCO's use of spheres for various policy purposes. With this said, staff concludes that the conforming sphere influence actions appear sufficiently justified under both statute and local policy, and these are marked by two assumptions. So the first assumption, it is assumed that the commission determines the municipal service review and the associated addendum adequately informs the decision-making process in evaluating the overall service and fiscal standing of Eastern with respect to its potable water function. The second, it is assumed that the commission determines the affected territory shares relevant communities of interest distinct from adjacent lands in San Diego County, which can be appropriately preserved through placement in Eastern sphere. Should either of these premising assumptions misalign with the commission's preferences, revisiting this analysis would be merited. So this concludes the analysis with respect to timing, the mechanics, and the conforming sphere amendments. And it satisfies the statutory factors that we assess through the administrative review process of any proposal that comes before you. However, as you know, this proposal is unique and brings with it many additional factors that merit addressing. And as promised, we are now going to address these topics. So I'm going to hand it off to first Chris Kate, who will cover topics that tie to financial considerations, and then you'll hear from Adam Wilson, who will touch on topics that tie to policy considerations. So with that, Chris.
Thank you, Priscilla, and good morning, commissioners. We'll say it feels weird to be on the side of the podium. For this portion of the presentation, I'll be reviewing the various financial impact sections of the agenda report, which are sections C through J, as well as section N. The topic of roll-off versus attachment has been cited regularly during these proceedings. In this section, we will go over a summary that was provided by a working group of the ad hoc committee tasked to review the subject, plan projects for the region, and their potential financial impacts to CWA and its member agencies. A key point to remember is that roll-off and detachment are not the same. With roll-off, an agency is still a member of CWA and thus required to pay fixed costs, even if they do not buy 1 gallon of water from CWA. With detachment, that member agency is no longer associated with CWA and not obligated to pay any fixed costs. A commonality between the two, though, is that a reduction in water purchases, from CWA does cause a financial impact to the wholesaler. The working group cited the analysis conducted by Dr. Hanneman, in which he states that for every 1,000 acre-feet less that CWA sells to member agencies, net revenue falls by almost $1 million. There are 3 major water reuse projects currently being developed. The first is the City of San Diego's Pure Water Project, the second is East County's Advanced Water Purification Program, and the third is Oceanside's Pure Water Project. Recently, CWA presented an updated calendar with the projected production of these projects. By fiscal year 2029, these projects are expected to produce 50,000 acre-feet of water each year. Using Dr. Hanneman's analysis as a base, LAFCO staff estimates the annual loss of water sales revenue tied to the three reuse projects would start at $2.82 million in 2026 and increase to $47 million in 2029. The County Water Authority has stated as a rule of thumb that for every $5 million equates to a 1% rate impact. Therefore, all things being equal, the financial impact of roll-offs tied to the 3 reuse projects would produce an approximate 9.4% increase to ratepayers. The attachment's financial impact of $12.6 million would produce an approximate 2.5% increase to ratepayers. And I apologize, some of these tables are small, but on this slide, this can be found on page 191 of your packets. Using revenue share by member agency information provided by CWA, LAFCO staff apportioned the potential financial impact of the 3 reuse projects by member agency. This apportionment assumes the approval of detachment by Fallbrook and Rainbow. Representatives of CWA have stated on multiple occasions detachment would negatively impact its credit rating. CWA's credit rating has remained steady with the highest placements by the 3 leading reporting agencies since detachments were filed in March of 2020. A stable outlook was assigned over the same 3-year period with one exception, in which S&P modified their outlook from stable to negative, citing various reasons, one of which being detachment. S&P has since updated its outlook to stable. LAFCO staff believes detachment would have an impact on CWA's credit rating, albeit a less than significant factor. This is due to S&P's reversal in outlook despite the continuation of detachment proceedings, as well as other concerns they've raised potentially being addressed. This includes the potential exit fees and controlling of precedent concerns, which are limited due to the unique geographic position of the applicants. And this table can be found on page 195 of the agenda packet. In addition to the previous analysis, LAFCO staff conducted an analysis of potential ratepayer impact based on equivalent meter units. Using Dr. Henneman's total estimated annual net revenue loss for the CWA at $12.6 million, LAFCO staff has proceeded to calculate individual cost impacts for remaining member agencies and their ratepayers. The calculation uses the County Water Authority's water sale revenues over a recent 5-year period as a baseline and identifying individual percentage shares among all member agencies. The share collectively tied to Fallbrook and Rainbow equals 6%, and is the amount staff has reapportioned and added to the remaining member agency share to keep the CWA whole for its detachments. These dollar amounts are then divided by the number of meters in each agency to arrive at an annual agency impact. The annual amounts are then broken down on a monthly basis. Although you can't see it, the amount would equal $2.20 per month on average across all EMUs, equivalent meter units, throughout the region. Should an exit fee be applied totaling the full amount, the ratepayer impact would then be zero. The calculation assumes CWA would recover the full revenue loss by passing it in full to the remaining member agencies and the ratepayers by increasing rates going forward. Alternatively, CWA may use alternative methods to absorb the reduction in revenue to offset the need to increase rates, such as reducing planned capital expenditures or introducing alternative revenue scenarios. Fallbrook and Rainbow and the County Water Authority have disparate views on assessing the associated significance of the financial impacts of detachment. LAFCO staff was asked to attempt to quantify this impact, and in doing so, utilize 2 measurements to assess overall significance: inflation and past CWA rate adjustments. In terms of inflation, staff measured the 1-year inflation rate of 6.4% against the annual net revenue impact as a share of CWA gross water sales. That share equals 4.4%, less than the 6.4% inflation measurement. The second measurement ties to staff's calculated average annual ratepayer impacts among their remaining member agencies of $26.41. This measurement represents a 3.6% increase in ratepayer charges and below the 1-year inflation rate of 6.4%. Lastly, since 2019, CWA average annual rate adjustments were 3.8% for untreated water and 3.9% for treated water. The overall rate impact on the remaining member agencies, should detachments proceed, is 2.5% without applying any exit fees. All parties have varying positions when it comes to the application of an exit fee. LAFCO staff believes a fee is merited due to the resulting unavoidable financial impacts on the County Water Authority should detachment be approved. Dr. Henneman's calculation of a $12.6 million annual reduction in revenue includes long-term debt payments, and LAFCO staff believes any additional payment requirement dedicated to debt would serve as double counting. Additionally, any dedicated payment toward debt based on proportionality appears impractical, as debt payments are included when setting rates each year, and shares of debt are not assigned to member agencies prior to the debt being issued. Dr. Hanneman advised LAFCO and the ad hoc committee that a reasonable length of period to apply an exit fee to the applicants was 3 to 10 years, with anything beyond that unreasonable. The ad hoc working group made note that the best predictor of future cost allocations is to look at past rolling averages, and a 5-year period accounts for high and low water demand years. Lastly, adoption of urban water management plans and MSRs both utilize a 5-year cycle. The County Water Authority has plans to implement the final phase of its multi-phase emergency water storage project to extend emergency water supply service to the northernmost portions of San Diego County. To extend ESP service to these areas, the ESP North County Pump Station proposes 2 new pump stations, which together will lift and convey water to these northern service areas. Due to the potential detachments, the CWA board directed that all work cease on the project segments serving Fallbrook and Rainbow until the detachment proposals are resolved. The topic of crediting Fallbrook and Rainbow for the cost avoidance to the County Water Authority involving the ESP North County Pump Station should detachment proceed was evaluated by a working group formed by the ad hoc committee. CWA more recently referenced the ESP North County Pump Station to cost about $40 million, as indicated in a footnote on page 61 of their September 18, 2020 response to LAFCO. Additionally, CWA in its adopted budget for fiscal years 22 and 23 identifies the ESB North County Pump Station in their capital improvement program. Since detachment is directly dependent to the development of the ESB North County Pump Station, approval of detachment would result in an overall cost avoidance, which means Rainbow and Fallbrook have mitigated or eliminated any potential costs to the project for CWA and all remaining agencies. Based on this, LAFCO staff believes a full credit is with merit and warranted. This table can be found on page 196 of your agenda packet, and apologies for the size. At the March 17th Special Districts Advisory Committee meeting, staff was asked to assess the net impact of detachment to CWA's remaining member agencies to account for any proposed discounting. This table reflects a high-level approximation of the resulting impact of detachment to each member agency prior to the payment of an exit fee. The table does include a column inclusive of cost savings or cost avoidance associated with the construction of the ESB North County Pump Station divided over the 5 years. The analysis utilizes the fiscal year 2020 revenue share by member agency as provided by CWA to LAFCO staff. Additionally, the table includes a section accounting for inflation using a 7% cost inflation factor as experienced by CWA and outlined in its correspondence to LAFCO. Based on these factors, the table shown summarizes the recommended exit fee by staff under option 2. Both cumulatively and annually shows for this table. This table also breaks down the fee by each of the applicants. Lastly, the proposed reorganization does not appear to have any material direct impacts on the City of San Diego's Pure Water project or other regional reusable projects such as Pure Water Oceanside and the East County Advanced Water Purification Program. The City of San Diego's Pure Water program, as an example, is most notably intended to resolve treatment issues at its Point Loma wastewater treatment plant, with a byproduct being its production of potable water. The delays noted by CWA are not attributable to detachment, but rather other factors dealing with matters associated with large capital projects. And now I'd like to pass the presentation back to Adam Wilson to discuss the remaining elements of the agenda report.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like to go over the next 8 slides to address other non-financial related topics and matters that have surfaced throughout our process and administrative review. First involves the position by both MET and SANDAG. LAFCO has not received any formal position from the MET board. However, we are in receipt of 2 separate letters from their agency. The first being from the former general manager back in 2020, near the start of our process. This letter touched on several germane topics, but ultimately concluded that the proposals would not have an impact to the delivery of water to their 26 member agencies, nor would it increase the demands to the Bay Delta, and lastly, there would be a de minimis impact to the voting entitlement shift between CWA and Eastern Municipal. The second letter received was in March of this year by Met Board President Adán Ortega, which was in response to our draft staff report. Mr. Ortega's main concern was that should these proposals be approved, then it may jeopardize Met's long-term master planning as other agencies seek to pursue and prioritize water affordability over all else, including past investments. In the end, while both letters may be materially different, both letters should be considered independently during your consideration. With respect to SANDAG's position, although they have had representation on our ad hoc committee throughout our entire process, they have not provided any official position or comment letter to date. Therefore, we have reasonably concluded that there are no direct impacts to any policies or programs within SANDAG's jurisdiction. Moving on to detachment impacts on the Water Authority's voting power at MET based on recent history. This has become one of our noted topics throughout our process as it relates to the impact of the voting power shift between CWA and Eastern Municipal Water District should detachment occur. MET's Principal Act governs both director and vote entitlement for their member agencies. If Fallbrook and Rainbow detach, it would shift 1,074 votes from CWA to Eastern, resulting in an overall 0.3% transfer. We have reviewed over the last 900 votes at Metropolitan, and there have been only 3 votes that have come within range to this 0.3% margin. I'd like to highlight those 3 votes. The first occurred on March 9th, 2021, which was a procedural motion to approve Director Michael Camacho as a non-officer member of the Executive Committee. This vote came within 0.28% of that change. The second vote occurred on June 8th, 2021, which was a procedural substitute motion to hold the general manager vote until the actual Met Board had the opportunity to speak with the general manager candidate in open session. That vote came within a 0.09% margin. And lastly, on the same day, June 8th, 2021, which was the motion to approve the contract of the general manager for Metropolitan. That vote came within a 0.42% margin. In conclusion, we believe neither of the first 2 votes appear significant in terms of generating long-term impacts on Met's member agencies. However, the hiring of the general manager is a substantial and noteworthy vote, as it came extremely close to the 0.3% marginal difference in voting power change. We would defer to the Commission on if or how much you want to prioritize this vote as an outlier. On your slide now is with respect to section K and L on the screen. Dr. Hanneman has advised there are potential risks to the applicants and the ratepayers to any increased reliance on the Sacramento Bay Delta. However, he specifically concludes that while the applicants may face challenges if they switch wholesale suppliers, ultimately the challenge results in paying a higher price than they had anticipated to get by in a drought, rather than running out of water. Notably, he asserts the applicants are taking, quote, a financial gamble in which the applicants risk paying for more water in the long run. Next topic addresses emergency supplies available to the applicants during a catastrophic event. LAFCO has concluded that additional analysis is not warranted, as this matter is addressed by existing Met policy with supplemental analysis provided by Eastern Municipal Water District, which provides sufficient assurances risks are reasonably controlled. In 2020, Met published their Seismic Resilience Report Update, which documents completed seismic resilience-related studies and communicates new performance objectives and goals. Additionally, Met has adopted a policy that allows for the isolation of Met's system for the purpose of conveying potable water. This would allow Eastern Municipal Water District to provide potable water through an existing connections through the Met system, and to supply water to Rainbow and Fallbrook in the event of emergency. LAFCO separately notes Eastern Municipal via Met has the capacity to provide 75% level of service in an emergency based on current storage. Lastly, and independently of Met, Rainbow and Fallbrook have a combined local water storage of over 2,100 acre-feet, the equivalent to accommodating 73 days of average day demands without recharge. I'll repeat, Rainbow and Fallbrook have enough local water stored to serve 73 days of average water demand without recharge to assure continued deliveries during an emergency. Moving on to LAFCO's authority to require exit fees. Both applicants have been consistent in their comments that the CWA Act does not contemplate the imposition of exit fees, and instead only provides the continued payment of property taxes to cover any remaining debts. While LAFCO agrees with this assertion, staff does not believe it precludes LAFCO from its authority in statute to condition an approval with payment of an exit fee. Additionally, while the applicants have commented and questioned LAFCO's authority in imposing an exit fee, given the Antelope Valley East Kern versus LA County LAFCO court decision, LAFCO counsel concludes the reference court decision does not impact LAFCO's decision-making on the topic of an exit fee. The next topic relates to the determination of the affected territory for an election purpose. As advised by Commission Counsel, staff maintains that an election within the affected territory may be held. However, expanding the election to include all voters within the County Water Authority boundaries is not an option, given the CWA requested non-district status under the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act, as well as guidance provided under the CWA's Principal Act. Again, due to the CWA requesting non-district status under LAFCO law, the discretion is no longer with your commission to expand the vote to the CWA territory. The commission, however, may choose to expand the election to include voters within the jurisdictional boundary of Eastern. However, that is not a recommendation before you today. Moving on to the effect of stipulated CEQA settlements involving applicants on LAFCO. Staff maintains there is no material impact on the Commission's decision-making and related discretion under CEQA jurisdiction, given LAFCO is not a party to the stipulated judgments. Accordingly, and as advised by Commission Counsel, LAFCO is not bound by the stipulated judgments. Moving on to my last slide, related to the role of agricultural in the proposals and influence on LAFCO's decision. A central premise to the applicant's detachment proposals involves providing economic relief to the agricultural community and customers by securing less expensive water supplies from Eastern Municipal. The economic relief ties to the approximately 26% cost savings in the current all-in acre-foot charge between the County Water Authority and Eastern Municipal. This cost savings looms significant for both applicants. Agriculture customers represent 36% of all retail sales in Fallbrook and 65% of all retail sales in Rainbow. Although independent, LAFCO is expected via statute to encourage the planned, well-ordered, efficient urban development patterns while concurrently providing for the preservation of agriculture and open space lands. This includes specific consideration of the effects of jurisdictional changes on agriculture. Relatedly, San Diego LAFCO recently updated its own implementing policies relevant to the preserving agriculture in September of 2020, and among other items, added a section to enhance agriculture in San Diego County. Staff believes it's reasonable, and due to the substantial tie between statute and policy, to treat agriculture as a unique and or protected group, and in doing so, make special accommodations as the Commission may deem appropriate. This concludes staff's portion of the policy issues and disputes meriting attention under policy L107. I would like to make note that all the information you have heard up to this point led to the cultivation of both a draft and final staff report, which included a 40-day public review period, as well as LAFCO's cities and special districts committees and the Rainbow Fallbrook Ad Hoc Committee to provide their respective responses, which were notable as such. The city's advisory took a position to oppose option 2. The special district's advisory took no formal action, and the Rainbow Fallbrook Ad Hoc Committee also took no formal action, albeit individual positions and remarks were noted as a part of the administrative review. With that in hand, I'd like to pass it back over to Priscilla, and she will touch on the alternative actions and staff's recommendations and conditional recommendations in our final report.
Thank you, Adam and Chris, for those presentations and covering that complexity of all the material. How are you doing? Hopefully well. We're almost there. I'm the last person up here. As far as the presentation goes. Okay, all right. Before moving on to the alternative actions and staff's recommendation, I first want to just provide a brief overview of the supplemental report that we included as part of the agenda report. So it makes up the back end of a pretty large item, and it addresses a handful of issues as shown up on this next slide. These issues came up after our original distribution of the final report on April 26th. And the topics run the gambit from providing a timeline of important dates and milestones, providing an overview of the advisory committee's deliberations, as well as providing those draft resolutions that I mentioned before. Importantly, it also addresses written comments that staff received prior to a May 22nd deadline, which ties to a public hearing notice that we published. We provided staff responses to each of these comment letters, and there are a lot. And then there are additional comments that we also received after the May 22nd deadline. These were simply forwarded to the commission and for the record. I do want to note, though, that out of these additional comments received after the May 22nd deadline, there does include a letter from County Chairwoman and alternate Commissioner Lola Vargas. With that, I'd like to transition to some final thoughts. So hopefully the presentation today provided a comprehensive overview of what took 3 years to complete, a process that has led staff to 5 concluding thoughts, which landed us on the alternatives and then the recommendation provided to you today. So with respect to the administrative review, staff concludes that the proposal meets all thresholds as outlined in both statute and local policy. This includes commission, the executive officer determining that the review satisfies good faith efforts as required by policy L107. With respect to the impacts, and I know you just heard from Chris and Adam on these, we conclude that first, the impacts of the proposed detachments on remaining agencies and ratepayers, while they certainly exist, are less than significant and due to a few items. So assuming impacts also assumes the County Water Authority will do a full pass-through to ratepayers. However, conditioning approval with an exit fee, as we heard from Dr. Hanneman, will provide a transition or an adjustment period. Staff presumes this period will be used to either realize cost efficiencies or establish new revenue streams which will mitigate these impacts. Second, that the impacts of the proposed detachments on ratepayers in Fallbrook looms significant. And the tipping point for us, Commission, is that the proposed attachments will significantly enhance and protect agriculture. And due to the clear stress that the cost of water has had on the agricultural community, we believe that these detachments will provide an appropriate and needed lifeline to this community. So with that, Commission, and all the other analysis provided to you today, staff recommends option 2 as up on the screen. This concludes staff's presentation. I'd like to thank you for your attention today. I know it was long. Before concluding, I do want to take just a brief moment to just thank the applicants for their patience throughout a very lengthy process, as well as the contributions of the 3 committees, the consultants, Dr. Michael Hanneman, and my fellow LAFCO colleagues who have each played an important role throughout this process. So with that, before handing it off to Chair Desmond, I'm going to check in with either the Executive Officer, King Simons, or Commission Counsel, Holly Walker. Thank you.
I'll just jump in with 2 quick final comments. One is, as the Executive Officer mentioned, I did produce a memo, which you all saw probably this morning, if not over the weekend, regarding a potential wrinkle as to option 3 and some pending legislation AB 530, which is legislation that would require any detachment from a county water authority, including San Diego County Water Authority, would require a vote of majority of voters of the entire water authority territory. So the issue there is that injects a little uncertainty into if you opt to defer a decision on the application until completion of an MSR, it is possible that in so doing, if that legislation passes, then the effect would be that the voter requirement would require approval throughout the entire water authority, identify a potential workaround for that if you approve the the applications and condition it on completion of the MSR. There's an argument that the voter requirements at the time of the approval could address that issue, but again, it remains uncertain, and the legislation has not passed. There could be other legislation similar that's introduced. This could be amended, so it's a bit of a moving issue there, literally a dynamic issue that's changing. We wanted you to be aware of that. And then finally, just because I've had a few questions from the public, essentially on the commissioner's roles here, I just wanted to remind you, and also for the benefit of the public, that under Cortese Knox Hertzberg, when commissioners sit on LAFCO, they are to exercise their independent judgment on behalf of the residents, property owners, and public as a whole. Any member that's appointed on behalf of local governments shall represent the interests of the public as a whole and not solely the appointing authority. So just a quick note about roles. And with that, I'll hand it to the executive officer.
Chair, other than just co-signing everything staff and consultants have just said, outstanding job. We turn it to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Keen. Well, thanks Priscilla, Adam, Dr. Hanneman, and Chris for the presentation. Quite lengthy, but good information that we all needed. We're going to go into the applicants now. They have presentations. You get 30 minutes for both Rainbow and Fallbrook to use. You can use 15 each. Divide it up however you want. And I also want to remind people that get your speaker slips in at this point in time. I'm not going to be allowing seating time to anyone else. If you're here and you fill out a speaker slip, you can speak, but we're not going to be giving time to other people. And there is an option, I noticed on many of these items, it says you can check if you don't want to speak, you put register your support or non-support. Is also an option on the speaker. So get those in. We're probably going to cut it off right at the end of the, I said 10:30, but now it looks like it's going to be about an hour from now before the cutoff time, so we get both of the applicants both applicants and the water authority presentations, and we'll cut it off. So, you want to go ahead, Jack?
Yeah, appreciate it. So Jack Beebe, I'm the general manager of the Fallbrook Public Utility District. We are going to do this as a joint presentation, so I will lead it off. And I'm going to be focusing on why it's important to our district. So we're not going to introduce new facts or try to change the analysis that was done. We're going to rely on information that's already been put out in the reports and really just explain the perspective of why this is really important in our region. Tom Kennedy, the general manager of Rainbow, is going to do what he does best, and he's going to really focus on why the reasons why we shouldn't leave don't really make sense. So that's how we're going to break this up. We really appreciate the commission giving us this time. This is an important issue to us. I appreciate the chair getting this item moved forward. We appreciate you giving us this 2 hours to go over our issues. No, I'm just kidding. We've got 31 slides. That was a check to see if anyone was paying attention. We've got 31 slides, including the title and question slide. So we're going to move through it probably at 1 1/4 speed for a podcast. So we got to move through it fairly rapidly, but we should be right around the 30 minutes. So as we talk, what is the main issue? Why are we here today? And it's really about cost of water. So this was an article in the UT that put this graph out looking at projections from both the Water Authority and Metropolitan. And really our focus is that orange line at the top is the Water Authority rate, including projections going forward. That blue line's Met's rate. Now we're going to get our water from Eastern, not directly from Met, but they had $11 an acre foot, so a variable rate on top of Met's cost. So you can see that differential is significant and it's growing. And you can see the reason we're here today, so well, why did you wait till now? Why didn't you come 20 years ago or 10 years ago? And you can see that differential's really grown over time. That's why. So when it was $20 an acre foot to be part of the Water Authority, it wasn't going to be worth this effort, 4 years we've been going through to do it. But it really has been, not just because of where we've been over the last decade. So if you look at 2010 to where we are now, but what's going to happen going forward. And I think the staff has done a great job of really explaining some of the challenges and how local supply development is going to affect the water authority going forward, and how, even though we weren't in that chart for rate impacts, the rate impacts to our ratepayers for that are much more significant than our rate impacts are for leaving. So I think that's important to keep in mind of the go forward. What if this doesn't happen? What does it mean to Rainbow and Fallbrook? So this is a graph, and again, this was in the Hanneman report. The only thing we did was add the blue line, which is the Fallbrook demands. And I'm sorry, I'm an engineer, so I like charts. At least I have people that keep them simple for me generally, so they declutter them. But the green line, so that top line going up again, is a projection of that water cost from the water authority. And you can see the bottom blue line is what's happening with Fallbrook demands. The red line is Rainbow demands, and it's significant. So I think a lot of agencies are here, hey, we've all experienced declining demands, but not to the extent that Rainbow and Fallbrook have. So we went from a peak of about 20,000 acre feet. We're down around 7,000 acre feet today. So it bounces around. Dry years, you'll see it go up. This last wet year is our new sort of record low since the probably early 50s. So this trend is pretty clear. And the trend since 2010 is heading in one direction. This plays a big role. As Dr. Hanneman said, declining demands creates a real challenge for water agencies, especially when you see them at this level. And so that focused with the fact for an agricultural district, and price sensitivity is really important, creates some real unique challenges for Fallbrook and Rainbow. So the other end, we've talked a little bit of cost of water. I'm going to give a little bit on the history of how it came to be where the pipeline start and end. And this is important because this is the unique factor that sometimes gets lost in this discussion of why Fallbrook and Rainbow are here, why there aren't other agencies pursuing the same thing. And it really goes back to the World War II. And I guess we could blame the Navy or an indirect factor of World War II for how we're in this position. But the pipeline that got built by the Navy was ultimately transferred to both the Water Authority and Metropolitan. The dividing point wasn't the county line, so it doesn't transition to the Water Authority at the county line. It transitions at what was the midpoint of the pipe. And so that's a real important factor here, is that our service, Fallbrook right now gets all their service off Metropolitan's pipeline. I'm not taking water off the Water Authority facilities. And so that is the fact that we can, for us, we don't need to build anything to switch suppliers. It's simply a paper exercise. So this is a map. It's a little hard to read on this screen, but about in the middle of Rainbow's service area, just north of 76, is where you see that dividing line. And you can see most of my service area is up north of that dividing line, and all the connections we're using are right now off Metropolitan's pipeline. The important thing here to note too is if you redid this today, so if today you said, hey, what district should Fallbrook and Rainbow go with? There would be a very good case to say, well, it makes more sense to put them as part of Eastern instead of the Water Authority, because water is really about infrastructure, not county lines, right? So I think that's an important factor. Is back then it made sense because Eastern didn't exist to the extent it does today. But if you're going to redo this today, that would be an honest discussion, especially with where the cost of water is. And also, the idea that there should be one water agency in each county from Met, that's not how it is in the rest of Met's service area. So there are multiple Met member agencies serving all the other counties in Metropolitan service area. And another thing that gets lost in this discussion, so we spent a lot of time on agriculture, which is critical for a number of reasons. One, because as we lose agriculture, it affects everyone's rates in Fallbrook and Rainbow. That loss of demand is a big problem. It also really affects our communities, and I think you'll hear from people that can speak to what the last decade has done with the loss of agriculture in our community. But on top of that, from a residential perspective, we also have challenges. This was in the LAFCO report that said, hey, we're experiencing financial stress. It's not because we haven't raised rates, right? So you think with that, well, we must have some of the lowest rates in the county. That's not true. And so if you look at this graph, which again was in a Union Tribune article from rates that were put together a year or so ago, we're always at the top of this, right? Our rates are some of the highest rates in the county. There's reasons for that. So cost of water, that sharp declining demand and the cost structure of the Water Authority burdens us with some of our tailing past demands. So we pay this rolling cost that's based on past demands, even though we're moving lower and lower. It's also because we're a rural community, so we have a lot of infrastructure per person, which creates challenges. So those combinations really create problems. We're also older community, so Fallbrook just turned 100 years old, so our infrastructure is old. So the combination of that really creates a lot of challenges. On the cost impact per ratepayer, which is really what this discussion is about, LAFCO came up with a number that's about $2 per month. We'd say it's a little high because it's an average of averages. So UEMA that they came up with said, well, theirs is going to go up to $20. Their single-family ratepayer isn't going to go up $20, right? The problem is that includes some large demand ag parcels, so overall they'll see a 1 or 2% increase, but they're going to not see a 20% impact on this chart. They're not suddenly going to go up for their low demand users. Everyone's going to see $1 or $2 increase. You're going to hear from a number of agencies, or you have in letters, Santa Fe, Helix, City of San Diego, Poway, that are up on the top of that chart, that are well below $100 a month. If you add $2 to their rate, right, we're still 40% higher, right? And the other thing to remember is, if you do nothing, if you say, no, just deal with it, the impact of the projects some of those agencies are doing is going to snowball onto us, so our rates are going to be even higher going forward. So we have this challenge of not only loss of agriculture, but we don't have the ability to use our residential rates to help, right? We're stuck between both. And so this cost of water really disproportionately impacts us. So we talked about this. I won't spend a lot of time because I think staff did a really thorough job on going over this. But the key thing is, we looked at this, we said, hey, cost of water is an issue. We can't do anything about being rural agencies. We can't do anything about being old, having old infrastructure. But we can do something about cost of water. We have the ability to do something about that. And it's clear in the act. So when we joined the Water Authority, Fallbrook was an original member, all the members agreed to terms that said, hey, here's how you join, here's how you leave. And it's very clear. And it basically allows in that section to say, hey, if you as a district figure out a way to meet your water demands in another way, you have the right for your board to say, hey, we want to do this. And yet it also says, just even your board deciding, your voters still get to vote, your voters, right? That's very clear in the act. Everyone agreed to those terms. And it's fairly clear that the legislature and the members agreed that, hey, if someone wants to join the Water Authority, we all get a say. Right? We get to say, hey, can we meet their service needs? Does it make sense? They also said, hey, Water Authority, we don't give you power, though, to tell people when they get to leave, nor do we give our largest member, because this disproportional issue that exists with the Water Authority is 40% of the vote is the City of San Diego. If at that time we had agreed to those terms, we would have essentially been a vassal agency to the City of San Diego. It gave our district the power to say, hey, if this situation in the future doesn't meet our needs, we have the ability to do something. So as was in there, some of the key findings from the LAFCO report is they did say, hey, the act is clear, there is no exit fee, which we agree with. They did say, hey, we do have the ability to impose one, which we're not going to argue about. We're at where we're at today. So, we accept that, and we accept the politics are what they are for a small district like Fallbrook going up against a much larger agency. But with that exit fee, they've come up with a way to mitigate the rate impacts for 5 years. It's also, if you look at it again, it's $12.6 million out of a $930 million annual budget. That's what we're talking about. That's the whole meeting today is, can't the Water Authority mitigate this 1.3% impact? And there are options. So the other things that were talked about is the Water Authority did invest in water supplies, but they're water supply contracts largely. So the QSA is a contract. They didn't build a bunch of facilities. There are the abilities to look at monetizing those contracts. If everyone had the same concerns about cost of water that we did, that process would be moving forward. Our dynamic's different. And so that's part of the problem is we find ourselves a bit of an outlier where we're saying cost of water has become so critical to us, we must do something, where the other member agencies largely have a different perspective. And why are some of the other member agencies opposed? I understand that. I'm friends with many of the people that are opposed to our exit from this. I understand from their perspective. The reality is, as a water agency, anything you can do to keep your rates from going up, even $2, you do, right? It's an easy way. And really, for most of them, the relationship is much better than us. So if you're at the southern end of the system, you're getting a much better deal out of the water authority relationship than you are of Fallbrook and Rainbow. If you're urban, that premium you're paying between Met and the water authority has a much better payback than it does for us, right? So if we have to take a decline, so that premium is about in a drought. If Met cuts back 15%, can we cut back 7%, right, as a region? But if you're rural and your use is outdoors, you're always required to cut back anyway. Our demands are also declining anyway. So the idea that it's based on where were your demands a couple of years ago, they've already declined 10% since then. So that premium for us doesn't have the same benefit. It's also a challenge for us because of the structure of the water authority. I'm 2.5%. I'm a member on the water authority board also. My vote counts for 2.5%. So no one really has to care what the opinion is of the Fallbrook representative. Our issues get lost in the mix. On this too, we talked about that premium. We talked, hey, some of this is infrastructure, which we're not using. Some of it's water supply. In their submittals, they basically said, hey, there's really no cost to serve you, right? Which is not a great situation for us too, for saying, hey, there is no operational savings when we leave the water authority. There is no real operational cost we're gaining by being a member. And for the other member agencies, I understand it's easy just to keep us in, keep our 55,000 ratepayers as part of the rate base. That dealing with these much harder issues going forward in dealing with the water supply mix and those adjustments. And why are we here today? So, this started, although the applications have been in the works for 3 years, believe it or not, this started even before that, about 4 years ago. I think at that time I probably didn't have any gray hair. And so this process started, well beyond even the application period. And really the lag between when we started talking to the water authority and submitting the applications is we really wanted to work it out. It would have been much better. Fallbrook's been at contested hearings and it hasn't gone our way. It would have been much better if we came to you with agreement, and that's what we're really focused on. And we talked about not just options to leave, but at that time we said, hey, are there situations, here's our problem, are there things we can do that will create a situation we can stay and deal with this issue? And really, we got nowhere on that. So for the first couple of years, you'll see there's a whole bunch of letters going back and forth, which you can read if you really can't sleep at some point. And ultimately, after a couple of years, we were told that the solution they came up with is they would help us secure low-interest loans for our infrastructure and/or grants, which isn't really helping.
Okay, I just want to let you know about half your time is up.
Okay, that's perfect, because I'm about halfway done. So we're right on time.
Have another honor.
I saw Keen yawn a little bit, so we're halfway. So.
You gonna bring Kennedy up though?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the last thing, just, when we started this, that's the problem, is the first thing was a public records request, then the CEQA litigation you heard about, and when public agencies are starting to sue each other over CEQA, it really isn't a good use of government funds. It doesn't create a great environment working forward. They hired an attorney, initiated a Stronger Together campaign, and then recently created legislation to essentially try to bypass this process. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kennedy.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm here to try to give a little preview to what you're going to hear the speakers come after me. I have a bulletin list up there, but I actually got a phone call from a local spaghetti factory because they were looking for spaghetti because the water authority threw it all against the wall. Boom. Today's zinger of the day. So I'll go through some of these. So they talk about that we have a debt obligation. They're going to say that we adopt this debt, you have to pay for the debt. And the reality is that each and every time the water authority issues debt, the board of directors adopts a resolution indicates that no member agency has any specific obligation to pay any part of the debt, nor must any member agency purchase any set amount of water. And the reason this is in there is that nobody would sign up for these debts if it wasn't that case. So that's in every single debt issuance since, and the most recent being from 2022. And again, it's hard to read here, but these are excerpts from the various provisions within every single time debt is issued. So when they talk about that we have an obligation to pay the debt, the board of directors of the water authority disagrees that we don't have an obligation to pay any debt nor buy any water. So we've heard a lot about the exit fee is not enough. The reality is most of the water authority's debt is related to the emergency storage project. And to date, in cash, our ratepayers have kicked in about $30 million in money for a project that still doesn't serve our service areas. This has been going on since 1998. It's been patently unfair for a long time. And I brought the quote in here in this slide, but I didn't realize staff was going to bring the same quote. So there's been some questions, where does this $40 million come from? The Water Authority says if the Water Authority does not have to construct this infrastructure, it will save about $40 million in planned costs. Well, that was $40 million or 3 years ago, so it's actually probably a lot more than that. The staff has actually got, we believe, much too low of a credit for a couple of reasons. You know, over the years, and about $1 billion that we've kicked down to the Water Authority in the time we've been members, that's been used to construct about $250 million of infrastructure that we never used and still will be there to serve the member agencies in the South. All that infrastructure was south of us. You know, we don't use any of it. We also have given them about 6% of all the cash on hand they have in reserves, and the Water Authority has considerable reserves. You know, there's many millions of dollars there that our ratepayers were generous enough to hand over and are going to leave behind in this situation. And we've also paid for water that remains in storage in the Lake San Vicente Reservoir and the Liebenheim Reservoir. And it's worth over $10 million that we paid for that other people are going to get to use. We would have liked to have that water be delivered to us on our way out, but that wasn't part of the staff proposal. So we feel that the staff proposal undervalues the credits that should be applied, but that's neither here nor there. CEQA, as we've already talked about, and as the staff report even indicated, that we're going to talk to you about CEQA and the Bay Delta impacts and then the Colorado River water, this and that. It's not true. And there was a recent court case the Water Authority had against Met on the matter of transporting water, and the court determined clearly that the water is metropolitan once it's in Lake Havasu, and that Met determines the mix of water we get here. The Water Authority doesn't determine the mix of water, Eastern doesn't determine the mix of water, and of course Fallbrook and Rainbow don't. And, you know, as Jack indicated, we were sued by Otay Water, and those things were resolved, and the outcome of the suit was confirmation that our CEQA findings were of exemption were valid. I just want to give a quick, from the Met response from 2000, the highlighted sentence says, "It's simply not true that the proposed reorganization will result in any increased reliance on Bay Delta supplies or violate state law." And that's about as simple as it gets. The amount of water Met uses from Bay Delta will not change, because it's just changing who gets invoiced, because it's going to be the same no matter what. We've also done the studies required. There are several statutes that require us to show compliance for reduction in supplies from the Bay Delta. We're 100% in compliance with all those statutes, and we've documented that in some of the information we've given to LAFCO. So the rate impacts are other agencies. You know, with option 2, there's zero rate impact. What the staff has recommended, there are no rate impacts to anyone for at least 5 years. And after that, the results were minimal, less than 2%. You know, it was at 1.3%, it was at 1.9%, it's pretty small. And the reality is, Jack indicated, and I met with Water Authority first in May of 2019, so over 4 years ago now. And by the time the process completes, so we're going to have, let's say that the commission does choose option 2 today, well, we still have to run an election, there's going to be some procedural matters to get through. It will probably be 5 years from May of 2019 to when the detachment occurs. And then another 5 years of zero impact from the exit fee. So there's 10 years. 10 years for any organization to manage a less than 2% adjustment of their net operating revenue should be a manageable process for any of us, any of the cities or organizations we work with. If it's not manageable by you, the problem isn't detachment, I'm here to tell you. So the rate impacts, as it was highlighted by staff and by Jack earlier, you know, over the last 10 years, it's gone up over 100%, the rate increase in the Water Authority. And the City of Oceanside wrote a letter to LAFCO as part of this process that compared the impact of the detachment without an exit fee to the Water Authority's proposed rate increase, which is going to be another fun meeting I get to go to later this month. But the City of Oceanside Center calculates that the proposed rate increase in 1 year from the water authority is over 7 times the impact of detachment on the people of Oceanside. And so some of the stuff talking about the hysterics over, oh, the financial calamity detachment's going to cause, you know, it's a flip of the road compared to what the water authority is doing all the time. And I think that it also points to the absolute need for this commission to consider MSR after detachment's resolved. So it was discussed by staff. I guess I didn't get a chance to see their slides, but we paired some of the same stuff with the voting rights. It's a non-issue. Yeah, one of them was the general manager, but we would argue that it's pretty bad policy if you're hiring a chief executive on a razor-thin margin. I imagine that person is on the hot seat every day. I would never want to take that job with a vote decided by that. And there's never been a large water supply decision made at met by that kind of margin. And so I think the general manager vote was more of political maneuvering than actual water supply and governance issues. So the regional planning impacts, they're going to talk about, oh, you know, there's been talk about, oh, we're going to be in Riverside County. We're not. We're still rated in San Diego County. Chair Desmond will still be our supervisor. All those fun things. And as staff indicated, Sandag was asked to talk about this repeatedly. They always had a lot of meetings with them, and they never weighed in on it. So I know you hear about that it's going to ruin the planning capability of the region. And some of us in the rural areas, especially the Sandag, you know, they don't give a lot of input on that stuff. They do like to collect the taxes, but we don't get a lot of input on what happens with that money. Again, this has also been addressed by staff, the impact of the debt rating. They've been looked at this for the last 4 years. This has been on the radar if you read through the rating agencies. And they've, you know, part of these rating increases haven't been budging. You know, one dipped a little bit, but then came right back up. And so if this is what you hear in the upcoming slides, it's just a diversionary tactic. It's not really a thing. There are structural challenges at the Water Authority, as Dr. Hammond had demonstrated, and met for that reason. But detachment isn't one of them. So the supply risks, you know, a lot of people have done supply reliability studies, from Dr. Hammond to Met, Eastern, to ourselves, and it all concluded not sufficient supply reliability, and that we have our local storage and supply to handle in the case of emergency that none has ever happened, but I'm sure it will come up that one might. But is the Water Authority supply more reliable than Eastern's? Maybe. You know, we'll see. But the last 3 years are the driest 3 years on record. You know, in California, we all remember the drought last. If you were talking this last October, boy, the drought was the number one thing in the news. Well, at Water Authority, we had no cutbacks. If we were at Eastern, we also had no cutbacks. And so the resiliency that had built into its system would have performed perfectly, and we would have been just fine. And then you'll probably hear about an earthquake. I know there's been correspondence with the Water Authority about earthquake risks and whatnot. The last recorded earthquake on the Elsinore Fault was in 1910. Didn't have a surface rupture, which is what you need to break a pipeline. The USGS Caltech has never detected one, although if you dig deep in the website, it says the last surface rupture earthquake was 17th century ? And so it's not really a thing. But the main point of this is that farmers like reliability too. You know, all of them like to know where their water supply is coming from. But ask them if the cost for that reliability puts you out of business, what good does it do? And I'm sure you'll hear some of that from the people behind me later today.
So how's the time doing?
I got 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Okay, go.
All right. So you'll probably see a slide that'll have headlines from the 90s about supply risks. And I just believe this because I've been to a lot of road shows with these guys. So I bet that's so we made a new slide with some headlines from recently about overestimation of demand and the wholesale cost of water tripling and the value of avocados shrinking and that we're bracing for 14% spikes in rates. So those are current topics. So you'll probably hear about stuff that happened in the 90s to fearmonger on reliability's sake. But the reality is that in our area, the cost of water and the damage to agriculture is the #1 problem we've got. So one of the things I just want to emphasize, our agricultural customers cannot wait. And you're going to hear from a number of people here, including the California Avocado Commission, who's here today, to talk to you about, hey, you know, it's time. And we spent over $500,000 studying this over 3 years. And there's over 12,000 pages of documents in the administrative record. And And the staff, as Priscilla indicated, will benefit agriculture, which it will. The eastern can meet our demands, and that the near and long-term rate impacts can be mitigated. So there's not going to cost anybody else a penny for at least 5 years, and then the water authority can manage to work it out after that. Option one is what the legislature intended, which is our preferred alternative. But we can also support option two, although it will harm agriculture, because that money is going to come from somebody. That $24 million, we've got to pull it out of the pockets of growers and residents to hand down south for an area that we don't necessarily agree with. Option three has a number of issues. As you know, the Water Authority is trying to make an 11th effort to change the rules and bypass LAFCO process, which I know LAFCO's all love when people run to the legislature where they don't get what they want at LAFCO. But delays in detachment will mean more groves will be lost. This is a certainty. There'll probably be people here who will tell you. There are people I hear from all the time saying, I don't think I can make another year. I don't think I can handle another rate increase. And we've lost, tens of thousands of acres of groves. So should they choose option three, it should be modified, hopefully to provide additional credit against the exit fee for net revenues during the MSR period, and as Commission Council indicated, to establish the region for elections now and not later. But I just want to remind you in my closing parts, as staff mentioned, the CKH is specific in regard to agricultural policies, that maintaining the physical and economic integrity of agricultural lands is part of state law. You are directed to do so. And your policy L101 on the preservation of open space and agricultural lands is part of your policy. You have an obligation under both factors of law to focus on agriculture and protect agriculture as part of this process. And the staff report correctly indicates that is what this is about. So denial or delay of approval of applications will harm agriculture in our region, our San Diego County economy.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have time for questions.
No, not yet. Not yet. But thank you very much. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll have the water authority come up and give a 30-minute presentation. So 5 minutes. Is that me? Yep.
That's right. How are we doing? These water issues, we have It's good to see you.
Yes, nice
like
to
crazy.
see you.
Everybody's busy today.
I know they are. How are you?
Busy. You're good. Good busy. For the
Good
most
busy.
part, yes.
Okay, good.
Harvest season.
Okay.
A lot of things going on.
Now you guys grow flowers, is that right?
We do.
Okay.
So most of our flowers are wholesale, and they end up in stores all over, the western part of the U.S., western Canada, and some as far as South Korea. Believe it
Oh
or
my
not.
goodness!
It's crazy.
Tell me what kind of flowers you got.
They're called protea. Some people pronounce them as protea.
Protea. I was thinking what's the flowers that also
The Resendez.
Resendez,
Yes.
yeah.
So they are actually our wholesaler. So everything we grow goes through Resendez.
Okay.
Unless we do a special advantage or farmers table.
Yeah, well, it is crowded.
But it's hard, with the water. I mean, they're hard to grow. And they don't actually take off. But we've had to take the market's there, but we
Now, are you just out to say water?
not where we are, no. At least we haven't experienced.
Okay, well, Sandy, if you're ready, I see you are. If you want to go ahead and start, we have the presentation from the water.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I believe it's still morning. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Sandy Pearl. I'm the General Manager of San Diego County Water Authority, and I'll be joined by two other speakers to address this components of the complex issues that we have before us today. And as you have stated, we're granted 30 minutes, so please hold your questions until the end, and we'd be happy to answer any of those all in that time. So you have already heard a lot of numbers and rationale, and you'll hear a lot more, and we look forward to the opportunity to respond to any of those questions. But throughout this presentation, if we could go to the next slide, but throughout this presentation, we're going to address three key issues. Number one, protecting water ratepayers countywide. Number two, maintaining integrated regional planning. And number three, supporting voter equity. Ultimately, I ask you to apply these principles to your decision-making process today as you hear all of this information. So here's a preview of our presentation today. We will provide a brief background about the Water Authority and how water supply reliability is the issue of our time. Then we will address the top line issues around these detachment applications and how the detachment could harm San Diego County by unfairly raising rates on more than 3 million residents, businesses, and farmers. An important note is even with the exit fee, not all costs are covered, and we will address this issue in this presentation. Reducing the county's vote on regional financial decisions undermining regional planning, violating state law, and disenfranchising 98% of the voters in San Diego County. So as we go to the next slide, you'll see a circle at the top, and that is Rainbow and Fallbrook. That's a lot of land that would be leaving this county under detachment, reducing our voting power in San Diego. The rest of the colors represent other member agencies, the ones who are being asked to pay for what is effectively a tax so that Fallbrook and Rainbow can leave. This slide also gives you a sense of the regional coordination and planning necessary to make and execute long-term plans for obtaining and delivering water 24/7, 365. Through 5 major pipelines to 24 agencies that ultimately serve 3.3 million people and a $268 billion economy. While many people might take this for granted, we've been deploying and refining the system in coordination with our member agencies for over 75 years. Over the past 3 decades, the vision and direction of the board of directors of this regional agency have ensured numerous major projects that maintain water supply reliability for all of its 24 member agencies. Raising San Vicente Dam to secure the largest increase in county water storage in history, using massive earthen canals and lining them in the desert to conserve water and put it to beneficial use for this region. Working 24/7, 365 to ensure our massive pipelines that are large enough to drive trucks through keep delivering the water that sustains our economy and our quality of life. And building the nation's largest seawater desalination plant. Because of the scale of our projects, we must plan in advance and invest billions of dollars on behalf of our member agencies. One important result of these actions is that we have almost eliminated San Diego County's reliance on environmentally sensitive Bay Delta, Northern California water as directed by state law. The results of this vision and long-standing coordinated regional approach was clearly evident last year when other water agencies, not many moons ago, but last year, other water agencies across the Southwest were literally running out of water and rationing supplies. Here you see some of the headlines from 2022 in metropolitan service territory to the north of us. In contrast, San Diego County not only has supplies, but has been lauded as a national model for our planning and readiness by the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Yale University's Environmental Magazine. With more severe rationing by MWD and others was avoided by an extraordinary set of storms this spring, climate models are clear that we are facing hotter and drier climate in the entire Southwest for the long term. Put simply, severe drought conditions have become more and more frequent over the past 30 years. So that today we are no longer talking about drought as an episode, but rather as a norm. And that means water reliability is the defining issue of our time. There are many things that you can live without, but you certainly can't live without water. I'll now hand the presentation over to Special Counsel Mark Haddam to discuss the challenges for all San Diego County created by detachment.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mark Haddam. I'm the former General Counsel of the Water Authority and current Special Counsel of the Water Authority. I'd like to cover a few issues with you today. Some of the issues you've heard about, some you may not. The first thing is, I want you to be aware that our board, which is 36 members, represents the entire county of San Diego. In May of 2020, our board voted to oppose detachment unless these 4 conditions were satisfied that you see in front of you. The first one is protecting Fallbrook and Rainbow ratepayers. That goes directly to the reliability issue you just heard Sandy talking about. The simple fact is that both Eastern and Metropolitan and the Water Authority are MET members and get MET water. The Water Authority also has QSA water and desal water. There is no comparison. The Water Authority has more reliable water supply because it's MET water plus. It's not the same. Second, avoiding negative impacts for other member agencies. We'll go into this in some detail, but there are going to be negative impacts for other member agencies. Third, protecting the Bay Delta. It will not be protected. The Bay Delta will be impacted if these applications are approved here today, as we'll show you. And lastly, maintaining the Water Authority's voting rights at MET, which are critical, as we'll also explain to you. So 3 years after the Water Authority board voted, we're here today. None of the conditions have been satisfied. Next slide. Water rates, if you approve these applications, water rates are going to increase for the vast majority of this county. For low-income residents, there's been no study of that. For local farmers, we'll get into that in a minute. For renters and homeowners, for businesses, they will all pay a subsidy for Rainbow and Fallbrook to be detached and to join Riverside County. In addition to those costs, the rating agencies have said that detachment poses a threat to our ratings and therefore our cost of lending and therefore ultimately potential additional rate increases for our ratepayers in the county. Now, to take the argument that was made about, well, they've known about detachment and they haven't done anything. Yeah, there hasn't been a detachment yet. This process has not been completed yet, but they've given fair warning that it may affect those ratings if it were to occur. Now, we're aware that Fallbrook and Rainbow would like to at least get some short-term rate savings by leaving and going to MET water. We know to the commission, which you're aware of, that in 2015, in front of this commission, staff recommended the consolidation of these 2 agencies, which would save them about $2.5 million a year. And they didn't want to do that at the time, or at least one of them didn't, and the commission didn't approve it. Okay? But there are other methods for saving money for these agencies other than harming the rest of San Diego County. That's the only option that they're presenting you here today because they don't want to do the other, which would save them money. Next slide, please. Now, you saw an earlier slide from staff saying that, well, it's a close call, but the tipping point is agriculture. Well, let's look at that tipping point. If you read the agenda report, you think the only ag in this county was in Fallbrook and Rainbow. That is not true. If you look at these numbers, in our service area, 70% of the ag acreage in the Water Authority service area is outside of Fallbrook and Rainbow. That means 70% will have increased water costs by this. Only the 30% in Fallbrook and Rainbow would have short-term lower costs, which also, by the way, over time could increase, and you also heard earlier. Now, staff's report basically says these rate increases are insignificant. Well, they don't have to pay those costs, do they? The farmers have to pay those costs. Let's look at what Valley Center Municipal Water District said, which is a large ag agency right next door to Rainbow, okay? This is what they said in their letter to you for this hearing. Water costs will certainly increase for our customers, compounding the problems with which our agency is dealing. This can only hasten the negative financial impact on our local agricultural community. There are ag interests in this county that are outside of Fallbrook and Rainbow. By the way, completely ignored in the staff report. There's no analysis of effects on ag in the rest of the county. There's simply gratuitous statements about it's less than inflation, so it's insignificant. Next slide, please. Now, you've also heard about the proposed exit fee. It does not cover the cost, and let me just walk through this a little bit with you. First of all, you heard from Dr. Hanneman that his analysis was the fee should be between somewhere between 12 and 18 some million dollars per year, depending how you calculate it. Our finance department has a little over $16 million a year, as you see in this chart, okay? So one aspect is, well, how much should the detachment fee be? Well, Dr. Hanneman said 12 to 18 million. Staff took the lower number, okay? So first off, they take the lowest possible number, okay? Second, Dr. Hanneman said it should be between 3 and 10 years. Did they come up with 10 years as the maximum? No, they go with 3 years. So first they reduce the amount per year, then they reduce the amount of years, and then as the third plan on top of that, they then take the ESP project, which was going to be funded over 30 years, okay, and financed, and they deduct the whole cost of it in the 5 years. So if you take, for example, the $16 million a year and multiply it by 10, say 10 years exit fee, that's $160 million, not $20 million that's being proposed in the agenda report in front of you, okay? These kinds of things, and by the way, they also didn't include all the engineering costs. We presented a lengthy, detailed engineering memorandum in our response 3 years ago to staff. It's completely ignored in the report, okay? We said at that time the cost would exceed $3 million. Now, with inflation, et cetera, would probably be more like 6. Again, not one word about that in the report to you. Next slide, please. Now, detachment also violates state laws, not just a policy. It violates the law. Let me tell you why. What's going on here? First off, the simple fact is by moving from the Water Authority to Metropolitan Water solely, it will affect the Bay Delta. That's an environmentally sensitive area. It's a critical area in Northern California, and it will increase use of the Bay Delta water. Now, you saw Mr. Kennedy give you a quote from Jeff Keitlinger, who wrote that letter that he quoted from, who was a longtime adversary of the Water Authority for many years as the general manager of Metropolitan, saying it will not affect the Bay Delta. That's not true. Dr. Hanneman concluded it would affect the Bay Delta, increase the amounts of use on the Bay Delta. The Bay Delta Watermaster wrote you communications saying it will affect the Bay Delta. This will increase usage of water in the Bay Delta, okay? And staff, to their credit, highlighted that in their agenda report to you, okay? And staff, to their credit, also said here at the bottom, staff concurs the reorganization proposals would result in greater demands on the Bay Delta, and in doing so, stray from state policy, Water Code Section 85021, to reduce reliance on the Delta. What I want to point out to you is the statute is not just a policy statement. There's a policy statement in it. It starts off, the policy of the state of California is to reduce reliance on the Delta in meeting California's future water supply needs. Each region that depends on water from the Delta watershed shall, not may, might, or might, think about or ponder, shall improve regional self-reliance for water. So it's a policy statement of the state. It's also a direction by the state. Now, the Water Authority Board complied with this over the years by doing desalination, by doing the QSA supplies to get off the Bay Delta, okay? These agencies want to now reverse that and go back to that and bump up reliance on the state delta, or the Bay Delta, which violates this state law and the extant policy of the state of California. So you have to consider this. It is not, as presented by the applicants, a non-issue. This is a major issue. And I will also note to you, just as an aside, it won't be an aside later, potentially, but there's been no secret compliance here. This issue has not been reviewed by anybody, okay? The applicant's secret compliance consisted of resolutions to submit an application to you. That's what their resolutions were. We want to submit an application to LAFCO, and they filed a secret exemption for that. It's completely inapplicable. Now LAFCO staff's trying to bootstrap off that exemption that the agencies filed and say, well, we don't have to look at anything. You do have to look at it. You cannot impose additional reliance on the Bay Delta with no secret compliance and no environmental review. Next slide, please. Detachment would also weaken San Diego County because you'd be handing voting rights to Eastern and Riverside County. Now, the staff said, well, we looked at, 10 years of votes and we only found 3 that were close. Yeah, and they were all recent. Okay, they weren't 10 years ago. They're now, because the net board is split, okay? That's why you have a 50-50 vote on the general manager and these other procedural matters related to the general manager, et cetera, okay? Why does that matter? Because what net does goes right to the pocketbook of San Diego County ratepayers. We all pay for what Metropolitan decides, so decisions at Met are critical. We have representation on the Met board. It's based on assessed land value in San Diego County. If you move lands from San Diego County into Riverside County for this purpose, nobody has a choice here. It's mandated by statute. The voting goes with it, okay? That net vote goes from San Diego County to Riverside, okay? So you lose some of your vote, but you get a double result. Why? Because Eastern has fought tooth and nail against this county for more than a decade and litigated extensively to stop ratepayer refunds to your constituents here in San Diego County. Our agency has collected over $90 million, which by the way never gets mentioned in all these stories about high rates, okay, and handed it back to our member agencies, okay? Why? Because we were able to defeat Eastern and Metropolitan in the litigation and get that money back to the ratepayers. But Eastern's sole intent for the last decade has been to harm San Diego County ratepayers, and now you're considering handing over to them some of our county's voting rights. It's completely inappropriate. Next slide, please. Now, additionally, detachment would harm regional planning. The Sandag didn't write a letter. I don't know, we all know these processes that were here are political, but the simple fact is water planning in San Diego County is important. We're a dry region of the country. We have to plan accordingly, and we have an MOU, our agency has an MOU with Sandag to work together on the regional planning. These types of things, this moving land out of the county for water purposes, but not for other purposes, et cetera, is a disjointed attempt to circumvent proper regional planning. And I will also add to this, and I believe your executive officer has received a letter today from Metropolitan, from the chair of Metropolitan, basically saying that the LAFCO cannot circumvent the Met Board, that there is no automatic annexation into Eastern, that the Met Board has the authority to decide if this land, if it were to detach, if it could even annex into Eastern. And the LAFCO has no authority to do that and can't take Met's powers away from it. I'm just alerting you that letter came today. I haven't really had a chance to analyze it myself, but it's a significant issue because there's a whole lot of, and there's a lot of procedural issues and other things that we don't have time to get into here today. For ease of sleeping, someone mentioned earlier, read all the documents. That's certainly true, but I will just tell you, we've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort walking through the issues for this commission so you could see all the issues and what the ramifications were. It may be boring, some of it's legal, etc. It is what it is, but it lays out the important facts and legal issues for you to consider for this. And one of the issues that was raised before is an issue about voting, and I'll now hand it over to Nick Serrano to cover that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Nick Serrano, Vice Chair of the San Diego County Water Authority, Deputy Chief of Staff to San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria. So it is with all of this in mind that we are requesting the commission reject staff's recommendation and disapprove the request to detach. However, should this commission be inclined to approve the proposals in front of you today, at the very least, we believe all the residents of San Diego County deserve a say. Given the impact, both economic and political, to nearly every household in San Diego County, given the nature of what this action is, governmental reorganization and annexation from one county to another, given that the approval of detachment will essentially be a tax on approximately 3 million people. Given all of this, we all should be able to agree that the voters, the vast majority of whom will be impacted, deserve a say because it's the right thing to do. In fact, it's clear from LAFCO that in similar situations, they believe the same for similar actions that come before this body. Say, the incorporation of a city. Next slide. Unfortunately, it's been suggested to you all that a countywide vote is not necessary, legal, or appropriate, and it has caused the state legislature to signal its intent to make clear that this should be the case. That said, we believe you do have the authority today as the commission to decide a countywide vote is necessary, is appropriate, and to require it. And that is all born out of the acknowledgement that what you do with these applications will create unforeseen impacts and challenges across the county. And I submit to you that this is precisely why LAFCO's Cities Advisory Committee, which is comprised of representatives from all 18 cities, formally opposed the staff recommendation. It's also why you have water districts from across the region asking you to do the same. In fact, no water districts outside of Fallbrook and Rainbow have asked you to approve the proposals outright. Next slide. That said, I do want you to know that as the Vice Chair of the San Diego County Water Authority and a representative of the City of San Diego, in addition to our Chair, Mel Katz, who's here, we hear, get, and understand the plight that the folks from Fallbrook and Rainbow are representing here today. We have to value and take care of the agricultural communities that are here in this region. There's no question about that. It's not in the city's interest nor anyone else's to have agriculture decimated, as has been suggested, in San Diego County. However, the solution to the problems that have been represented isn't just to leave the table. We have just started to sit down with Tom and Jack as the new board leadership of the San Diego County Water Authority, and we hope to be able to continue those conversations about solutions that we can bring about. Because unfortunately, approving detachment will actually harm agriculture and harm farmers in San Diego County. See Valley Center, see Uina, see Escondido, see Ramona, see Vista, see even some of the northern portions of the city of San Diego. All of them will pay more with their detachment. And so I'd ask the question, how is this a solution that benefits the region? It doesn't. And so in closing, I know, you all have been presented with a lot today. And a lot of history, a lot of legalese, maybe a crash course in water supplies, policy, and governance. I get it. But I think it's important to level with each of you as the commission to make very clear what's at stake. What's at stake, quite frankly, is the whole notion of regional governance and planning. From SANDAG to MTS, the Airport Authority, LAFCO, and yes, the Water Authority, these entities exist to govern and plan for issues of regional significance. Some of you serve on these very bodies. And as you know, there are sometimes natural tensions and disagreements like those being discussed today. But the answer has never been to cede from the union. No, cities stay at the table. They advocate and they represent for the people that they serve. What's at stake and what's with your yes vote on detachment is a vote to reduce San Diego County's voting power at the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. As it was inevitably argued, that the departure will only result in slim margins shaved away from our vote apportionment. Let's be clear. Let's acknowledge San Diego's long history with Metropolitan. Let's acknowledge that Metropolitan also represents the interests of Los Angeles County, Orange, Ventura, and Riverside. Let's acknowledge that we know that the interests of San Diego versus LA were very different. Let's acknowledge that for years, Met has tried to make San Diego County pay more. Let's acknowledge that important votes at Met do come down to slim margins. And let's acknowledge that if detachment is approved, collectively, LA and Riverside will have an even greater say over San Diego. What's at stake with your yes vote on detachment is a vote to increase water rates for nearly 3 million people in San Diego County. That includes most of you on the dais today, the constituents you represent, and every ratepayer who is outside of the Fallbrook and Rainbow service areas. It's not a talking point. It's been acknowledged in the staff presentation. For the city of San Diego, that's approximately $2 per month per household. For Valley Center, $3 per month per household on every water bill. For Palma Valley and the Northern Tribal Lands, approximately $18 per month per household on every water bill. And lastly, what's at stake with your yes vote on detachment is a proposed governmental reorganization that will impact the vast majority of households and residents in the region going forward without a true vote of the people. Fallbrook and Rainbow collectively represent 56,000 people. We are a county of 3 million. That is what is at stake with the staff recommendation that is in front of you. And so put simply, detachment is not the appropriate solution to the challenges that these agencies are representing. And so on behalf of the San Diego County Water Authority, on behalf of the City of San Diego and the City's Advisory Committee, and on behalf of the 3 million people in our region who will be impacted by the recommendation that is in front of you today, we respectfully request this commission reject staff's recommendation and approve option 5 to disapprove the detachment proposals. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Have you got time left? Do you want to use any more of it?
Good.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, what we're going to move into next is from the commission, if you have any technical questions, is what we're going to do. We'd like to hear from the public before we pontificate or before we take any positions or things like that. If you have any technical questions from any of the presenters that presented today, we've got it all. So, Joe.
Yeah, I have a question basically at Fallbrook. Okay, now I'm on. Now I have a question of Rainbow and Fallbrook on their, basically on their infrastructure.
Wait a second. Okay, put in your speaker slip in the next 1 minute. Otherwise, it's done. So thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, Chad. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, because I can't hear you if you're back there.
And I'll ask our people answering just to answer the questions as opposed to going on and on and on. Yeah, I'm just, it's for everybody. It's for everybody.
My turn?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Quick question. I understand you get all underwater now from off of that line. I understand that. Now, what kind of interties do you have with Rainbow? Because staff put your water supply at 73 days, but you have more days of water supply than what Rainbow does to get to that 73. So what kind of interties do you presently have, and or what interties, reworking some of your pipelines, will you need in the future?
So I'm going to apologize in advance, but this isn't going to be a yes or no. But there's 2 parts to it. So one, I think we have about 4 interties. We're also looking at expanding our interties because Fallbrook also has a local water supply source that just came online. So United States versus Fallbrook Public Utility District, long project, but we get groundwater now from Camp Pendleton. So in an earthquake, and we have an agreement with Rainbow that says in a emergency, we will help meet their health and safety needs using that supply. So we're looking at that, sort of regardless of detachment to expand some of our interconnects. But I think we have about 4.
Presently. So,
yeah.
So if there were an emergency or drought and no water, you could still have your local supply that you could provide Rainbow.
Correct, and we have a 1,200 acre foot reservoir, so there is an agreement. We actually do work fairly well together. There is an agreement for us to work together in that situation. And the thing to remember in that situation is, a lot of our use is outdoors. If we have a massive earthquake, we're probably not going to be watering outdoors, so we're really down to a health and safety level, which is a much smaller demand for us.
I think the emergencies now is more drought prone rather than then, okay, then that takes care of that one question, but then on, so then with, I'm done with the call for questions at least now. To tie back in, your concern is the fact that, you're not getting any, relief, or you're not getting any infrastructure relevant to the emergency storage program. Well, congratulations. The rest of North County has had that same concern, and we didn't get any, I represent this irrigation district. All of the improvements went south to begin with. We now get some of the desal that gets transferred into the Twin Oaks treatment plant. So, I understand your frustration because it has been a long time before we did get any relief from that. As one of my board members always says, it was on the board, we're paying for several times at a time. So, that being said, we're not putting in that pump station now. So the question is, how are you going to be serving that southern portion that pump station was going to be utilized for?
Well, the ESP pump station wasn't to serve the southern portion of our district. It's to serve the northern portion, and it had to be connected to Metropolitan pipelines. In our southern service area, during high peak demands, in some of the higher elevations down here, Gopher Canyon, Camino del Rey area, we have current temporary pump stations that are used during water authority shutdowns we are fabricating currently in Centralia, Illinois. Some small pump stations that will be mounted on a truck and brought over here, hopefully in the next 6 to 8 months, depending on how supply chain goes. We are going to be installing the pump stations that will be necessary for detachment, irrespective of detachment, because the water authority charges us the same transportation rate as people that have boat tie get, so a couple $100 an acre foot, to only move it a couple miles. And the cost of those pump stations will be completely recovered, positive ROI, that gets more positive in every rate increase, to move all of our demands. Right now, we do about 80% of our demands on net pipes, 20% on water authority pipes, and we're going to move to 100% on net pipes. Over the next, as soon as those pump stations get here, they'll be installed. The projects have been funded, approved, they're in our current rates, and they're under construction now. So
what was the cost of the pump stations?
Total, I think the project's about $10 million. But the ROI is based on transportation rate savings alone, not detachment. So this is not a detachment-related project, although it'll come in really handy should the commission decide to detach Palmer to Neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners? Yeah, Ian. Ian.
A question for Jack. In your presentation, you talked about the beginning of it, how this could have been avoided. You had discussions with the water authority early on, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think it made it sort of easier for our board, given we never were able to bring something back, for resolution or options that were really viable. So, I think, I didn't go into this that we're leaving no matter what. We're just dealing with a real issue in our community, and the path that was taken really pushed us into the situation we're in today.
Also heard that you're talking now with the water authority.
Yeah, and I'd say part of the reason we're probably talking now is because there's a concern that the commission might actually vote favorably. I would suspect if they felt like the commission, there wasn't a chance, we wouldn't be talking. And I think the challenges we present, if they do carve us out or create a similar situation that would have with Eastern, make us a similar sort of wholesale entity of the water authority, create more challenges than really the money's worth. That's sort of my take on it. So while I appreciate their meeting with us and we're having discussions, I'm not really that optimistic that we're going to get to a viable outcome, that some delay in this is really going to get us to a solution.
This is just for show on their behalf.
I'd like to say it's softer than that, because Nick and I will have to hang out at some point after this is over. But I do not think there's really a substantial effort. I mean, we met, several weeks ago. We haven't met again, right? So if it was really a concern, we could have really pressed to come in here and really forced to get to something before we got to the commission. So I think they do appreciate our concerns, but I don't think we're really on a path to get to an alternative. If we say give it a couple weeks or give it a month, I don't think anything's going to change.
You don't think that option 3 doing an MSR would be helpful?
I think it'll be helpful for the water authority because I think there's substantial issues with the water authority that need to get dealt with. I think tying us into that creates sort of confusion, and the MSR is going to be more about detachment than a lot of the issues Dr. Hanneman raised that really need to be addressed with the water authority. So I think the MSR is a great idea, but our issues are really separate and we're very unique. And so I think that's part of it is a first step maybe to deal with the detachment of Rainbow and Fallbrook. The second is maybe look at that structure of the water authority in more detail. And I know I'm really going to upset the chair because I'm really going off on.
Okay, also last question. The comparison of numbers that we heard, conflicting numbers between your numbers and their numbers we just heard about, without going into details, is that anywhere close to being accurate?
Well, I just put it this way. If we presented numbers that were lower and we think the number from LAFCO is a little too high for revenue impact, the water authority thinks they're too high. Dr. Hanneman had all that analysis. That's why we didn't come in here and relitigate all this. The same information they presented, they've been presenting since the beginning. There's been independent experts from Mr. Cate and others that have looked at it. And so there was a disagreement. And a lot of that has to do with where our demands have been, where they're going. Different projections. The water authority thinks our demands are going to suddenly ramp back up. And so they're basing it on really higher demands in the future where, Dr. Hanneman took a year, which is probably high because we're declining in demand. So where we're at now is the best numbers you have are, independently verified numbers are the numbers that LAFCO and the LAFCO staff did. They had information from both sides, some higher, some lower.
If you take the politics out of this, what would be the best answer?
For us, without the politics, I mean, from a structural, that's why we're here. I mean, from structural water supply challenges of our community, it makes more sense. We fit better to Eastern. That model's a better water supply model. That's my perspective, obviously. That's a better water supply model for us than it is being a member of the water authority anymore. It's not really degrading the water authority. They're just focused on things that really benefit the city of San Diego and others, and we can't afford to pay for that, and that's the challenge. So I think, from a structural perspective for what's best in the county, that's my perspective.
Do you think that the ag community would truly benefit from being in Eastern rather than water?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to ask them about cost of water, but it's our biggest cost, right? And that's the one thing we can control is getting lower cost water. So the only way we're going to be able to really do something about the cost of water is to go to Eastern. There's talk of, well, you should consolidate. There's nothing to say we won't in the future, right? We can also save money down the road. We might look at it, but that's a long-term, 5-6 years through optimization. So those may both be steps, and I don't doubt to really do what we're going to have to do. We're going to need to do both, quite honestly.
If we got the approval today, this wouldn't be the end of it. You continue discussion, look at consolidations and other ways of doing better, more efficient job for less money.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if we're both part of Eastern, it really leads to that as the next honest discussion is now let's, work together and further look for savings. This is an important first step to really stem that precipitous decline we're seeing in agriculture because that's causing all kinds of problems. But long term, we've got other things we still have to do. There's other steps we're still going to do.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate your candor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Whitford. Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate the presentations and the robust discussion of different perspectives we're hearing today. I have a couple of questions for staff. We heard from Mr. Kennedy that this reorganization would not increase the volume of water coming out of the Bay Delta. As was pointed out on page 512 under comment 1.6, staff concurs that the reorganization proposals would result in greater demands on the Bay Delta, and in doing so would stray from state policy, Water Code 85021, to reduce reliance on the Delta. So how do I reconcile Mr. Kennedy's representation that there would be no greater demands on the Bay Delta with the staff representation that there would be?
This is really a matter of projecting future supply uncertainties. And as I indicate in my report, the County Water Authority has a more reliable portfolio because it's much more dependent. Oh, let me replace that. It has access to a more secure right from the Colorado River through the QSA. So historically, in 1990 and in 2008, 2009, when there was a shortage in Northern California in the State Water Project, the Colorado River kicked in. But we're now in an era where the Colorado River itself is not going to kick in. And so with the arrival of uncertainty about Colorado River water, and with the likelihood that post-2026, NET will probably have to accept a haircut to its water right, this will put a greater reliance on the State Water Project in Northern Colorado. These are scenarios we haven't experienced over the last 30 or 40 years, but they're very predictable in the future.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that response. If there's a real possibility then that this would result in greater demands on the Bay Delta, which would not align with state water policy, would that not trigger a requirement for a sequence analysis?
No, and that is because the exemption process that we have followed with council's advice allows us to first look at the list of exemptions that are out there. We believe class 20 is appropriate, and then the check on that exemption process is, are there any unusual circumstances that warrant an exception to the exemption use? And I am attesting as your executive officer, I don't see any exceptions to that exemption. In part, and largely because when the water authority cites that there's this impact on the delta, staff, as Dr. Hammond has said, has acknowledged it's an impact, but it does not rise to any material or significant impact. And just for the benefit of those who are keeping score, if you look at our footnote number 1 in our supplemental correspondence where we address comments from the water authority, over the last 5 years, Commission, of data available on flows in the South Delta, which is the State Water Project. Over the last 5 years of recorded flows under the Bulletin 132, each year the flow amount fluctuates by 25% or more. If all of the applicant's water were to come through the State Water Project, which is unlikely, but just for the benefit of gaining it out, it would be an impact of 1.6%. So irrespective of the applicants, the baseline is a fluctuation every year between 25% less, 25% more. The applicant's impact at most could be about 1.6%. We are well within the reason of saying this is not only exempt, but there's no exceptions to the exemption. At least that's my professional observation.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. The categorical exemption that you're referring to, and correct me if I'm wrong here, does that not contemplate that the effect of the reorganization is confined to the affected territory? Is that not the exemption that we're using?
Yes.
So here we're talking about a potential impact to the Bay Delta, which is far from the affected territory. So if we are specifically looking at an impact outside the territory, how would a categorical exemption contemplating that the reorganization is confined to the affected territory apply?
Well, I think there's a reasonable concept of constraining the idea of what the impact is, right? So there might be pumping impacts in Buttonwell. There may be other things that go on to the delivery of this water, but relative to our responsibility for SAFEWA, I don't think it's reasonable for us to assume this relatively minor effect or impact, depending on one's word choice, triggers the exception to the exemption rule. That's your staff's perspective. Water Authority has their perspective. I hope you give ours some credence.
I appreciate that, Mr. Simons. Let me ask about the risk of a credit downgrade to the County Water Authority. We heard that that risk is less than significant. The only actual statement that I've seen from Standard & Poor's is an expression of concern about that risk in the report from March of 2021. In the staff analysis, it says that given Standard & Poor's own observations on the topic, it is reasonable to assume detachments would impact the County Water Authority's credit rating, but that it is reasonable to presume the impact would be less than significant. The report goes on to express the belief that the Standard & Poor's downgrade was not primarily based on the concerns around detachment, and that exit fees and the unique circumstances of the reorganization would likely address those concerns and not set a precedent for future detachments. But we were shown a quote from staff a few minutes ago saying that there may in fact be unique and local meritorious reasons for other local water districts to seek detachment. So my question is, the idea that Standard & Poor's concerns have been addressed sounds speculative to me. Standard & Poor's has not actually stated that their concerns about detachment have been addressed. Is that correct? Mr. Cate?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think one point that we try to make in the presentation is that our belief is that the issue of precedent is addressed given the unique nature of Falkland Rainbow. Therefore, the ability of other agencies within City Relay to detach is mitigated based on what Standard & Poor's has mentioned. So we address the precedent concern because Fallbrook and Rainbow are very much the only ones who have the ability to detach. In terms of the impact, I think staff's perspective is that yes, we believe that there will be a minor impact, but not a driving force for a potential downgrade, noting for the fact that S&P has since upgraded its outlook from negative to stable during the duration of the time of detachment. So when they reduced the outlook to negative, detachment was still in the process. We're still moving forward to today. And since then, they've also upgraded their outlook. Nothing has changed throughout that process. So these are the other mitigating factors that could potentially impact a downgrade, reduction in revenues, reduction in demands, and the like. So we do say that there may be an impact from the detachment standpoint. We don't think it's a driving factor.
Thank you. So from the staff's perspective, there are reasons to believe that the impact would not be significant. I don't think that we've heard that specifically from Standard & Poor's as of this point, one way or the other, correct?
Well, no, because it hasn't been approved and we haven't moved forward. I think the only evidence we have is what has happened in the past, where they have the downgrade to negative or the outlook reduction to negative, and then the reapplication of its stable outlook since that time, which is that fluctuation is what is the driving impetus for staff's position on this.
Thank you. I have one last quick question. We were shown a slide indicating that LAFCO, via statute and local policy, is encouraged to preserve agricultural and open space lands. My question is there any preference for particular crops? And I ask because avocado is a water-intensive crop. I would assume the statute is crop neutral and that the goal is to preserve agriculture in general. Would that be a correct interpretation of our policy and statute?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we can come back if you've got more questions. So Ms. Becker.
I'm sorry that people sat down already, but I have some questions of the same people. So first of all, for the County Water Authority, I have a question. Would ever like to address that? you able to offer the agricultural rate payers a rate similar or something comparable to what Eastern is going to be offering Fallbrook and Rainbow?
Yes, we have actually a special agricultural rate which is similar to the rate that is charged by Eastern, and that is available to all ag in San Diego County. Those ag agencies or ag producers that don't take that rate is they're more concerned about the reliability of water than the discount on the water. And if you look at our response to the report that LAFCO produced, we show in great detail the ag in San Diego County has grown. It has grown with different crops than avocados, but the ag industry is alive and thriving in San Diego County because there is reliable water. I want to just take a minute to correct something that was just said about our rating. I need to be very clear with you. We had a negative outlook and we went back to stable because we adopted a long-range finance plan. That plan assumed that there would be no detachment. The credit agencies still all have said that detachment will be a potential downgrade to our rating. In addition to that, what was said about the fact that Rainbow and Fallbrook are the only two agencies that can do this. One thing you need to understand is there is no physical connection between these agencies and Eastern. This is strictly a paper transfer. And depending on how they're allowed to leave and at what cost they're allowed to leave, other agencies could build a pipeline and do similarly. And so this is of great concern for the investments that have been made here in San Diego County. I'd also like to point out with regard to the Bay Delta, the amount of water that would be challenged in going straight to the Bay Delta from our supplies. In fact, starting in 2021, July, the Water Authority has taken zero water from the Bay Delta because we have had local supplies. The 16,750 acre feet that would go onto the Bay Delta is what's been fought over in Mono Lake for the last 30 years. So it is significant. What your staff did was look at the total impact of water coming out of the Bay Delta and take the amount from Fallbrook and Rainbow and say that's non-material. It's really disingenuous in terms of how the impact of water is evaluated on the Bay Delta.
Thank you. I do appreciate the diversification that the County Water Authority has done. But I just can't help but feel that the agricultural businesses are suffering. And so are you saying today that just because you've diversified and there's a better water supply, that is kind of like all that you need to do for the agricultural businesses?
Absolutely not. In fact, there used to be an agricultural discount rate at Metropolitan and they dropped that. The San Diego County Water Authority created a special ag rate for ag customers, and that is available to any ag producers in the county. And that rate is taken advantage of by a number of ag users. So they do have a lower rate, which is similar to the rate charged by Eastern, and they have reliable supply. What is happening is that a lot of agriculture in San Diego County isn't taking advantage of that rate because they want the reliability. And I will point out to you that over the last year, because we were not taking any Bay Delta water, because we had our local supplies, we were not cut back from Metropolitan. So had they been on net service, they would have been in the position of getting health and safety water from Metropolitan. So this is not a theoretical discussion, this is an actual reality. And I have to add one other thing. I will tell you that back in May of 2019, I had been appointed acting general.
Can you stick to the question?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, Sandy, but I'm just trying to keep it.
I think for context, it's important for this board to hear that in May of 2019, I was approached by Tom Kennedy. I was meeting with all the general managers and said, what's working, what's not working. And he said to me, we're unhappy, we're leaving the Water Authority, so's Fallbrook, we have the votes at LAFCO, you can make it easy or you can make it hard. And that's where we went. And so you need to understand frame of reference, and Tom's even acknowledged those comments. I think it's to understand the context.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I would like to give Tom Kennedy a chance to respond to the question as well.
Oh, sorry, which question was it?
Yes, I'm going to do that for you. Yeah, I wanted to hear your side of whether or not. I wanted to hear whether or not you were offered the agriculture rate papers were offered a rate similar or comparable to Eastern.
Well, there is a special ag rate in the Water Authority, but all the water we get from Eastern is significantly cheaper than that rate. And so it is Met's price plus $11. The ag rate, as it is constituted now, is Met's price plus a couple $100, if I'm not mistaken, what the exact rate is today. So
why are the agricultural ratepayers not taking that?
The reality, and probably someone in this room will tell you, is that a few years ago, the Water Authority changed the structure and added a whole new series of licenses or other sorts of regulatory encumbrances you would need to have in order to qualify for the rate. So participation in the rate has dropped, mainly by smaller farmers who don't want to have to get a permit with the regional board or deal with the Farm Bureau, or one of them's join the Farm Bureau and you for $1,200 a year. If you're only going to save $1,200 in your water a year, then that doesn't make it worth it. So we've seen numerically a lot of people drop out of the PSAR program. And as the Water Authority continues to sell less water, there are people down south who have been actively in open session talking about killing the program entirely. So you'd have to ask the farmers.
Have you made suggestions as to what would work for your agricultural?
We've made many, many suggestions down at the Water Authority, and none of which get through, because the urban interests have a very different viewpoint of the world, as we've heard. And so we, as I said, farmers value reliability, but not at the point where it puts them out of business. And so like desal water, both Blue and Fall River Rainbow voted in favor of that. That water is completely unusable by farmers because it's way too expensive, and now it's just ballooning the price. It might work if you're biotech, it might work if you're tourism, but it doesn't work for ag.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And just real quickly, I never told Sandy I had the votes of LAFCO in 1992. I did say we can do this easy way or the hard way.
I do have a question for Dr. Hanneman.
Dr. Hanneman needs an aisle seat.
First, I do want to say thank you so much for your thorough report. It was comprehensive, but it was actually understandable as well for someone who is very new to this topic. So I can see why you're a successful professor. So what my question is, I have been on a community choice energy program board for a number of years now. So in that program, that allows customers to leave SDG&E, and they can go and pursue renewable and hopefully less expensive energy. By law, though, the exiting customers are required to make sure the remaining utility customers do not experience a cost increase as a result of the departure. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I'm wondering why, if it's fair in the energy sector, it's not fair in the water sector.
The water sector generally has a different culture. And in my experience, in the 1960s, 1970s, the water and electricity industries were very similar. But then change occurred in electricity. Conservation, marginal cost pricing, efficiency, whatever. And the water industry was sort of immune to change and is now experiencing, for the last 10, 15 years, is experiencing the pressures that the electricity industry experienced before that. And so it largely has a governance model that in my report I said was broken. And that governance model, and it's not unique to the County Water Authority. 30 years ago, I was a consultant to Met, and I made the same report, the same comments in the report in 1993. Member agencies, as members of the board, vote on infrastructure. There's no take or pay, or there's no commitment to purchase water or to pay for the infrastructure. And then one finds the situation the Fallbrook and Rainbow have now. And I think that's an issue for the County Water Authority and for Met going forward. But you're right, electricity evolved, it experienced stresses in the 70s with the energy crisis and so on. And the water industry has sort of lagged behind 30 or 40 years.
They're going through that now. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Mr. White, Commissioner White.
Thank you. I do have one question for Fallbrook and then a couple for staff. I know Commissioner Whitburn asked the question in regards to the Delta reliability, and I guess my follow-up question to that would be, are you going to see a net increase in deliveries from the Delta Bay?
Yeah, so I think that the way to look at this is, if we're with Met or the Water Authority, the state is going to allocate the same amount of water from the Bay Delta. So if we're getting our water from Eastern, they're not going to suddenly say, all right, we're going to pull more water out of the Bay Delta to serve Fallbrook, right? What the risk is, what Dr. Hanneman said is, we have a risk of potentially having to cut back more if we're relying more on the Bay Delta and there's less water. And so this idea that there's a physical change in the environment is totally false. There is no increased allocation depending on who we're with. Also, the Bay Delta Reform Act is about reducing overall your total purchases on the Bay Delta. You saw our demands have dropped by half, right? So we used to take much more water. We have also developed a local supply that's going to be half our water. We have fully complied with the Bay Delta Reform Act issues. The Water Authority is creating sort of this new Bay Delta provision where there can be never any net increase in your theoretical diversions from the Bay Delta. So there is no change in what actually gets delivered from the Bay Delta, regardless of who we're with.
Understood. Thank you. The question for staff is, the gentleman from the Water Authority did say that no considerations were given to agriculture outside of that 30% that's in Fallbrook and Rainbow. So what considerations were taken, if any?
So during the 3-year administrative review process, I know staff spoke at length with a number of stakeholders, including the Farm Bureau, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we did ask the Farm Bureau to weigh in on the topic, and they didn't have consensus one way or the other on their own membership. So therefore, I think the report reflects that it's an open-ended question, but maybe back to something that ties into what Commissioner Whitburn said. He was absolutely correct. So LAFCO policy does not distinguish between the value of ag, whether it be a water-intensive activity or a less water-intensive activity like dairy or livestock. However, the proposals dictate that we provide emphasis on the service function in play here. And the reality is, in our understanding, is that avocados are a water-intensive agricultural crop that, unlike the rest, the substantive rest of San Diego County is not in play. Yes, there are impacts in Valley Center and impacts in Ulima, but the remainder of ag, and this is through my understanding of the Farm Bureau, is not a water-intensive activity.
Understood. And then my next question is, if this were to be approved, what is the likelihood of other agencies to want to then detach?
So there was this cool little quote that the Water Authority had up on the screen where I made a comment, I believe in our memo, saying, and this is in response to AB 530, that it is certainly possible, but not probable, that others could down the road seek a detachment from the Water Authority. And I believe the quote was correct in saying for unseen or unknown issues. The unknown of the unknown. I think that's a fair comment from your LAFCO staff. We don't know what might be in play in 50 years. So while we think it's improbable others will seek a detachment, we can't say with certainty that it's not a possibility.
Understood. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
I have a question. Mr. Cate, can you re-explain, because I read it a couple different ways here in the staff's presentation and the analysis, re-explain the property tax issue and why it doesn't stay with the Water Authority. So can you explain a little bit more about that?
So essentially what has been agreed to in the property tax agreements is that there is no secured debt that has been issued by CWA and a special assessment within the territories of Fallbrook and Rainbow. All of the debt that's issued by CWA is backed by its revenues that's able to collect from its member agencies. So because there is no special allocation or special assessment to Fallbrook and Rainbow for property taxes, all the property tax would then be transferred to Eastern.
Well, not all of it, but the portion.
Or the portions for, yes, the portions for.
Okay, so the fact that the indebtedness is being paid back by the ratepayer for their use, not in the property tax. Okay, so that doesn't say. And then, I know this is kind of rhetorical, but the 220 average rate increase, or 250, whatever it is, per household, is that per month, I'm guessing? That doesn't have to take place, is that correct?
Correct. So a couple things on that point I think was stated earlier is that, first off, on the 220, we base that off meters. So it's not based on usage, it's not based on the individual profile of homeowners in a certain region. It's just an average of an average, as was stated before. In terms of the what happens should detachment proceed and then the ratepayer impact. The county water that in my presentation can choose to increase rates to offset that, or there could be other circumstances to reduce expenditures to cover what potentially would be the 2.5% rate increase to offset that. So it could be raise revenue or also cut costs.
Okay, all right. You have any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner, go to Mr. Anderson first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure who to address this to, but in an extreme drought, when you're thinking in terms of reliability, what provisions would Eastern have for the two districts, and how does that compare to what County Water Authority has?
So at Rainbow, a great deal of our customers are ag, as you said, and a great deal of them are on what's called the PSAR rate, the Permanent Special Ag Water Rate. The Permanent Special Ag Water Rate is tied to MET's reliability. So whatever MET cuts, my PSAR, my ag customers, to get that rate, they have to agree that if MET makes a cut, they take that cut first. And that's what's used to lower the cuts for other people in the county. And essentially what happens is that all of our customers end up on that same type of rate, to where if MET says, hey, it's a 5% cut, everybody gets a 5% cut. Now, we can mitigate that either by, if we choose to buy into other local supply projects that are happening up at Eastern, we don't have any contracts to do so, but our MOU allows for it, or for figuring out other mitigation strategies within our service area. But essentially, most of my water sold is already on the same exact reliability, and that's what the other growers who choose the PSAR rate do. In an extreme drought, as Dr. Hammond indicated, we haven't seen the confluence of the Colorado and the state water project all declining at the same time in recent history. You know, all bets are off on how anybody's going to deal with that. I'm not sure if I concur with that conclusion, but you know, obviously, would the Water Authority be marginally better positioned? Sure, but the cost of it is not going to work for our customers.
Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy has kind of said both things. One, we don't use PSAR rate because we don't like the program, and now he's up here talking about getting cut at the same level if you have PSAR rate. So I want to answer the question, which is in an extreme drought, the Water Authority has more reliability. If they're completely dependent on Eastern, which is essentially Metropolitan Water District, and that takes cuts, all of their customers, their residential and their business customers, will take cuts. There is no physical way to get water from Eastern to Fallbrook and Rainbow.
I just have a quick follow-up for Sandy. Would the County Water Authority be under any obligation to backfill any of that water if they got severely cut? I know that we spent $3 billion creating more reliability in San Diego County, more than I think any other county of the 58 counties in California. Would we be forced to sell them water in an extreme drought? When I say we, I mean County Water.
There's no legal requirement if we need that water for the residents and the businesses we have in San Diego County, we have no obligation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Drake, I forgot to give you.
Thank you, Chair. Go ahead. I was just going to say from something that got mixed because it was a question. There are two applications. It's also a reminder, Fallbrook Public Utility District has its own local supply project. So we look a lot like, say, Rancho California Water District. And so there are districts, say North Hollywood, that's 100% reliant on NIT that has much higher reliability needs than either Fallbrook or Rainbow, and Fallbrook also has its own local supply. So I just want to make that clear that there are other supplies besides just NET or the Water Authority for Fallbrook Public Utility District.
Thank you.
If I could just clarify. There are two things that are unusual about this situation in my career. One is the Metropolitan's aqueduct runs right through Easton and then turns south and runs through Fallbrook and Rainbow, as has been mentioned. And the cutoff between the Water Authority and Met is not the county line, but below the county line. So Easton, which has Met's aqueduct running through it, offers a fee that's unusual for Met's customers. It resells Met water for Met's charge plus $11 an acre foot. It doesn't charge any more because it's not supplying any infrastructure. Because literally, those customers at Easton who its wholesale customers are just getting Met's water off Met's pipeline. And that's why Easton's rate would be so low to Fallbrook and Rainbow. Easton now has about half of its supplies local supply and half is Met. But Easton's policy is its wholesale customers, which then would include Fallbrook and Rainbow, only get Met water. And the logic of that is they're not paying for any infrastructure to Easton. They're literally attacking Met's pipeline, which so in the event of shortage, Fallbrook and Rainbow would face whatever cutbacks Met imposed, 10%, 20%, 30%, or whatever. Through the county water authority, they're vulnerable to Met's cutback, but as we've indicated, 80% of the county's water doesn't come from Met. And that's the underlying difference in reliability.
Thank you.
My question is, Commissioner Drake, did you have questions?
Yes, Dr. Hanna?
Dr. Hanna?
Sorry, I asked you to jump up and down again, forgive me. I happen to represent the city of Escondido to the County Water Authority back in the 90s, when the voting process went from sovereignty to ad valorem voting. And on page 103 of your report, you made a very interesting observation. The question was, what is problematic about SDWA's government model? What do you perceive today about how governance is working at the SDCWA?
As I indicated in my report, I think it's a broken governance model. It's the traditional model. It's common not only to Met, but I think most wholesale water agencies around the country. So it's very understandable. That's how everybody did it. And I think what we're seeing here is the harbinger of problems that are going to rise elsewhere in California and elsewhere in the United States. So two things. Different agencies have different needs. Some have agricultural customers, others don't. Also, different agencies have different portfolios of water supply because the portfolios were built over time. And so throughout the counties, member agencies, and Mets, you have huge variation in the supplies they have and the needs. And so agencies can afford to pay for reliability. Agencies don't need reliability. And there needs to be flexibility to deal with that. This is one example. It's why I think both Met and the Water Authority have a broken governance, or a governance that worked it doesn't work any longer.
Thank you for your comment. Commissioner McKenzie, you have another question?
I just basically have a comment and a question.
Mike, just question. We can do questions now and do comments after in the next session.
Mike,
Microphone.
your mic's off.
Microphone. Just you and I have this conversation.
I didn't hear you. Okay, sorry. We're talking about ag, and we have a report in here on ag and LAFCO's duty to the agricultural community. And the numbers that I remember is about $26, $25 that the two agencies and people are going to actually, overall, going to realize the savings. But if you look at what the annual agency impact is on 195, and I just happen to, really hone in on this because I represent this irrigation district, my district, and UEMA is right under it. Well, UEMA is probably 80 to 90% ag. They're not building the McMansions that Rainbow is building, and yet their increase is going to be about $19 a month. So we're, not taking into consideration UEMA and how they're going to be impacted by this detachment.
So is there a question about that? Because that is kind of an outlier with the water district.
Yeah, and I think you got to remember, ag customers are paying thousands of dollars a month their water bills, right? They're not paying $100. If it was $100, we wouldn't be here. And so it's really, it's the methodology that was used just to kind of show what is the overall impact, and I think Mr. K could talk to it, but it's the percent reduction in water costs that really becomes important. And the outlier, UEMA looks high because it's bringing high water users into that analysis. But it isn't going to have a more significant impact on UEMA than other agencies, or a major significant impact on their agriculture. Their agriculture, also a lot of the agriculture that exists out there is because there's a lot of groundwater in their supply, so they're able to provide a much lower water rate than either Fallbrook or Rainbow can because of that local groundwater supply.
But they will still be impacted, and I'm not questioning how you got to the numbers, as long as you're using the same numbers. You're indicating that, the other agencies of the Water Authority, they're going to be adding to their water bill, 80 cents, 90 cents to a couple dollars. UEMA is 1871. So I can't verify where these numbers came from, what they added, subtracted, and multiplied by to get to those, but I'm assuming that whole entire chart was done in the same method.
Correct. It was for every agency, and to go back again, what we did in that analysis, we looked at the number of meters in each agency. So if UEMA has a very small number of meters versus a more urban city, say San Diego or others, the per meter charge will be lower for those agencies that are able to spread the cost amongst a larger, more portion of meters, which I think is on a per meter basis that is the cleanest way to do the analysis, going district by district and looking at user profiles, usage data, water demand, things of that sort. If we want to have that perspective for the commission, I fully admit that there are downsides to that, as you're not looking at the individual agency profiles of the users in each agency, but we did it on a per meter basis, which is why it's higher in some areas where you don't have a lot of meters versus some larger agencies that have a very large number of meters.
So there's basically what you're telling me is these are funny numbers. It's not going to be just $2.
Well, I want to take an issue with that. No, they're not funny numbers. It's analysis that was done, and others will fully concede that should the detachment proceed, a full cost of service study determine what actually happens has to occur. So they were all assumptions built into all of this to try to paint a picture of what the impact is going to be on this. Lastly, all this assumes no exit fees as well. So if you apply exit fees, all of this goes away.
Mr. Kennedy,
can I just add a little more context about UEMA particularly, because they're one of our neighbors. You know, when you get your water bill at your house, it's usually measured in units. 1 unit of water is usually 750 gallons. UEMA meters sells its customers in acre feet. So 326,000 gallons is a unit in UEMA. So they only have several hundred meters there. That's why this numerator denominator sees that as an outlier. But customers there buy hundreds and hundreds of acre feet per year, not hundreds and hundreds of gallons per month. And so that's why the individual impact looks much larger. But as a portion of the bill, as Jack said, it's equivalent to the rest.
But don't some of your ag use acre feet rather than just?
We sell water at CCF to our customers, just like everybody else. But UEMA actually bills in acre feet. They're the only agency in the county I'm aware of that bills in acre feet.
Okay, we got 2 more people to answer this question.
2 points. Number one, UEMA has expressed in our boardroom concern about the detachment, and I don't think it's fair for others to speak on their behalf about the impact to their agency. I'd like to invite Pierce Rossum up, our rate and analyst, and he can give you the straight answer on the numbers. Pierce?
Thank you, Sandy. Pierce Rossum, the Revenue and Debt Manager at the Water Authority. Just to provide some clarification on that, there is no way around that, $13 to $18 million revenue impact to the county. That's got to be paid by someone else. And UEMA will pay their proportional share. The Water Authority hasn't done an analysis on how that would be shared back down to the member F agencies, how it would be recovered. If it were simple enough to recover 2.5% of our expenditures, we would have already done it. We've had a lot of discussion at the board in terms of cost savings and cost measures, and we're doing everything we can for affordability in the county. And so this is, as has been said before, a subsidy, essentially a tax on 98% of the county, and there's no ways around that, whether it's funny numbers or not. The fact is, it's going up.
Okay, thank you. All right, tell you what. I don't see any other questions from any of us. We have 27 speakers. That's an hour and 24 minutes. So why don't we do lunch? 12:45, we'll be back, and then we'll get into our public comments. After public comments, and we'll do deliberation, pontification, and we'll come to a decision.
Where are we?
And Chair, Commissioners, lunch is across the hall.
Okay. 12:45, please.
We're just going to go.
I've got people who said they would like to register their support for staff's position. They do not need to speak, and that is Chris Brown, Paula Cox, Wayne Rydu, Cheryl Hurley, Camille Field, Charles Castano, and Janine DeMerck have all stated that they register their support but do not need to speak. If that's true, if you change your mind and you want to speak, let me know. But if we can get, I'm going to call 5 people at a time. If you can line up over here underneath this middle mural in any order that you'd like. But I've got first Jennifer Jeffries and Suzanne Walton, Eileen Delaney, Dwayne Urquhart, and Brian Olney. You can just kind of line up over here, and then any order, and take it away. If you state your name at the beginning, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you all for your very incisive and decisive questions. It was very illuminating for me as well. My name's Jennifer Jeffries. I've been a 33-year ratepayer for Fallbrook Public Utility District. My personal position in life is if I can collaborate, I can be an ally, I can be a partner. It's great as long as all parties, their interests are significantly addressed in a timely manner, and the downside of the relationship is even among all stakeholders. And that's what brings us here today. So there's been decades of success for the San Diego County Water Authority, and it's been great. Time has passed, conditions have changed. We need a change. We're decimated in Fallbrook, decimated. When you think about the ratio on that board, San Diego County Water Authority, 40% the city and 2% Fallbrook. We're small, they're big, they win every time. They win every time. Our interests are not being met. We're not sharing downside. We paid for that desalinization plant. That water cannot be used for agriculture. That is not watching out for all members. We should not be required to be in a one-way suicide pact. And that's what's happening to us. I've lived there 33 years. What I see is funereal groves, gray, upset, roots up. This is not a way a community can exist. We've got a way forward. Not surprisingly, I support option 1, but in a spirit of compromise, although not required, I support option 2. Please help us move forward. We've been in a state of disaster for too long. It's not just the last 3 years. It's been longer than that because it's been creeping up and creeping up. Let's help Fallbrook, Bonsall. Let's protect the interests of the San Diego County Water Authority. Remember, we're 2%, and there's more that can carry the load. That's what I ask. Thank you so much.
Everybody gets, oh, sorry. Everybody gets 3 minutes, please. Thanks. Is there a clock that they can see? Okay. I can't see it. Okay.
Thank you for letting us speak today. This is a really important issue for the communities of Fallbrook and Rainbow. My name is Suzanne Walton. I am a San Diego native. I was born at Sharps Hospital when it was only 1 story and you could look in the window and see the babies. Times have changed. My husband and I bought a fully established 400-tree avocado grove up in Rainbow in '97, and we fell in love with it. But over the years, the water prices just kept getting higher and higher, and we were in the red. And we had to cut it down, and it was sad. And I wanted to speak a little bit about real-time environmental damage, not just talking about the Delta, talking about our local community environmental damage. My property was a haven for bobcats, coyotes, mountain lions during hot summer months in the Shady Grove. There were many birds that would fly through my property that I don't see anymore. Many beneficial insects would migrate through. My daughter grew up watching caterpillars climb into our eaves and cocoon. Not one this year. I would be sometimes in my grove and I would hear the loud roar of a beehive just swarming over, they're following their queen to a new home. I haven't seen that in a long time. My neighbors have to rent beehives now. It's a lot hotter, a lot drier, and I'm just begging you, give us our divorce, please. We're dying. The future farms, there's not going to be any more farms left. We can't afford these water prices. They're Neiman Marcus water prices. We need JCPenney water prices. So thank you for listening. Please take us into consideration.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Eileen Delaney. I chair the Fallbrook Community Planning Group. And at our March 2022 meeting, we voted unanimously to support the detachment. I know supporting this might be very difficult for some of you. I understand that. But before you make your final decision and vote, please consider, you've heard that the impacts will be less than significant for other agencies, and they could also be mitigated. I am here to tell you, after 30 years of living in Fallbrook, that our avocado farms, other growers, and ag are disappearing. This is due to the high cost of water. Without detachment, our growers and farms that are currently struggling to survive may become unsustainable, and they'll suffer the same fate. And this will happen in other regions as well. These farms and groves contribute to our economy and our food supply. They also employ hundreds, if not thousands, of workers. If we lose these ag businesses, the local economy will suffer. The workers will lose their jobs. the region, this would be one more region in our country where farming and local food sources will be lost. LAFCO's it has done an impartial study, in fact several studies, and staff has determined that the detachment is lawful. LAFCO staff has recommended option number 2. That option is fair, reasonable, and equitable. I hope that you will support that option as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dwayne Urquhart. A lot of graphs, a lot of tables and the like by people that aren't farmers. I'm an actual second-generation farmer. I'd like to dispel some of the fact from fiction. First, all agriculture is water intensive. If you want to grow crops, you need to water. I will also tell you that farmers, because of the cost of water, have employed the most advanced irrigation technology that is available. We have taken it to the nth degree. There's no more water savings that we can squeeze out of that water technology. So now it's just a matter of cost. If you take FPUD Water District and Rainbow Water District, originally all that infrastructure in those districts was provided by farmers. And approximately 90% of the water sales back many years ago was provided to agriculture. Now, as a percentage of their total, Rainbow's dropped down to 50% approximately, and FPUD is down to 30%. Obviously, that does not portend a healthy agricultural industry. Without the water cost savings, there is going to be a decline of additional water sales, and as the other folks have mentioned, as you sell less water, at some point the price continues to increase. So what is the point of having diminishing returns? My last request for you is this. If you haven't done so recently, go into your local retail store. Take a look, and if you have great eyesight, at the sticker on your produce. And if you can read where it's coming from, you will see that the bulk of our produce and fresh fruit isn't grown in the U.S. anymore. It's grown in foreign sources. We have the highest standards for environmental protection, food safety, labor safety, and the like, and that costs money. We have to do a paradigm shift and think about preserving the agriculture in this country and increasing the agriculture in this country. And if you don't think that's a legitimate risk, then I want to remind you during COVID about the planes sitting on a Chinese tarmac with our N95 mask. This is a strategic imperative.
And as our next speaker approaches, I've got 5 more to call up. Terry Decker, Paula D'Souza, Bill Hellman, Ken Melvin, and John Crandell. You can line up on the other side.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Brian Olney. 29 years in the water industry, currently representing Gillis Water as the general manager. So in my time in the industry, I have worked through a lot of the information that we've seen come forward today in terms of the water planning efforts in this county, and continue on to this day to address the issues that have been brought forward to this commission, which are not impactful only to Fallbrook and Rainbow, but to all 24 member agencies, as you've heard today as well. A couple items I just wanted to point out in terms of facts and figures that can be debated. Everyone has an opinion on what they are, but the bottom line is detachment will impact all of the 24 member agencies. Helix itself represents a population of about 112,000 disadvantaged community. They will be impacted by this detachment as well. And also, when there seems to be this kind of the Water Authority versus Fallbrook and Rainbow, but the Water Authority is an agency that represents all 24 member agencies in this county, Helix being one of them. That's how it's been from day one. That's how it continues to be today. Are there disagreements? Are there things that could be done better? Are there issues that need to be addressed? Yes, that's always going to be the case, as there is with any type of local government. However, the decisions are not necessarily that alone of the Water Authority. They're all 24 member agencies that have an opinion in this, and that gets discussed on this at the Water Authority's board. The issue is of magnitude. Issues or comments have been submitted by Helix and many other agencies. Actually, a little surprised to not see as many agencies here today to speak in person, because the decision today is probably the largest decision to impact the water industry in San Diego in quite some time. So with that, we just wanted to make sure and reiterate Helix's opinion on this, that the detachment is an impact, and we do not feel that it should be approved by this commission. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Terry Decker. As a Fallbrook resident, I'm asking the Commission to approve our local agency's proposal for detachment. As has been stated throughout this meeting, addressing agricultural losses and enhancing agriculture are significant considerations for LAFCO. I hope that you will make a decision to do so today. It's easy to reduce this issue to a simple matter of monthly water bills, but there is so much more at stake. You heard about the loss of groves and farms due to water costs. These losses have a cascade effect and ripple through our community, impacting employment, housing, the environment, and often hit families most at risk of falling into poverty and homelessness. In her letter to the commissioners, Supervisor Varga expressed concerns for detachment's impact on low-income environmental justice communities. 75% of the students in the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District qualify for free or reduced lunch. They are not living in McMansions. Losses due to the rising costs of water are already impacting the low-income environmental justice community in Fallbrook. Our area was hit hard when COVID struck. We lost shops, restaurants, other businesses, various business opportunities throughout the shutdown. Recovering from the pandemic while facing the loss of our agricultural sector may simply prove too great a strain. Every acre abandoned is a loss of jobs, a drain on our local economy, and a waste of the precious resource that is farmland. The Commission's report indicates that Eastern can service our area, that our community members will see cost savings, that the cost increases to others in the county will be minimal, and the detachment will benefit our agriculture. In his analysis, Dr. Hanneman concluded that Fallbrook PUD and Rainbow WD will see a net cost savings of 35% and 21% respectively, and the County Water Authority will see a net annual loss of only 2%. The data are clear. Detachment makes sense. Finally, I would ask the Commissioners clearly reject option 3, deferring consideration of this proposal. This has been under review and analysis for years. People are in our community need to know what comes next. They're making decisions that impact their lives and livelihood, and it would be unfair for this decision to be put on hold. Also, doing so may impact public trust. As we know, AB 530 was gutted, taking the climate change provisions out to include changes to the voter requirements for the County Water Authority Act. This is a time in which voter trust in government has been eroded, and deferring the proposal, given that amendment of AB 530, will do nothing to bolster that trust. Again, thank you for your time this afternoon, and thank you for your service to our county.
Pretty good.
I'm glad it's not mine. Hi, I'm Paula D'Souza with Best Husband Krieger. I'm here on behalf of Fallbrook Public Utility District. I just wanted to raise one item for the record. With regard to Fallbrook's compliance with the Bay Delta Reform Act, I want to make clear that Fallbrook has demonstrated its compliance with the Act as evidenced in its 2021 Urban Water Management Plan and its related actions. So it is complying, and it will be complying even after detachment should it be approved. Also, the manner in which the Delta Reform Act seems to be interpreted really could lead, by the County Water Authority, could really lead to an absurd result, because at any individual moment in time, due to an agency's mix of water use, it could be in non-compliance with the Act. Anytime an agency has a plant that is taken down for maintenance or upgrade, anytime that there is a pipeline failure, anytime that there needs to be a repair to a pipeline that ends up changing the mix of water of an agency that an agency uses, it could result in an absurdly strange violation of the Act. Also, I want to share that I believe that the hybrid approach that was shared, a potential hybrid approach in combining options 2 and 3, as specified in your council's opinion of this weekend, is problematic. It is untenable for the district for a variety of reasons. Delay is costly. For all the reasons that your council noted, it is potentially putting the district in jeopardy. There are uncertainties out there with regard to legislative fixes and whatnot. But I do want to also emphasize that there's nothing that precludes the commission from requiring a fast track of the municipal service review of the County Water Authority, separate and apart from what is before your commission today. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for entertaining our comments. My name is Bill Pellman. I'm Assistant General Counsel for Rainbow Municipal Water District. I've been practicing law for 50 years. I started with LAFCO law in the mid-'80s when the Cortese-Knox Act became effective before Hertzberg added on to it later on. And the focus I want to have in my comments today is the word agriculture. We're here because of agriculture for 2 reasons. First of all, the immediate issue is the Fallbrook and Rainbow need to provide cost-effective water in the most cost-effective way for the agriculture users in their districts. But in a broader sense, we're here because of agriculture. Because when LAFCOs were created, the legislature created LAFCOs in large part because they wanted each county to rein in the gobbling up of agricultural property and conversion to other uses. So originally in the legislative findings, 56001, there's a directive from the legislature to preserve open space and prime agricultural land. And in making findings under 56668, you're going to have to make a finding regarding the effect of the proposal on maintaining the physical and economic integrity of agricultural lands. As Commissioner Whitborn asked about a distinction between different kinds of agriculture, just as people need water to live, people need food to live. And no matter what the agricultural use is, it leads to the production of food. Now I noticed, Fallbrook and Rainbow have been presenting to you regarding agriculture. When the general manager of the County Water Authority got up and put up the first slide, she noted the first 3 key principles. The word agriculture did not appear there regarding those principles. And in fact, during the last 3 years with all the communications, the County Water Authority's communications didn't give any attention to agriculture whatsoever. I think the presentation today, we're reaching out about how many other agricultural customers there are in San Diego County Water Authority's jurisdiction, is because they came to that after seeing the staff's report. And as far as Mr. Serrano's comments about 3 million people being served, so when the Water Authority, as soon as the applications were filed, authorized $1 million to be spent in attacking these applications. For each and every ratepayer, that was over 33 cents a person. Your money and the money of your constituents has gone to try to defeat this. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you for your thankless job. Let me begin with a little bit of education, because I've heard several times this morning that avocados are these huge uses of water. That may be in the past, because what we've been planting for the last 10 years is a South African root with a Haas on top that takes half the water of the old avocado.
Could you say your name, please? Could you say your name, please, sir?
John Frandell, farmer, financial advisor, past president, Chamber of Commerce, Ponce Road. It's a big picture. What he just said was, what is this whole process we're doing right now? $3-4 million in this 3-year process, 50,000 pages of reports and things that you have to read over and try and get a handle of over what? 2.5 of the constituents of the water authority decide to detach. 56,000 people. You can play with numbers all you want, but numbers are numbers. That is a very insignificant impact on the water authority. And I've heard from the credit rating to all these things. And I would just touch on the credit rating because I think it's very important. Because when we say your bill's going to go up $10 or $15, it's insignificant. What is the water authority's increase, proposed increase for next year? 10 to 14%. What's their proposal for the year after? 10 to 14%. You cannot go down that path, and agriculture will be the victim of what's going to happen. And what does that bring me to? The doctor brought it up. What is the debt of the water district? 16 billion, 3 billion, that's $19 billion. Now, I don't know who made all the decisions for all the infrastructure that you have to have, but I can tell you with those rate increases, I would just guess that 80% of that rate increase is to pay the bond issues, is to keep their credit ratings. And that's why they have to raise it. So maybe LAFCO's next thing that they should look at, which has never been done, would be the San Diego County Water Authority and look at how they're doing business, how did they get this ballooning debt, and how do we get it down? And I suggest that you go along with the staff's recommendation. I think they did an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, our next speaker comes forward. I'm going to call the next five. Miguel Gasca, Salil Deville, Lori Bantel, Adrian Granda, and Commander Joe Dyer.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and Commissioners, this is Ken Melvin with the California Avocado Commission, Vice President of Industry Affairs and Operations. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this important matter. A little bit about the Commission. We were authorized under state law back in 1977 to represent the entirety of the avocado industry in California. Currently 3,000 or so in numbers, growing on about 50,000 acres with a farm gate value of approximately $400 million. Within that membership are growers in Fallbrook and Rainbow. They account for 1 out of every 5 of our growers, okay? They're a significant number. They produce about 10% of our total volume, all right? Their largest cost by far is the cost of water. Then you couple it with that, the increasing in energy costs, the increasing in labor costs. And we've really got a trifecta situation going on. Our growers are hurting. That hurt is not limited to the Rainbow and Fallbrook areas. But what you have here is an opportunity to address the hurt that they're feeling right now in a real and tangible way. When you think about the pressures they're facing from offshore imports, when you look at the growth of the avocado demand in the U.S., 20 years ago it was 500 million pounds across the U.S. We are approaching 3 billion pounds demand in the U.S., okay? There is a lot of pressure on these growers that are sitting here, all right? They are not looking for a handout. The part that is kind of being overlooked is the contributions that they have made for decades to the betterment of the environment that we are all living in. Carbon sequestration occurs through these avocado groves. They capture carbon, they store it in the soil is not tilled. In many instances, these groves are not only the best use of land, they're oftentimes the only use of that land. I would caution you, if they're not avocado groves there, they become abandoned, potentially, because of the cost of water, they become barren, and they no longer serve as an irrigated hedge against the spread of wildfire. All right, they're not sequestering carbon. They actually become an opportunity for further urban sprawl, right? And I think when we look at climate change, we have to factor all these things into consideration. These growers are desperate. They need help. When you look at our industry, we are the only producer of avocados, the Hass variety in the U.S. We account for about 90% of the total avocado production. The only other state that produces domestically is Florida. They produce those nasty green skin varieties. We won't talk about those. California produces 100% of the Hass variety, which is predominantly the choice of the world, 95%. So I tell you all this to say, look, we're reasonable folks. Our growers are reasonable folks. Are we not mindful of the negligible impact this would have on the remaining growers within the San Diego County Water Authority service area, absolutely we're mindful of that. But we've talked to those growers too. You can never find unanimous consent for anything, as you all know, but overwhelmingly they support option one, even though it'll be a nominal cost on the remaining growers. So I appeal to you to do the thing that can help these growers now, and then we are committed to look for other opportunities to help growers elsewhere, not only the County Water Authority service area, but the rest of the state. Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Miguel Gasca. I'm President in the Rainbow Municipal Water District, Vice President of the Board of Directors. My second tour of duty, I spent 2 terms on a water district in San Bernardino County. It's always about the water, okay? We had the same issue, the cost of water. I'd like to stop this at this moment and thank you to your staff, Keen and his team, and the advisors that he had assist. It was a comprehensive and a detailed report. I think it was fairly balanced, and I appreciate the work that they did. And on behalf of our ratepayers, thank you. So I failed retirement. I'm CEO of a small engineering services company. We provide subject matter experts to the Air Force on strategic systems. And we do our planning, our master planning, and my background is facilities, infrastructure. We do it at the 50,000 foot level. And like they've all been saying, there's a lot of paper. And to sum it up, if you look at some of the paper you've gotten, there was a letter sent recently by the Council for the County Water Authority, talked about us trying to get out back in the 50s. And I was like 2 years old then. The issue was they were going to charge us more than the law said they had a right to. Over the past 10 years, our rates have been going up 8%. You heard, they're going to raise it another 14% or whatever it is. Probably, the rumor is it's about 9.9 now. Okay. To me, for us, that's chronic abuse. Okay. And I was in a company where my division was a cash cow for the rest of the company. That's what we are for the rest of the county. Okay. We're paying, we aren't getting the benefit. I asked staff to look at how far the water could go up into our district. It would just get beyond the 76 based on elevations at this point in time. That's not reliability. And we've been paying for it. They've been sitting at 20 grand for 10 years. I can get military construction program facilities built faster for the Corps of Engineers. It has taken them to not do anything. You guys are, and thank you to your attorney for stating that you're an independent board. There's some stuff that was written in the paper, and there was an elected official that said he looks at the facts, he looks at the implications and who's affected, and then, I don't want to misquote this last part, but the second principle is proper management of available resources and quality of life with common sense and practical solutions.
Thank you. Your time.
That's statesman's words.
Thank you.
And we'll understand who are statesmen and stateswomen and who are politicians.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this meeting. My name is Soleil DeBell. I live in Rainbow Water District, and I'm a farmer and treasurer of the local chapter for Certified Organic Farmers called CCOF. And as you probably, I don't need to repeat, the farmers are having a hard time, but I want to first appreciate all the work that the staff has done and, paying attention to this matter. It's definitely a long-term thing. Our area is predominantly ag, as you know, and costs have doubled since I've been here, at least. I've been here since 2000. And it's a choice to grow, and we got to be thankful for the farmers that are here. Rising costs must be addressed. From what I can tell, we can reduce that increase in costs by detachment, which will reduce our financial burden of infrastructure that CWA is installing that we can't benefit. One thing I've heard a little bit about is this, so-called tax on the rest of everybody, that whatever, 90+%. I don't think this as a tax. This is more like we have been subsidizing this infrastructure, and now you guys get to pay for it, that thing that you get to take advantage of. So calling it a tax is misleading, I think, and it's also a buzzword, as we all know. Regarding the county-wide voting, do all voters get to vote on whether their rates increase? I think that's left to the boards, right? Or a select group of people. And I don't see how anybody would want to vote for their rate to increase. I mean, if I was allowed to vote on, whether Rainbow raises my rates, I would vote no. But, similarly, we are working to provide a lower cost opportunity for water. So I support the commission to support detachment, and I agree that the compromise of paying exit fee is probably acceptable, and the minimal cost to the multitude that would have a little bit of an increase is so small. I mean, it's less than 10%, and they're proposing 10% increase. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kurt Fantley. At least I think you called me. I'll go with the last name.
Yeah. You a
Lori.
farmer? Are you a farmer?
Yeah, I'm a farmer.
You're not a penmanship person. Okay. Good.
Sorry. Neuropathy in both hands. So I came in here today to speak in support of option 1 for the disconnect. Originally, I was just going to do this without any notes, but there's been a lot of information today, so I'm going to try to touch on a few points. First, one thing I heard. San Diego Farm Bureau wouldn't take a stance on this. Kind of dawned on me today when Mr. Beebe put up a slide. The water district with the highest rates, us, Fallbrook, and then the water district with the lowest rates. That water district also happens to be on the board of directors of the Farm Bureau. I can see why the Farm Bureau didn't take a stance on this. The other thing that I've heard is the types of crops that we farm. There's certain types of crops that we can farm in Fallbrook. I farm what, sorry, this might be a violation, Jackass Mountain. My wife likes to tell me because only would farm that. We don't have the option to just transition to other crops, right? That's not an option for us. Another comment that I've heard, there's other agricultural areas. Again, that agricultural area that with the lowest water costs has really good groundwater supplies, something that we don't enjoy in the Fallbrook community. So now I'll get off of talking about that, what I was originally going to talk about, and things that you've heard. San Diego has a sustainable land use commitment that they're trying to meet. Agriculture is always at the top of that. So let me give you some numbers that haven't been talked about. An avocado tree sinks about 100 pounds of carbon per year. I have 1,100 of those. An avocado tree can store approximately 2,400 pounds of carbon rotationally. Guess what happens to that carbon if those avocado trees aren't actively farmed, or if a fire comes through and destroys those trees when they're dry? That carbon is released back into the atmosphere. So my calculations is, when my farm burns up, because I can no longer afford to farm it anymore, I'm going to put 2.6 million pounds of carbon back into the atmosphere.
Wow.
Okay, those are numbers that we're not talking about. Again, to reiterate the points, we We can only farm certain types of crops on the hillsides that we farm in Fallbrook and Rainbow. We sequester a lot of carbon. And the last point, one thing that I forgot about, we utilize a lot of the city of San Diego's trash, right, in the form of compost. We have another problem in the county. We have this compost surplus. We put approximately 100 tons of compost per year onto our farm, right, which is another carbon sink. So these are things that you need to keep in mind when we're talking about this disconnect. We don't have the luxury of just converting crops and going with cheaper water crops. Thank you.
Commander Joe Meyer, United States Coast Guard Reserve, retired, 5423 West Lilac Road, Bonsall, California, zip 920033726. 32 years, single family home in Bonsall, and I've got three bullets. Three bullets. But first of all, before I do that, I'd like to have anybody that here that signed the support thing to go ahead and stand, or who is here versus say.
Why don't you just address, us instead of the, you're not going to do push-ups here tonight.
Very, very good. Must be a naval aviator there. Okay, number one of three bullets is to compliment LAFCO and the state and the staff. Very, very tough decisions. Not long ago, FPUD and Rainbow Muni, the water districts were working on a possible merger. I was a traitor on that, being from Rainbow. I was for that merger, and it failed. Diane Jacobs wasn't really for it. Other folks weren't for it and all of that, and it went down to defeat. But what you are doing and trying to do is bring people together. That's what's fantastic. Trying to bring people together. The wonderful thing from both districts right now are seem to be working together. So that's a wonderful thing. Number two bullet of three bullets. Number two is that with the possibility of what we're doing with this is we're opening the floodgates of detachment, or we can call it divorce issues. Water districts, boundaries juggling around, going, maybe some of us will want to go with a Mexican water district or whatever. Who knows what ends up happening there? So we got to be very, very careful if we don't just open the floodgates of detachment or divorce. It's hard to keep a marriage together, but that's what we want to work on. Number three of three, and lastly, please go ahead. I think overall in the totality of today, although I love the doctor's input because he mentioned Berkeley, and that's where I graduated in 1965 in poli-sci. So I love the term Berkeley from Berkeley. So go ahead. I would recommend that that we go ahead. We focus on agriculture. That's so important, and that we probably would have to go with option 2. But I'm almost a traitor for the support on this because I do see from the other side. And thank you so much. And how much time do we have left? Oh, 19 seconds. All right, looking good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commander.
Thank you.
We got Adrian. Well, Adrian's coming up. We got Dave Baxter, the next 5, if you want to come up and line up. Cindy Custer, Pete Kaz, Juden Willis, and Constance Fish. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the LAFCO Commission, Chair Desmond, Vice Chair Whitburn. Thank you to staff for the significant work, to everyone really in the chambers for all the work and all the time. I heard Fallbrook and Rainbow say, $500K spent of their ratepayer funds, on this effort so far. It's a huge deal, right? I think the issue is pretty simple though when you kind of look at just the bare bones of what this commission is meant to look at today. Commission Council provided a really good context at the end of the close, really, of their presentation, which was, this is a regional body, this is a regional issue, right? This isn't just independent water agencies making decisions. So there's two questions, two tests really before you today. Do you want to raise ratepayer funds or ratepayer rates on everyone, 3.3 million county water authority payers today? And should 32,000 voters in Rainbow and Fallbrook make that decision, right? So as a representative from the city of San Diego, I don't think I could ever advise any of my bosses, any of the officials at the city of San Diego to take that. right, to raise rates. If I was from Fallbrook or Rainbow, it's a very easy decision, right? I want to reduce impacts on ag, on my customers. But if you're a farmer in San Pasqual Valley, my city, or in Escondido, that's a very difficult decision, Valley Center, right? Now, I was raised, in this country, and you get a vote, right? If you're going to be taxed, and if your rates are going to go up. So if 32,000 voters are making decisions that's going to impact 3.3 million people, I'd really then be pushing on my own staff to find ways to make sure everyone can have a voice for a decision this big, when we have the highest electricity rates and some of the highest water rates. Why would anyone who's not Fallbrook or Rainbow make this decision to raise rates on everybody else, including agriculture? It just doesn't make any sense. So with that, I'll see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Custer. I'm a resident of Fallbrook, and I support the LAFCO staff report. We moved to Fallbrook to enjoy a rural lifestyle. We buy eggs from the neighbors. We now have room to plant a variety of fruit trees for our family. Our water rates are so high that we won't be doing that. We can't justify it. We were enjoying our 2 lime trees, but we cut those down, trying to lower our water rates. And I worry about the fires. Our neighbors have stopped watering their groves. The hillsides are brown and full of weeds. Our daughter would like to move closer to us. She was dreaming of having a cow and chickens and a vegetable garden, but we told her, no, don't do it. The water rates are too high. Many of our friends have moved from Fallbrook. This is just very sad. It's very sad if we don't get to switch over to Eastern. Thank you.
So good morning, good afternoon. What time is it now, right? You guys hanging tough? Okay. Public comment after lunch, King? Ouch, painful, but you guys, thank you. Thank you very much, commissioners and staff. King, you guys have done a great job. A lot of people, a lot of accolades, and I think we all know a lot of good work has gone into this. Some of us know one another. My name is Dave Baxter. We do a lot, we actually just do a lot of different things and wear a lot of different hats up in Fallbrook and in North County. But I come to you today specifically as a farmer and as a farm owner. My wife and I own Fallbrook Protea Farms in Fallbrook. And some of you may have been there, you've seen our products. The products are sold through distribution. They go into stores throughout the western part of the United States, Western Canada. We've heard as far as South Korea, and occasionally boxes go to the actual White House. So it's kind of interesting, and there's some fun things that are going on there. Capitalism is kind of cool. We've heard some people talk about plants and things that take more water, things that take less water. Honestly, you guys, it's as farmers, we're going to do what we need to do to make a living. And there are different farming techniques around avocados. We're not avocado farmers, as you know, but there are different farming techniques around avocados that make it, financially viable for people. Or maybe they don't buy water from either FBUD or Rainbow. Maybe they have their own wells and groundwater. But I'll tell you our story. Our story started when we bought our farm roughly 10 years ago. They had already converted it from an avocado farm to a protea operation. And at that time, we spent tens of thousands of dollars putting in infrastructure. We didn't have infrastructure before. We had irrigation to go turn the valve on and you go, yeah, it looks pretty good, it's alive, and you turn it off. You have no idea how much water we use. Not a very conservative way to go about it. Today, you go to our farm, and someone had mentioned it before. We have used every technique that we know possible. We have audits from the Mission Conservation District come out, different programs within San Diego to help us conserve every amount of water. And it's not just about money. It's about actually trying to do things a very justified and conservative way. So with all of that, I'll share with you some facts. Since we started on our conservation program, we have reduced, as we began to measure, an overall of 31% in our water usage. And it's not because of fewer plants or anything. We did the exact same thing, an average of 31%. Our costs, however, have gone up 48% for doing the exact same thing. It's not sustainable, is basically the message. Got 25 seconds left, just a quick thing. We've talked about the spread of costs onto people outside of Fallbrook and Rainbow. LAFCO and staff recommended option 2. If option 2 is an option that you guys see viable, then for 5 years, those costs are going to be made up by Fallbrook and Rainbow in detachment fees. So really, you're not going to see any water costs. And I've got to go, and I hate it because I have 2 more things to say, but another time. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I'm a small fish that lives in Fallbrook. My name is Judy Willis. My family put a grove in 2004. We sustained that grove for about 10 years, and we were never in the black. We were always in the red, and it was because of water. I'm sorry to say we cut that grove down years ago. Didn't continue the business as many of my neighbors have. So I don't have the impact they did, but I can imagine if we took that grove down the years that we did, the years up to today must be horrible. Another thing I'd like to say, I feel that all the districts are in a contract with Metropolitan. If you read the definition of a contract, there are 5 elements: offer, acceptance, awareness, consideration, and capacity. If you read the 3 elements of consideration, it says it must be something worth bargaining for. It must benefit all the parties to the contract. Otherwise, it can be negated. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. Thank you.
I'm Connie Fish. I said Constance when I wrote it down just to impress people, but I'm Connie. I'm a resident of Fallbrook and have been for 23 years. I've been a resident of San Diego County for 70 years, and I wasn't born here. So I'm even older than that. But I have most of my career and time here, we paid for water in San Diego. In 2000, we moved to Fallbrook, and we were stunned by the cost of the water, and it's gone up ever since. And I'm not a farmer, I'm just a resident. One of the things that makes Fallbrook beautiful is our agriculture. And it's a shame when you drive by field after field of dead trees and things that used to be so beautiful there. The cost of water caused us, when I retired, to downsize so that we didn't have to pay $600 a month for water. And now we only pay $200 because we have a much smaller yard. We did not even have agriculture on our property. The thing that I don't get is 56,000 people in a county of 3 million are ruining it for everybody else. I would be willing to bet you that every member of the Water Authority, if they had an opportunity to have the reduction we have, would fail immediately. And it's such a small amount of increase that I actually don't even think it's right to force the option 2 on our water district, because it means it's going to be that much longer before farmers can be successful because of the cost of water. So I really appreciate all the work that's gone into all of this, all the time and effort, but I think if you look at it from a very human point of view, the only thing you can do is approve it.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Goss, a retired Marine, live in Bonsall. I'm not a farmer. Just wanted to show my support for farmers in the agriculture here and just touch upon one other thing. If any of you were able to go out and purchase something, any product, whatever it is, for a lower rate, I'm pretty sure you'd do it. That's the only thing we're trying to do, is get a better deal for ourselves. I sure hope that you consider option 1 or 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jason Kendall, David Custer, Jackie Heineman, Stephanie Baxter, and another future doctor here, Tim O'Leary.
Hey there.
My name is Jason Kendall with Kendall Farms in Fallbrook, California. Thank you for your service and giving me a chance to speak today. Water, that's what we're talking about today, I guess. It's the lifeblood for farming. We're a second generation 500-acre farm growing flowers, avocados, and produce for local food pantries and restaurants since 1987. You might have seen our flowers in retailers like Target or Trader Joe's. The skyrocketing cost of water from the San Diego County Water Authority has had a devastating impact on our region's agriculture economy, and specifically my farm. We used to grow 50 acres of avocados. Due to the cost of water, we no longer grow any avocados, along with many other grows in Fallbrook. We also used to grow over 1 million stems of sunflowers, but no longer due to water. The Water Authority rates are among the highest in America. So San Diego Ag is buying the most expensive water in the country? We cannot afford to buy items such as water at these super high rates for our farm to be sustainable. Over the past decade, the Water Authority has raised water costs by an average of 8% a year. Now they want to raise them again by 14%. This isn't right. We will not be sustainable as a grower and ag in general. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that we are seeking to change water suppliers. By leaving the Water Authority and buying our water instead from the Eastern Municipal Water District, we've been able to save about $7.6 million a year on water costs. And just important to save us from escalating costs that otherwise endure from the Water Authority in the years, decades to come. This is something we must do to ensure the survival of the agriculture economy. Agriculture is very important to our region. It pumps billions of dollars into our economy each year and employs thousands of workers. Please consider our farm and many other farms and grows that are trying to survive with all these costs and challenges we face on a daily basis. For what I understand, by law, we are allowed to change to any other source of water. Hopefully this should make an easy decision for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission. Thank you so much for hearing us all this afternoon and for all of your hard work. My name is Stephanie Baxter. I appreciate your thorough dissection of all of this to come to a historic decision that could change North County as we know it, or support it as we know it today. The agricultural industry is generational. Without it, there's no other industry in Fallbrook that many of these workers can transition into. So I wonder what the county expects to do when thousands of workers are laid off due to ongoing rising water costs. The workers, their families, their children will all be directly affected and will be forced to find work outside the San Diego area, which will increase VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, or worse, they'll become dependent on the government. Fallbrook Public Utility ratepayers do not use any Water Authority pipes to bring us water, as you've heard extensively today, yet we pay the maintenance for the rest of the county with no direct benefit back to Fallbrook. As a Fallbrook Planning Group member, we hear often from the county about the Regional Decarbonization Framework Plan, the Climate Action Plans, and many county programs to plant trees. Yet because of the rising water costs, the Fallbrook region has already lost 10,000 acres and millions of trees that sequester carbon. Tell me how this makes sense environmentally or fiscally. How can the county reach its net zero by 2035 goals, as were mentioned by a few individuals before, when we are forcing tree groves to die and be removed? Just tell me how it makes sense. Many groves have also been abandoned, as you've heard today. The dead, dry timber are like little matchbooks around North County, just waiting to catch an ember, creating another massive fire situation. Though historically, as you've also heard today, sorry I'm repetitive, avocado trees are known as drunkards, but modern farming techniques and conservation efforts have led FPUD selling the same amount of water annually today as they sold in the 50s. That is wonderful efforts on all of our parts. We were encouraged and mandated to conserve. Now we are being punished for that very same conservation effort. The Water Authority's rates are among the highest in America. Over the past decade, they've raised water costs, as you know, from 8% year over year, and now I think it's anywhere between 12 and 14%. That cost of water is just sinking the region's economy. So I encourage you to choose option 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dave Custer. I'm a second-generation farmer and father bought a property in 61 in Rainbow. Now I'm raising avocados in Fallbrook. And unfortunately, a lot of my neighbors have given up and cut down their roads and my next door neighbor just last week told me that she would give up and let her trees go. So, but all the points that I was going to make have already been made. And so I'm thinking what I'd like to do, it will allow me to give over my time to Tom, or no, can't do that. Because one of the things that the County Water Authority mentioned was how Fallbrook should be cutting out their costs. And that, I thought they would be able to address that, how maybe the county should be looking at reducing their costs. I know that they put in a lot of infrastructure like the Carlsbad Salt plant that costs billions of dollars that we have no benefit from. I'd be real curious on how to lower costs. But in the meantime, the other question I had was about the projected rise in the water over the years. I mean, that's going to kill us all if we can't do something. I don't see how any farmer could take, no matter what you're growing, take the kind of increases that we're projecting. Anyway, that's about it. I'm in favor of option 1, but option 2 has to be. Thank you. My turn.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Heineman. I lived in Fallbrook for 52 years, coming here after 30 years following my husband's travels in the military. So this Fallbrook is my home now. And I put a lot of time and effort into making my home a place I really want to live. When I came here, it was the place I really wanted to live. Rolling green hills that were beautiful year-round. Since that time, I sort of got involved with the urban forestry projects and realizing the loss of the workhorses of our environment, trees, by the removal of all these oak trees, makes me happy that I worked for so many years to replace trees in the community. Now, I feel it's very important for you folks to consider all the things the myriad of things that you have heard today and probably for some time, because this has been going on for a long time. But one thing I did not hear today was the effort that Fallbrook Public Utility District has done for years. From the time I arrived here, they have been trying to provide an alternate water source. And it's taken all these years through the federal government, through, I don't even know all of the story, I just know by listening and seeing it happen, that they finally have created a source from not only in conjunction with Camp Pendleton, but also from the Santa Margarita River and the project that they have developed there. So I think that's very responsible of them, which gives them an edge to have something in reserve, something extra that others don't have. I would also like to point out one thing, that there was only one speaker here that alluded to the word economy. We're all very, very interested in economy today. Just think of the loss of what has happened to Fallbrook in the last 15 or 20 years. At first, I thought, oh, it's because Temecula has boomed and there's just a mega shopping center 20 minutes away. Then you stop and think about it. All of those acres of Fallbrook. Our city that was once a thriving community, unincorporated, I knew it was unincorporated when I came, which puts us in a whole different class.
Thank you, Jackie.
Cities everywhere, cities who have their own tax to make things happen. We don't. We have to make things happen at home.
Thank you,
And
Jackie.
that's what
We
we've
will.
been doing for all of these years. So I think you need to take that into consideration. I would like to point out that. I can't say anymore.
3 minutes.
It was beautiful, but anyway. Okay, as Tim makes his way to the podium, our final 3 speakers, I'm going to call up Charlie Wolf, Rick Carey, and Danielle Cox. Put a knee at the end of that. Okay, good.
Well, I don't know how I follow that. Well, my name is Tim O'Leary. I lived in Menifee before moving to Fallbrook 22 years ago. I own 1.6 acres and treasure my little hobby farm. I had to let my avocado and fruit trees die about 6 years ago when my rainbow water bills hit $700 a month. I now collect inside and outside art, raise chickens and goats. I've served on the boards of the Fallbrook Historical Society and the Fallbrook Senior Center. I've also served 2 stints on the Rainbow Communications Committee. As a reporter, I've written about California water issues for the past 32 years. I wrote 2 stories based on my 2 trips on the municipal water district's so-called Rolling College of Community Knowledge, which provided ratepayer-funded trips for regional VIPs who desired to trace their water's journey from the Colorado River to a string of lakes in Riverside County. I'm here today to urge you to approve this annexation to Eastern with no strings attached. Eastern is a strong, growing, major water retailer. We get our water from a Lake Skinner treatment plant within its service area. We as North County residents are joined at the hip to Southwest Riverside County. We don't attend the San Diego Symphony, we patronize the Temecula Valley Symphony. We don't go to Padres games, instead we cheer for the Lake Elsinore Storm. We don't visit the gas lamp, we eat, sing, dance, and drink in Old Town Temecula. We were once bound to our sister to the north by a stagecoach route and a railroad line. The Santa Margarita River, wild and free, is our boundary. Together, our 2 communities bushwhack the Liberty Quarry Plant. We are a fiercely independent, unincorporated community. Please help us chart our own destiny. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dan Cox, and I am part of the steering committee of a newly formed group called the Avocado Growers of California. We support detachment under option 1. It's important for the commission to know that North County is unique in its microclimate and its soil, in that it has decomposed granite, which is well draining, and it's a hilly terrain. Those 2 things are perfect for growing avocados, but few other crops, because of the drainage of the hills and the unique decomposed granite. Although avocados require more water than, say, growing flowers, they produce nutrient-dense, highly nutritious food. We as farmers apply water as if it was gold, and we count for every gallon, as you've heard earlier. And it's especially important to know that without detachment, our water costs, even though we are so conservative, will drive us to unsustainability. And especially when we consider the projected increases in the water costs. That will in turn leave all our beautiful groves fallow, dry tinderboxes. that could catch fire and dump tons and tons of carbon into the atmosphere instead of acting as the beautiful carbon sinks they are today. In addition, it's important to remember that under the County 2020 plan instigated about when I bought my farm about 20 years ago this month, they designated, like my land, they changed it from 20 dwelling units per acre to 1 per 20 acres. And we went along and bought our farm because we thought, okay, that's fine, we can always farm here. In addition, there's conservation land easements that say you must farm in perpetuity as your main business on. We entered that too. All these are objectives of the county to sustain farming. And it is counterintuitive to increase rates in perpetuity possibly, and make farming unsustainable while the county's objectives are to promote farming. Lastly, it's also important to note that it's not just the avocado farmer that's at stake, but also the communities that depend on it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. My name's Rick Carey. I have an avocado grove in Bonsall, very southern end of the Rainbow District. I have 12 acres. I had 1,200 trees. I'll come back to that in a second. I live in San Diego, and I'm not allowed to vote. And I use 15 million gallons of water a year. I did it one time because I live in San Diego. I cannot vote where I farm. I wanted to touch on a couple things. 1994, I was flying F-14s out of Miramar. 30-year vet, active duty and reserve. Then I was 41 in 94 and I had a midlife crisis, so I decided between a Harley and a farm, so I bought the farm. In 94, water was $300 an acre foot. It's now $2,000 an acre foot, projected to go to $2,200 an acre foot. So I use about 3 acre feet. I know public math is risky. There's enough numbers today that my head exploded. But so at that rate, at 3 acre feet, I'm currently spending $6,000 an acre a year. And coming out of Lake Skinner, 100% Colorado River water until 2 months ago, I'm putting down 2,000 pounds of salt an acre. So water cost has been talked about, but water quality has been overlooked. I used to produce 10,000 pounds an acre. I'm down to 5, mostly because of salinity and chloride problems. So let's take that $6,000 just for water, and now 5,000 pounds an acre at maybe 90 cents a pound, because there's 3.5 billion pounds of Mexican ass coming across the border. That's got me 40 cents below break even. So this is unsustainable. I'm here to support option 1, no strings attached. In addition to my Navy career, I had a lending career. You all know Conrad Previs, the late Conrad Previs, big philanthropist. I did 45 loans for him when I was with Washington Mutual Home Savings. Conrad had a license plate bracket. Conrad was a great man. His license plate bracket said, a deal's a deal. So this $25 million exit fee, when the entry deal didn't include that, to now tack that on is just more salt in the wound. A couple other things I wanted to touch on. Earlier this morning, the MSR was mentioned. You know, the clear and measurable financial stress of the districts. If you don't make this decision today, deferring this decision is not an option. It will be over. I know many growers, post-2007, the Delta Smelt decision, remember that? I was a PSAR customer, TSAR actually. So I got a 30% water reduction. I had to take out 400 30-year-old house avocado trees. And my growth started in 1958. Last month, with the rains, 2-inch water meter installed in 58. Guess what my water bill was? With zero consumption. $700.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Just for a meter.
Thank you.
electronic shop, read this about the S&P on your own page, the water authority with digits. That's why they're downgraded. They're very good digits.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the commission. My name is Charlie Wolf. I'm a grower and a farm manager working out of Fallbrook. I think most of the issues have been addressed either in the excellent work that staff did and the very huge amount of comments about various aspects of this. I'd like to look at something maybe just a little bit different. They've talked about the environmental impact. One of the other things that hasn't been talked about is that if there's some relief for agriculture, that means that there will be more water sales. And if you're in the water business, you need to sell the product. So the more groves and agricultural operations that survive will be more sales for the retail districts and the county water authority. The other point that I think has been sort of overlooked is that we haven't talked about the, I would call it the social impact of agriculture. A large portion of it being in the North County, is that there's the aesthetics of seeing the orchards and the nurseries, the flower fields, when you drive around the county. There's a certain good feeling about that if you live in San Diego County. And the other thing, I've been farming for about 50 years now, and one of the things I think I could never figure out a way to do it. Talked about the environment, taking the carbon out, take the general term of air quality in San Diego County. I always wish I could figure out a way to get everybody who lives in San Diego County to pay for that. But instead, agriculture has been given that to San Diego County for years now. And so when you look at making a recommendation or the choices you're forward with, somewhere along the way, I think that has to somehow come in our consideration. So my recommendation is obviously option one, but additionally, if you go to option two, I think there needs to be another analysis or a detailed analysis of what is really fair to everyone, people in San Diego County and the people in the two districts. And the last thing is, I'm also a director on the Fallbrook Chamber of Commerce, and I want to put on the record that the Fallbrook Chamber of Commerce supports option one.
Okay, that's all for our in-person speakers. We also have people online, and then we've got some email comments we need to be reading into the record. So could we go to, are you ready for the people online? Pick it to the callers? Can you do that?
Yes. I'm Bridget Brown.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bridget Browning, and I am here on behalf of the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council. And we were in opposition to staff's recommendation. We think it's very unfair to try to subject working men and women across the county to pay more so that Fallbrook and Rainbow can take their bats and go home. We think that they should sit down and try to make real compromises, which I think are there to have to address their concerns. And we hope that you think about the hundreds of thousands of folks that are going to have to make up the difference by letting them leave, and that you vote against the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Gary Hurst.
Yes, my name is Gary Hurst. I'm a director of Ramona Municipal Water District and San Diego County Water Authority. But I speak to you today not as a representative of either agency, rather as a representative of millions of water consumers in San Diego County who will be damaged by the proposed detachments. I'm sorry, somebody else is speaking. The disproportionate recovery of fixed expenses via commodity rates underlays the detachment issue. For water rates, fees, and charges to be fair to all, including the 70% of San Diego County Water Authority agricultural ratepayers not in Fallbrook or Rainbow, the entire water supply chain must be subject to Proposition 218, a policy change beyond the authority of LAFCO. Cost recovery must be proportional to benefits provided. Capacity or service availability costs cannot be recovered by commodity rates, by MET, by the Water Authority, or the member agencies themselves. Estimates based on meter equivalent units that have been part of this reporting understate the impact of detachment on agriculture and other customers, other rural customers. And they overstate the impact on urban customers. That's the basic problem with the rate structures that Dr. Hanlon referred to. Is it fair to ship San Diego County Water Authority capital investments, capital repair and replacement expenses, and water supply obligations scaled to benefit Fallbrook and Rainbow to other ag and economically disadvantaged customers? These are supply diversification facilities, storage facilities, and distribution flexibility or reliability facilities that benefit customers differently. So all-in average impacts and calculations are not useful when considering impacts on specific customers. Quantitative settlement agreement obligations discussed in these reports are only part of the puzzle. It's a much larger puzzle with many more pieces.
About 20 seconds.
There is no viable way for Fallbrook and Rainbow to make the 3 million County Water Authority end users whole or facilitate fair cost recovery. Therefore, this commission should surely deny detachment petitions. Thank you.
Aldo Maciel.
Good afternoon. My name is Aldo Maciel. I'm a research analyst and I live in Chula Vista. I'm speaking on behalf today of United Local 30, the Hotel Hospitals Workers Union in San Diego. We represent over 6,000 hotel, gaming, and food service workers throughout San Diego County. Our members work tirelessly to afford to live in San Diego. Many of them rely on public transportation to get to and from their shifts and must work multiple jobs to live here. This is the reality for those who live paycheck to paycheck and are just barely getting by. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on detachment for these San Diegas, as they cannot and shouldn't have to absorb $1 to $2 a month so Fallbrook and Rainbow can detach from Water Authority. Some may think this increase is nominal, but it is in fact LAFCO's own materials have made the assessment, and I'm here to tell you that this assessment is not only wrong but disappointing, especially coming from a taxpayer-funded agency. LAFCO has failed to acknowledge the negative financial impacts to working families and disadvantaged communities during this discussion. This should not be supported by the LAFCO commissioners. It is dismissive, not equitable, and arrogant. Please do not support detachment. A vote in support is a vote against the hundreds of thousands of San Diegans who are barely getting by. Those who cannot afford a bus pass, those on fixed incomes, those who rely on food banks for their family meals, those who can't pay the additional $5 a month for medicine, and those who work 2 to 3 jobs to make their rent. Thank you.
Marcus Bush.
Good afternoon, LAFCO commissioners, members of the public. My name is Marcus Bush. I'm a council member for National City, and I oppose Rainbow Municipal Water District and Fallbrook Public Utility District proposals transferring water service responsibilities from San Diego County Water Authority to Eastern MWD. I appreciate and understand they want to save their ratepayers money, but this comes at a cost for the rest of us, so the rest of the member agencies, including our residents in National City. You've heard the comments in opposition, including from Mayor Todd Gloria, and you all have heard it raises rates over $3 million ratepayers, businesses, and farmers. You hear from others in the region, including agriculture-centered communities like in Valley Center, and how it impacts farmers there. It could impact our water agency credit rating, threatens our capital investments for water reliability. You heard there were some legal questions about whether this even needs to be taken to the larger voters. And the last point I want to make is from an environmental standpoint, this proposal results in greater demands on the sensitive Bay Delta, and it's inconsistent with state policy. And with all of that and all the other comments today, I ask that you oppose the proposal. Thank you.
Kelvin Barros. Kelvin Barrios. Susan Levis.
Thank you. My name is Susan Levis. I'm chairman of the Fallbrook Land Conservancy. We are a nonprofit organization located in Fallbrook and a ratepayer of Fallbrook Public Utility District. And our board of directors voted unanimously to support the proposal to detach from San Diego Water, both to save our own organization's costs as well as our members and other community members in Fallbrook. I'm also a ratepayer in Fallbrook Public Utility District and support this proposal personally. Thank you.
Fernanda Flores.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Desmond. My name is Fernanda Flores, Political Director with the International Alliance of Theatrical Stagehand Employees, Local 122. I am also a resident of the City of San Diego. Since 1905, IATSE specializes in providing well-trained, professional, and reliable technicians for everything involved with production in Southern California. Currently representing 1,500 stagehands in our county. There's a lot at stake today. We are here to urge this body to reject staff's recommendation and vote no on the reorganization proposals. Many of our members struggle to raise their families in San Diego. The cost of living is outrageous. Detachment will evidently cause a financial burden to residents, consumers, with the increase in water rates, and also a detrimental loss of voting rights at MET, which leaves ratepayers in a vulnerable position. It is extremely disappointing and alarming to see LAFCO downplay the increase in water bill costs that working families in our county will have to absorb for the proposed Fallbrook and Rainbow detachment. This proposal is wrong. The proposed exit fee will nowhere near cover the decades-long increased costs of water for San Diegans, and it harms our voting percentage at the Metropolitan. We urge you to oppose on behalf of our 1,500 stagehands. Thank you so much.
Caller with the number 043.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. I'm Becca Taylor, veteran of the United States Navy and a resident in San Diego. And I have a simple message today. Please do not vote to approve any proposal that will raise our water bills. Review the application material shows that the proposed attachment will increase costs for San Diego County ratepayers and reduce local control over our water rates. Everything working families have to pay for rent to gas to eggs, has already gone up and it's straining our limited budget. We just can't afford to pay more for our water on top of everything else. Detachment with an adjustment period is just kicking the can down the road on raising our rates. Not to mention unreliable water sources would put underserved communities in Fallbrook at risk. So I urge you to protect the millions of San Diego County ratepayers and residents that you represent to vote no on any proposal that will raise their water bill. I also urge you to support the legislation that Mayor Gloria has introduced to ensure that the voices of all voters are heard. Decisions like this impact the whole county, so it's critical that the whole county would have the opportunity to vote on it. So please vote no on detachment. Thank you for your time.
Jim Madifer.
Yeah, it's Jim Madifer here speaking. I'm representing myself personally, and I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization. I'm a board member and past board chair of the San Diego County Water Authority, and I'm a representative from the city of San Diego. And I want to speak today just to remind you of a couple of key takeaways that were made today during the presentation. Number one, LAFCO staff has completely failed to follow anything CEQA related. There are significant environmental impacts that have not been considered, and they're required by law. And I'm surprised that that has continued to fester like this. Besides Fallbrook and Rainbow, no other public agency has weighed in supporting this attachment. You heard this morning the MWD chair has told you in a letter you guys received today, their board is not taking a position in support of this, and nothing that LAFCO does assures Rainbow or Fallbrook that they'll even be accepted into the Met service area. You've heard the city of San Diego is sponsoring legislation requiring a vote by all ratepayers in the county within the water authority service area before anything like this could even be finalized. And so it seems to me that nobody really is supporting this but Fallbrook and Rainbow. And so whatever you do today, approving this request will have ratepayer impacts for your constituents throughout the entire San Diego County Water Authority service area. All voters within the Water Authority service area should have a voice and should have a vote. And to disenfranchise them without a voice, without a vote, is just really undemocratic. The Water Authority is the legislative mandated governance body to address these issues. It's not LAFCO. The Water Authority Board has been and will continue to address these issues about which LAFCO staff admittedly has little or no experience on. So I urge you as commissioners to vote down this proposal today and direct the applicants to work with the Water Authority to finish the long-term resiliency and affordability that's been planned for their service area for many years. Thank you very much.
Carol Kim.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kim, and the Business Manager for the San Diego County Building and Construction Trades Council and the CEO of the San Diego County Building and Trades Council Family Housing Corporation. I'm calling in representing over 30,000 union construction workers who are residents of communities all over the county. Today, I'm here to express our concerns in opposition to the reorganization proposals that would allow the detachment of the Fallbrook Public Utility and Rainbow Municipal Water District from the San Diego County Water Authority. First and foremost, I want to emphasize that if these two districts were to leave the San Diego County Water Authority, it would have negative consequences for the entire region, which has been amply made clear by other bold calling in to testify. It's essential to understand that a unified water system is not only crucial for the efficient allocation and management of water resources, but it also plays a significant role in stabilizing and maintaining affordable rates for all consumers. The county water authority has already made substantial investments in infrastructure improvements that will benefit all member districts, including Fallbrook and Rainbow. And by choosing to leave, these districts would not only be walking away from their fair share of these planned improvements, but would also be placing an undue burden on the remaining member agencies of the authority. And furthermore, it's worth noting that a unified water system ensures equal access to resources and services for all residents in our region. By staying with the San Diego County Water Authority, Fallbrook and Rainbow can continue to benefit from economies of scale, collaborative planning efforts, and the collective strength that comes from being part of our regional water authority. While I understand that each district makes decisions based on what they believe is in their best interest, it's crucial to consider the long-term implications of such a departure. And we should be working towards strengthening our partnerships and fostering regional cooperation rather than fragmenting our resources. In conclusion, I urge you to carefully consider the potential consequences of allowing this to happen and to vote no against the detachment to occur. We've got to prioritize the well-being and affordability of water services for the entire region, and we've got to continue to work together as a united front towards a sustainable and prosperous future for all the residents in San Diego County. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
That ends it, Chair.
Okay, and did you have some email comments? You read into the record? Thanks.
Good afternoon. I know Ken Melvin spoke earlier today, but he did provide a letter on yesterday evening, so we could post that online.
All right, let's just post that since he already spoke.
Okay. So from Bray Martin, dear Commissioners, I am a 25-year Rainbow resident. I have owned several avocado farms in this area and currently have 3 properties. One with a 2-inch meter. I know and understand the value and cost of water in the farming business. I would are resourceful and can be very thrifty, but there is a limit to stretch and bend one can bear. Agriculture does serve a value to the economic vitality of the community, as well as serving a cultural community value, as can be seen by the community interest and support in my neighbor's U-Pick strawberry farm. Any help that can be granted to growers is one step toward preservation. I support LAFCO option 1 as a hope for keeping agriculture alive in our once breadbasket state. Thank you. And then from Johanna McLeod, it says, hopefully I am able to get this in before your meeting today, or hopefully this question was already asked and answered. I was out of town and missed the meeting about the possible switch of the local water supplier, which was brought to my attention. Although the current fees for the two water districts that we pay for, Rainbow and San Diego, are extremely high, and we are obviously interested in paying less. I would like to know what the outlook is in years to follow with another supplier. Given the fact that the Colorado River is not filling up for all adjacent states to claim and use, I am wanting to know the untouchable claim of cheaper service for years to come. In other words, what is the guarantee for lower rates and for how long, and what are the legal conditions? Typically, these types of dealings start out as a great option or alternative, but can be really expensive ordeal in the end if, for whatever reason, the weather or climate goes to drought again, which is highly likely, and we are all served with supposedly unforeseen costs that we are at the point forced to pay or may not even have adequate water supply guarantee. It is a great deal for those who have wells, such as Kendall Farms, who have about 30 plus wells on their 500-acre plus property, and water reservoirs, which the smaller farms cannot afford. So again, what are the long-term legal terms and rates guaranteed, and for how many years? I hate for all of us to welcome a Trojan horse that might really bite us in the end. Thank you. And then one from Kevin Grange-Ghetto. Says, on behalf of the farming community of San Diego County, Grange-Ghetto's Farm and Garden Supply has been established since 1952, serving growers in the greater San Diego County area, and have seen the rapid escalation of our water rates in unprecedented levels. This is a realistic reorganization for the needs of the farmers in FTUD and RMWD. The rebuttal offered by CWA is ridiculous and short-sighted. Farmers need options and alternatives, as we have seen in Escondido with the formation of DGAP, the Escondido Growers for Ag Preservation, and the ability to work together with the city to establish a private/public partnership and allow the farm community to keep doing what we need to do and provide jobs and services to our community. And then I have two more. This one is from Don Ortega Jr. He's the board chair for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. It says, your agenda item 6A regarding the proposed attachments of two member agencies of the San Diego County Water Authority calls for LAFCO's approval of their concurrent annexations to Eastern Municipal Water District. At last month's executive committee meeting, an item was voted to be added to our June Finance Audit, Insurance, and Real Property Committee meeting to review legal requirements and the board's annexation policies where a change of service is requested within Metropolitan's current boundaries. Additionally, at least one other county LAFCO in our service area does not believe that they have any jurisdiction over MWD and our existing member agency boundaries because our agency predates the formation of LAFCO. As chair of Metropolitan's board of directors, I must assert our board's prerogative to approve any service change under the annexation provisions of the Metropolitan Act, Part 7, Changes in Organization. Such matters may impact not only finance, long-term planning, and water supply issues, but the balance of our weighted voting system and thus our governance. I hope that you and your commission will take these factors Doctor consultant fell short of admiring and thanking the farmers and ranchers of both districts. Increase the water rates and you will be buying cartel avocados, fruit, wine, grapes, flowers, etc. from Mexico. We farmers simply cannot afford the current water rates and will go out of business. We are currently the best stewards of green production in San Diego County. And that was the last one.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. 2:27 here, remember that clock. First of all, I just want to give a big thank you to Keen and all the staff and all of our speakers and presenters and everybody for showing up and being here today. Everyone was here and submitted a speaker slip. Usually people bail out, but everybody stuck around for this today. And I think the information provided to staff in today's presentation, and it was a detailed, comprehensive approach. We learned more about water today than any other day. And also the stakeholder outreach and distilling it all into clear and reasonable action items before us. So I know there's a lot of controversy now as if we can even act on this, but here we are. You know, at the beginning of this, well, one of the things I would like to point out, I would love to see all of San Diego counties being able to stay together and work together. I wish that was capable of happening. And I know I asked both sides multiple times, hey, can you work this out? Is there a way you can get here? I didn't really want to come to this meeting today. But it would have been nice if we could work that out. And last week I even met with Mel Katz and Nick Serrano, and I said, hey, can you offer Rainbow or Fallbrook anything close to what they're getting at Easter? And it was a no. So unfortunately, this has been over 3 years now. And so here we are. And I guess one of the first questions I asked is, you know, can Rainbow and Fallbrook even detach? Is this even reasonable? And the answer I got was pretty simple. It was right out of the County Water Authority Act. It says they can detach, and all they have to do is go to their voters. They can detach by submitting their proposal to their voters within their district. That's it. It wasn't anything else. So which is option one. And then we hear, you know, all the negative impacts, which, yes, there are negative impacts. We hear about voters' rights. We hear about credit ratings. And all these other things, it's like we're being asked, LAFCO's being asked to write the prenup at divorce court. This is your own document, and you've had years to change it. And obviously you knew about that because about a week and a half ago, there was an attempt to change with AB 530. So this is what we have to work with. Is your Authority Act, and yes, I'll agree that we can put some other ramifications on there or exit fees, but you know, LAFCO, we're empowered by the state to oversee orderly growth and function of cities and special districts like FPUD and Rainbow Water District. Also, we have discretion of approving with conditions or denying proposals. I think a lot of work and time and effort went into this to get us here today. We assembled a 10-member advisory committee. They held over a dozen meetings, and all sides were involved with this. They hired the expert, as we heard from Dr. Hammond today, seems like a reasonable guy, to analyze 3 main issues of the detachment: the impact of water rates on the county, water reliability concerns between the County Water Authority versus Eastern, and the appropriateness of LAFCO imposing an exit fee. So everyone had input, and everyone on this committee agreed to hire Dr. Hammond and rely on his expertise. And his final report was accepted by the advisory committee in February of last year, and he provided, I think, LAFCO with a path forward. He identified that, yes, there would be a financial impact on the County Water Authority as a result of detachment. But he also found it reasonable and appropriate for LAFCO to condition the applicant's proposal with an exit fee, not to exceed 10 years. And this was and there was an offset to the financial impact to give time for the Water Authority and others to accommodate the impact with the loss of these 2 wholesale water consumers. So I know there are concerns about water rates and increasing water rates for other jurisdictions, but I also heard earlier if the roll-off of the city of San Diego, when they roll off, that's going to be multiple times higher cost to the region when that happens. And do you think there's going to be a countywide vote on that? I don't think so, if that was the case. So unfortunately, and then I guess kind of the fact that struck me is the less water we use, the more expensive it gets, which is just crazy. But that's where we are. And so if anybody leaves, then water gets expensive for everybody else, or if we conserve, water rates keep going up. So I think the recommendation with the exit fee, the water authority, is, I think, with the 5 years of exit fee, making up for any additional costs. And the water authority, I give a heck of a lot of credit to. I mean, over the last 30 years, it's done phenomenal with creating the infrastructure you have and putting in all the resources so that we're not all fully reliable on the net. And I put a lot of credit and effort into that. And San Diego County, when asked, they stood up, and when you asked for a 10%, I forget what the number was, 10% reduction in conservation, we gave you 27%, or whatever the numbers were. It was much dramatically higher. And I think San Diego County is going to have to learn to tighten our belts a little bit further. So I think rather than trying to force small districts to stay, water authority should be able to offer better ways so people want to stay. I think it's really going to be detrimental if you require people to stay within an organization and they don't want to be there. It doesn't bode well, I don't think, for anybody. So with Fallbrook and Rainbow detaching, it's allowed under law, and making them pay for 5 years should not be a situation, I think, that's going to break the back of the water authority. And with that, I'm in line with staff's recommendation, option 2 in the report. The staff's recommendation would be approval proposals with the condition of the $24.3 million exit fee over 5 years. And I'd like to make that as a motion to approve option 2, staff's recommendation, in the agenda.
Jim, I want to second that.
All right, there's a second. All right, thank you. And so we're into pontification and deliberation. So who wants to get on next? You want a break? Do anybody else want to speak before a break? All right, 5-minute break. Thanks.
So, I was on a long, grueling campaign for re-election, and when I said I go to all 57 special districts, I meant it. I went to all 57. And in that journey, I spoke to places like Cambridge, Brago Springs Water District, Majestic Pines, Queen-Neck Water District, Westgate, Jubilee Community Services District. So many of these districts aren't even familiar with the attachment issue. And even though they weren't, I would still ask them what their opinion was. And when I'd ask, I must have talked to 50, 60 board members over the time of the last couple of years. I would ask a lot of questions about this. If they were in the same position, would they do it? Would they do it with Rainbow and Fallbrook are doing? They said yes. But then they brought the issue of exit fees, so that's why the exit fees are important. But I realize that in this vote, there are certain people I'm not going to make happy. It's hard to make everybody happy in a vote like this. But to me, there is an issue of freedom here. You could say freedom with responsibility, true. But with my argument would be that if there's 5 years to plan for a 3 to 4% revenue loss, would there not be enough time to plan for that with cutting expenses? That's part of my argument. And other people would say, well, why don't Fallbrook and Rainbow merge? Yes. Well, they both have the same problem. They both have the issue of they have high agribusiness. So we have, I just sense, I have a sense of urgency on this. I've been listening to the testimony today, and we have an opportunity to make a business in agriculture, make a difference in agriculture. Another way to put it is to make every effort to be a net exporter of agricultural products, not a net importer. So, is it a guarantee? So the argument is, even after 5 years, again, I've got so many varied opinions on this. It's a wide range. One board member told me that they thought the water authority was being bullied by making a mistake. I get a broad range of opinions on this. broad range. And so is it a guarantee that 5 years, in 5 years we see any more? I'm just saying, is it possible that they could cut expenses? I just want to bring up a couple things that I found out. 7 months ago, the Water Authority voted on the PLA to reduce it from $100 million to $1 million. You can't tell me that doesn't increase water rates. So the other thing is, they're considering a $15 million operations center. I think that if the Water Authority really focused on it, and I'm not trying to irritate you, I've listened, believe me, I've listened to all sides on this issue. Otay Water Board, some of the board members wanted to meet with me, of course I was going to meet with them. But I think we have a real opportunity to save the farming business. And this, I see if we vote, if we pass this, I think this would be a big shot in the arm for the Sandy County agriculture business. I just hope that it's not too late, because it's already past of being ridiculous. I hear this testimony over and over again what they're saying. And with the city of San Diego as their pure water program, they're going to save millions of dollars when it's fully operational. So can you really blame Rainbow and Fallbrook trying to do what they're doing when the other projects are going throughout San Diego County? It's kind of hypocritical, actually. They're saying that Fallbrook and Rainbow don't have the opportunity to do this. So those are my thoughts on the matter. Okay, there was one other thing I want to mention too, Chair. When they mention exit fees of hundreds of millions, the Water Authority mentions exit fees of hundreds of millions of dollars up to $1 billion. You might as well just say no one's ever going to leave. That's how I look at it. So those are my comments on the matter.
And any other commissioners? Mr. Whitmer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Quite a good discussion today. I really appreciate everyone on both sides presenting their perspectives on this. I want to thank Mr. Beebe and Mr. Kennedy from the Fallbrook and Rainbow districts, Ms. Curl and Mr. Serrano, and others here from the San Diego County Water Authority, and everybody who provided public testimony today. I really appreciate the tenor of the conversation. To me, it reflects very favorably on the communities of Fallbrook and Rainbow. I also want to thank the LAFCO staff. Mr. Simons and his team have spent countless hours analyzing and processing this proposal, and I appreciate all the work that you've done to enable this commission to make an informed decision. The decision in front of us would be to permit the detachment from the County Water Authority and the concurrent annexation to Eastern, but as was noted during public comment, the chair of the Metropolitan Water District's Board of Directors sent us a communication today saying that he asserts the Met Board's prerogative to approve any service change under the annexation provisions of the Metropolitan Act. So Met is saying we do not have the authority to unilaterally approve annexation to Eastern, which I think would preclude us from wanting to take that action today. Beyond that, I think it is useful for us to consider what those of us on this commission are tasked to do under the LAFCO statutes. Government Code Section 56301 says one of the objects of the commission is the logical development of local agencies in each county and the development of local agencies to advantageously provide for the needs of each county and its communities. There's a focus on the county. And of course, the purview of LAFCO is San Diego County. So in line with the statute, we can ask, what is logical for San Diego County? What is advantageous for San Diego County? Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Anderson constantly consider what is logical and advantageous for the 3.3 million residents of San Diego County. Well, looking at the first question, one of this commission's key roles is to set logical boundaries for local agencies. And under that criteria, it is certainly logical for water districts that import water in San Diego County to be served by the San Diego County Water Authority. That is the way the boundaries are today. Fallbrook and Rainbow are in San Diego County. They're logically part of the San Diego County Water Authority. What this commission is deciding here today is the jurisdiction of the San Diego County Water Authority. And it is logical and consistent with LAFCO statutes for the jurisdiction of the San Diego County Water Authority to be San Diego County. In fact, one of the written policies of this commission is to preserve community identities and boundaries. The other question was, what is advantageous for San Diego County? For Fallbrook and Rainbow, the proposal cites two main advantages. One is that Fallbrook and Rainbow would pay less for water, and that may indeed be true, at least in the short term. The other advantage cited is that it would preserve agriculture by providing growers with a cheaper water supply. I have more uncertainty about that. I'm not entirely certain that detachment is necessary to preserve farming, or that detachment is the best way to preserve farming. Much of San Diego County has become less agricultural and more residential over the years. As noted in the staff report, we're seeing that in the Fallbrook and Rainbow areas as well. There has been a decline in avocado acreage. There has been growth in housing units. And as the report notes, there is an expectation of further growth and development in this area, consistent with what we've seen elsewhere in San Diego County. Item 7A, which was on today's agenda before we decided to pull it, is a report on agriculture trends in San Diego County and related policy opportunities. And it cites many reasons for reduced agricultural acreage in the county, including water costs and development pressures, but also including weather changes and government regulation and labor costs. The report offers 10 recommendations for conserving agricultural lands. And two of the recommendations relate to water. One is to provide funding to growers to help them transition to low water use crops, which has worked well in Southern California elsewhere. The other is to develop advanced water treatment facilities that prioritize agricultural use. None of the recommendations contemplate detaching from the San Diego County Water Authority. So if the advantage of detachment to Fallbrook and Rainbow is cheaper water, what is the advantage of detachment to the rest of San Diego County? What is the advantage to the eastern part of San Diego County? Or to the South Bay? What is the advantage to the city of San Diego? Or the city of Escondido? Or the city of San Marcos? I can't find a single advantage to any other community in San Diego County. In fact, it is acknowledged that every other community will be negatively impacted. But it is said that the negative impact won't be that bad. Everyone else will get rate hikes, including other growers, but they allegedly won't be that much. The Water Authority's credit rating will be impacted, but it allegedly won't be that much. The Water Authority's voting power at Met will be reduced, but it allegedly won't be that much. This will impact the Bay Delta, but it allegedly won't be that much. If I'm the rest of San Diego County, this doesn't sound like a very good deal. When I think about what is advantageous for San Diego County, I am not inclined to support a proposal that benefits a few folks and negatively impacts everyone else. It is clear to me that there are growers in Fallbrook and Rainbow who are struggling. And I appreciate your being here today to communicate that to us personally and credibly and sincerely. But it is just as clear that there are people across this county who are struggling with their water bills. There have been stories in the media that there are tens of thousands of people in San Diego County who are behind on their water bills right now. Tens of thousands, including seniors, on fixed incomes. In many cases, a Social Security check is all they have. If you add $2 to Mrs. Smith's water bill, Mrs. Smith has to cut $2 from something else. So what should Mrs. Smith cut out of her budget? If we're going to tell Mrs. Smith on a fixed income who's struggling to make ends meet that we're going to add $2 to her water bill, I think we owe it to her to tell her what we would cut. Or do we just look her in the eye and say, don't worry about it, it's less than significant? There are too many people struggling in our county. I cannot imagine looking them in the eye and telling them we are raising their water rates because we are lowering them for others. And I certainly don't think we should approve an annexation to Eastern today when that is asserting its right to approve any annexation. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So thank you so much, first of all, to the LAFCO staff. It was a lot of readings, a lot of years of blood, sweat, tears. Oh, sorry. Clearly a very thorough process, and again, thank you to Dr. Hanneman for your report that was very fair. It helped me a lot, and I especially want to thank the members that spoke today. You shared your stories. They're important. It was important for the public to hear, but also for the County Water Authority to hear those stories. They were very heartfelt, and I think it was very important. Thank you for being here today. This was a complex and serious proposal, and I did not take it lightly. I know so much more about water that I didn't even know I wanted to know about the water rates. A lot of it's quite depressing. But I understand why Fallbrook and Rainbow want to leave. They want to save money, and they're also very concerned about their agricultural businesses. And I too am so concerned about our agricultural businesses all over San Diego. I believe that all of us, including the County Water Authority, must do more to find an equitable and affordable solution for the agricultural businesses in San Diego County. If this issue is ignored, we are going to lose all of our local food sources. We'll be paying more at the grocery store on top of the higher water rates. So I did carefully consider the preserving of prime agricultural lands in my decision. But what I was not convinced by is whether or not these rates at Eastern will remain low. They have not done a lot of the work that the County Water Authority has done to diversify and find these local sources. So I'm not convinced that those rates will stay that way. I also believe it's very, very unfair to let two cities detach so that they can save money when the remaining cities are going to have to pick up the slack. LAFCO's expert did say that the remaining cities are going to have to pay higher water rates even if it's after 5 years. So I did harken back to the community choice energy programs. That analogy is strong for me because the customers are allowed to leave SDG&E to pursue the cleaner, less expensive renewable energy. But by law, the exiting customers are required to make sure the remaining utility customers do not experience a cost increase as a result of the departure. So to be fair, I do believe that the exit fee should be higher or for a longer duration so that all of the parties can pay their fair share of the resources that were already invested in by the County Water Authority for the entire region. I today could support option 3. I think there are so many uncertainties still to happen in the next 2 years. I think that doing the municipal service review on the County Water Authority would clarify a little bit more of the issues, whether or not Eastern is going to remain with their lower rates. What about the County Water Authority? They're going through such structural challenges with the possible roll-offs and the increasing fixed cost. So I think that I could support that municipal service review, but I could also support option 4 as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. McKenzie.
Also, I would like to thank everyone who spoke today. It's taken 6 hours, 6 hours and a half out of your life, not including the travel time down here. So I appreciate everybody sticking with us, so it's not just us now sitting up here making small talk. Thank you, staff. It was voluminous reading. What I'm disappointed in is the lack of direction that we received from our advisory committee. We have a special district advisory committee, and they gave no direction. We have an ad hoc committee, and they gave no direction. And the ad hoc committee had a working group, and they gave no direction. And the only direction that we received was from the city advisory committee, and that was for a no vote. So I'm very disappointed that the moderator for those other committees and ad hoc and working group wasn't able to elicit a decision or require if it was a split vote, then at least get a majority opinion and their points and a minority opinion getting their points. So we had something to look at, because that's what the Special District Advisory Committee was set up years ago for, was to take on these hard issues and delve into them. I think they said they had 13 meetings. We've had one. So, yeah, I expected to get something from all of those committee meetings that they had. So I'm very disappointed in that position. The other thing is, this is basically, I think, the first time I've heard about Met needing approval to approve this. I think if we make a decision today, it's probably premature, and I don't know how we undo, if they don't approve it, how do we undo our vote if we vote to approve?
Do you want to ask Holly that?
Pardon?
Do you want to have our attorney or counsel?
Sure. Want to ask that
Say
question?
something about that?
Sure, this was the first time we've heard from Met, any issue on this. I will say that if you, in the administrative record, their first letter was actually to Eastern, who inquired at the outset of this. And so we do have it in the administrative record on September 19th, 2019, a letter from Met saying that the proposal requires no action by the Met board.
Was that from Heitlinger?
It was from the then GM, General Manager.
Yeah, Heitlinger.
That it requires no action by the Metropolitan Board because Rainbow and Fallbrook are already within Met's service territory. And then about 1 year later, on September 17th, 2020, another letter reiterating that because Rainbow and Fallbrook are in MWD's service area, there's no need to annex it into the Met. So I believe they're already within the service territory, so I don't really know what it is that they're raising there. They're already on record twice to the contrary.
And it's 2%. Okay. The other thing regarding the exit fees, I agree with Commissioner Becker that the exit fee is too low and the timing needs to be longer. And although I've talked to the chair regarding my concerns about giving a credit for a pump station that hasn't been built because they're talking about avoidance cost, but yet the avoidance cost, they're getting a credit for the whole project versus what they would pay for that project over a 30-year period. They would pay their, I don't know what their percentage is anymore, they're 4 or 5%, not, and that would be, what, 4%, 10% was what, 40 million was $400,000, maybe. That's all they would pay, but they're getting $38 million off the top, which then impacts all the other districts that were not really getting that benefit. So somebody's going to have to re-explain that avoidance cost to me to be able to justify giving them a credit for something that hasn't been built and hasn't been, as far as I know, there's been no certificates of participation or revenue bonds issued for that particular project. It's been listed on there as, you know, an improvement project as part of the emergency storage. And it's the last leg. And we all know, the water districts all know that the benefit of the emergency storage has gone to the southern districts, the southern cities, and those of us in North County have been left hanging, paying the price for the overall project, for the good of everyone. We didn't start to benefit until the East South came in and just stated, that he was looking at it probably being lesser than, but I think it does need to be looked at and revised. And quite honestly, I think this is a wake-up call to the county water authority that there needs to be some kind of, I don't know, coordination working with all of the districts, all of the cities, because the issue has always been the fact with the weighted voting of the city of San Diego, two of us, they basically carry whatever. And it's the same way with Sandag, and we all love Sandag and what their decisions are. So I don't want to see Met getting into that same circle. The other thing is we're talking about, well, what can Met do on the ag rate? Right now, the ag rate is a $300 discount, and that brings us down to about $100, $200 more than what Eastern is, actually, it's not even Eastern, it's Met is charging. And I just asked them on the break, the last time that farmers were cut, because with that ag rate, they're basically the first to be cut. Metropolitan in 2016 issued a 15% cut in water. The farmers were cut 15%. The M&I was cut only 1%, and mainly because of all of the emergency storage facilities and the contracts, the QSA. That was a 10-year contract to get to the signing of that contract. It's just that one to get it finalized. So saying that everybody can make adjustments in 5 years is not a reasonable timeline for water. It may be for other special districts, maybe for other cities with their infrastructure, but it definitely is not adequate for water districts. And I've been on my water board for quite a few years now, so I'm looking at both the water coming in from the Bay Delta. All the contractors last year were promised 0 water out of the Bay Delta. Out of Colorado, California has a 4.4 million acre foot allotment. As you all saw in the newspaper a couple weeks ago, the 7 basin states have agreed to cut 15% of their allotment. And we'll go from there. And the other thing is that everyone, it pays the same system rate unless they're taking their water directly off of the metropolitan line, and then there is no system charge to those districts, which if Rainbow takes all of their line off, all of their access off of the water authority and just uses their 4 points on the Met line, they would not be charged that system rate. So I think we need to relook at some of these numbers and come up with a better solution on timing and access fees. That's all.
Do you have
I'm done.
Do you have a suggestion for a friendly amendment, or just want to leave it at that?
I'm going to leave it at that
Okay.
at this point in time, because if we approve item number 2, then we do not have, and we have not discussed what that exit fee is. That exit fee states that if it is, I cannot accept that. I would go for denial.
Great. Thank you, staff. Thank you to everybody who participated here today. I understand wholeheartedly the sentiment that the smaller cities feel disenfranchised, not just in this situation, but throughout the county and every interagency. And I don't blame the County Water Authority for wanting to take their position that they do. What it boils down for me is just a couple of things. Number one, what do the rules say for exiting? And I think Supervisor Desmond covered that. Number two, the responsibility of maintaining those lower rates doesn't necessarily fall on this commission. It falls on Rainbow and Fallbrook moving forward. For that reason, I do support the current motion, but would also be willing to entertain a motion with a different fee structure.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, while it may not seem friendly. It's said with friendly, soft words. I'd like to table the motion for the purpose of exploring, furthering the conversation on the exit fee. There's a lot of questions our colleagues have brought up that make good sense, and I think that there's a path, but I think that path, if we try to cut the deal on the dais here, we'll be ordering dinner. And I think it would be good if maybe we reviewed some of the people that looked at this to come up with better choices for us. The other part that I should have probably asked, that concerns me, and it's late in the game, but if we table this, I'll get the answers. But when I looked at it, 29% of Rainbow and 16% of Fallbrook farmers were using the ag rate. And the ag rate, the one I read, is lower than what Eastern's offering, their ag rate.
Nope.
And they don't have ag rate. Okay. Well, I want to know what's holding people up from doing it. We heard there was paperwork and there was permits. I'm wondering if that can't be straightened out as part of a potential solution. But my motion is to table it for 30 or 60 days. I'm flexible on what that time frame is, but to fill in the gaps on what that exit fee would look like, that would be amenable to all of us. This is one of the only boards I've ever served on in my entire life that has an even number. And I think that the reason why it has an even number, and this is just my theory, is that we should come to a consensus that there shouldn't be winners and losers, that we should come to an answer that works for everybody, not just two districts, but the whole entire county. And so for those reasons, I'll need a second if we were to pursue this, but that's my 2 cents worth. I'd like to rephrase my tabling for 60 days.
You have a second on it. Is there any direction that you would like to give staff? If that, because just say come back with different numbers is not very conclusive. So what are you looking at?
Would any members of this commission like to be part of a ad hoc to work on coming back with those numbers? I want to bring people along, trying to make a consensus here, but so I don't want to be telling people what to do or what not to do, but it seems like we have people that are very focused.
Well, is it the number of years, the amount of dollars? I'm just trying to give staff direction if this is where the board's going to go. So we got a substitute motion for the first and the second, so we can vote on that. But
Well, what would my second move?
Well, one, I don't know, I got lost in the numbers because there wasn't any methodology that I could follow, is that to take the $38 million out of the exit fee and then look at minimum 7 or 10 years duration. That's going to be my suggestion.
I think that's going to break the bank, but okay. That's just, okay.
Well, they haven't paid for it.
Okay. But I'm just saying, from 24 million, you go from 24 million, you're adding 38 onto that, and then you're adding another 2 more years, so you're about $100 million now is the execution. Well, I'm just doing that quickly, and that's about where that takes it. So, all right, we have a motion and a second on the floor as a substitute motion to table it for 60 days. Oh, Andy, I'm sorry. Andy, get you away. Okay.
Speaking of minutes, on this one, I think it's a good idea to table a motion for another month or so because we have so much data today. I know you guys, my head's exploding with time. And what really concerns me is the difference in dollar amounts that are presented by FUD and the water. So I'd like to see those on the same page, those when we would charge them perhaps, but anyway, you can actually see what the dollar amount is. I know the nature that we're going to follow the money no matter what. We're just going to follow in a different direction. So the other thing is, as far as the water delivery is concerned, I think we have too many hands in the pie. Every time someone gets any kind of authority over the water, and options 2 and 3. It gives us time to look at that. It still holds on to, we did the consensus vote on item 2, but anyway, item 3 I'd rather see is the MSR completed. We can see the differences there.
Well, that's gonna take a couple of years.
Oh, yeah, but also, if we approve today, we approve number 2 today, we're gonna be tied up in court for years anyway.
I think that's what I need decision.
So I think we might eliminate that, especially we got it back to Fallbrook and Rainbow. So go sit down, close the doors, bring in lunch, let's negotiate till we quit. Because it seems to me this whole thing could have been not happened if the water authority was willing to negotiate in the beginning. They just said, why are you getting out? You don't like management, or really screwed up. Look at that. What about the money? We'll give you the same money that you're supposedly leaving. Because I think that isn't it not living is a deeper dive. It has to do with the unfunctionality of the water authority. So I'd like to see, we have an opportunity here, look, maybe we end up with just water agency for ag, with the commercial, with domestic. But something out of this, when we started, excuse me, years ago, with the fire service issue, we said it would never be done until we consolidated the fire department. And now we have one. We're in the place in San Diego County is not covered with fire and EMS. And that came from the supervisors here. You guys did that for the money you're currently spending to support that. I think there's other ways to provide the service, different bases maybe, but I think if they got together. Yeah, so.
If that's a substitute motion for option 3, I would second that. Push pause on the
That's
table.
not sorry, support. Substitute, sorry.
This, the other one. We already got a substitute, and we're gonna go to the first substitute, instead of another third. We'll start with that. But Keen, okay, so we got July 10th already set aside. That's pretty close. That's a little more than 30 days away. I don't know if that's possible or to come back with options, or is that too soon, or what? Do we have an August 5th date?
We have an August 7th regular meeting, but that said, given the importance, if it's the will of the commission for staff to come back with additional options, and I appreciate the chair trying to drill down on exactly what you'd like staff to look at, we can make the July 10th meeting. If we need to continue it from July 10th, we can continue it from July 10th, but we're...
Well, what would your questions be to this group if that's the direction we go? I tried. What do you got anything different?
Well, I heard Commissioner McKenzie, through the body language of others, seemingly have an agreeable comment that you'd like staff to look at an exit fee that spans 7 to 10 years as an alternative. And perhaps staff will just simply offer up what would be the proportional impact or exit fee at, so baseline we've given you is year 5 years. We give you what it will look like at year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10, and I'm sure Mr. Kate can help us then deal with the discount fee. We've given a full discount. Well, perhaps we could proportion that down. Just for the benefit of clarity, staff's recommendation has not changed. We believe that the exit fee that we've come up with is solid and quantifiable, but I appreciate the need to create some alternatives for the membership to ponder.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on tabling this until July 10th.
I'm not going to be here, so can we do it on August 10th?
Well, okay.
I'm good with August 5th.
All right, August 5th. August 7th. I have no idea if I'm here, but we'll see what happens. Okay.
One other thing, Mr. Chair, for the record, I'd like to thank the members of the Sheriff's Department that have been here in and out, changing their charter, and keeping us safe.
There you go.
And also, a term from the past that I heard politically was called a mug walk. Does anyone know what that means? Mug walk, as I understand it, is a fence rider when it comes to decisions. And that's kind of where I am now, mug walk. And I want to tell you that it's really hard to sit on a chain and fence top for a long time, so I'd also like to see us move ahead as well.
Okay, We have a motion and a second to table this and come back with other options at our August 7th meeting. We, can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Desmond?
No.
Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Aye.
Commissioner Whitburn?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Nay.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Willis?
No.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
All right, folks, see you in August. We still have a meeting to continue.
Great job, Tom.
Okay. No, we got an executive report.
Briefly,
Wow, you're right. Yeah, I did yesterday.
there is
I knew it was yesterday. Yeah, I ran that.
Until 5:30, so
Freaking
we
toast.
pulled from this meeting.
Well, your hands were
I will
good.
consider
Thanks. Well, set them down.
whether we
I was
wait
aiming
until
for
August to bring that
Yeah.
out back, or perhaps because there is timing issues.
This is your first time in the rock and roll?
We do end up
You.
holding a light meeting, but nevertheless,
Great,
meeting.
it's greatly run thing,
Talk to
isn't
the
it?
chair and work on getting the reasons as soon as possible.
I was flying out once on Monday.
So, what was being,
Every
and if the audience members could take the conversation outside, a position. So your executive officer has issued a letter of concern, and without getting too far into the weeds on this, but we would like the commission to take a position and to get on the record. This is a bill that's being fast-tracked, so there is timing considerations.
And we can't do it today? If not?
No, the item was pulled from the agenda in order to accommodate a sit-down request with the assembly member.
July 7th.
Is that the first Monday?
No.
I think July 10th was the meeting that,
July 10th.
so, yes, we could certainly come to July 10th, and we don't need to make a decision, but I think,
Do we have a meeting in July?
no.
No, we don't have. So we don't have a meeting in July. But
We could.
because of the timing of this thing being fast-tracked, we
Probably should have a meeting on July 10th to deal with
on
this.
July 10th. And that was already.
Is that too, no, I can't, is that too early or too late to make?
It won't be too late, but if we wait till August, it may be. And again, I don't want to speak on all the deadlines because I'm not as familiar with them as perhaps I would have if we were going to do this item today. But I guess my comment is, with the chair's blessing, we'll confirm later this week, but perhaps hold that July 10th on your calendar and we'll confirm through the chair's office.
Okay, but I was just about to suggest that possibly we have a special meeting, a Zoom meeting, and it's just, we can, and just that issue on.
Well, you can still zoom in. You can always zoom in. I think you just have to do public notices and things like that, right? Well, I don't think you need. I don't know. We can find that out. Yes, Mr. Whitburn.
Mr. Simons, it sounds like you're going to be communicating with the assembly member around 5:30. So my understanding is that the bill is not being fast-tracked, but I'm sure she would be able to confirm one way or the other with you. Thank you.
Let's see. So let's hold July 10th, just in case. And if you have
There's a second.
Yes.
Yeah, so the first Monday's the 4th or something.
Yes.
Third or 4th.
July 3rd is typically a short
We have to do this on Whitburn
commission.
time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so let's do that. All right. Did you have anything else under executive officer's report?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, next one is commissioner requests for future items. I think we just did that. Any other items that people would like to see coming up on the agenda? Holly, do we have closed session?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to adjourn this meeting till our next meeting on July 10th. And we can, we'll work out the details on that. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming today.
What a meeting.
We'll do it again. All right, take care.
He did a good job.
Meeting's adjourned.
He's trying to keep the tracks, you know, the tracks.